Li Mei's Sword of Destiny. Martial Peak, Chapter 4793. Chaotic Dead Territory. Yang Kai's pupils contracted to needle points as he watched the countless unique beings hacking each other to death. All of a sudden, he came to realize what the two colors, yellow and blue, represented. They were the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. Rumor had it that when the world was born in ancient times, the first ray of light appeared, and that light split into two, which gave rise to yin and yang. As time passed, this pure yang became the sun's burning light while the yin became the moon's serene glimmer. They were the ancestors of all divine spirits, as well as the source of all living creatures. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were closely related to the divine spirits and the ancestral land. In fact, they had supposedly lived in ancestral land for a long time in the ancient past. One day, these two powerful beings suddenly left. No one knew what had happened, but the battle between the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer started then. The battle had spanned across countless years, and it still hadn't stopped up until now. Due to the fight between the two, innumerable great territories had been destroyed. The proprietress had said that wherever the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer went, all lives would be destroyed. They lived in a true chaotic dead territory. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters wouldn't dare to go anywhere near this place. Initially, Yang Kai thought that the more than 10 high-rank open heaven realm masters were guarding the territory gate because they had found the hiding place of the Black Ink clansmen, but it didn't seem to be the case now. No traces of the Black Ink clan were found here. Instead, this place was filled with the pure yet violent yin and yang forces that were represented by yellow and blue lights. They tangled together and tried to rip each other to pieces. Yang Kai couldn't think of any other explanation. These were the forces of the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. Upon that realization, he couldn't help but gulp. He had never thought about visiting chaotic dead territory before. The proprietress was right to say that no human should ever step into this place. Even a 7th Order open heaven realm master would be swiftly killed after barging in here. It was only thanks to the giant spirit god that Yang Kai was still alive. Air fended off all of the devastating forces around them, which was why he hadn't been harmed. It was only then he understood why all the cultivators in the neighboring great territory had fled. The battlefield between the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer was expanding. Once the territory gate was affected, even the neighboring great territory would be dragged into this eternal conflict. When that happened, the entire great territory would become a part of the chaotic dead territory. No one was willing to stay there and wait for death. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were a grave threat, so the cave heavens and paradises must be paying close attention to the two. That was why more than 10 high-rank open heaven realm masters were asked to watch over the place. When Yang Kai snapped back from his dazed state, he realized that the battle between the two colors he had been observing had come to an end. The two colors represented the forces of yin and yang. Although their appearances were similar, their powers were not equally matched. During the entanglement, the yellow creature that represented the yang element was defeated and shattered by the other party. Although it tried to condense into a new figure, it couldn't achieve its goal. All that was left behind was a crystal the size of a palm. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he saw that. Countless materials of different elements and orders had passed through his hands, so he was now an expert in identifying such resources. Without even the need to take a closer look, he was sure that this palm-sized yellow crystal was a very pure yang element material, and it was of a high order. He then looked around and realized that innumerable yellow crystals and blue crystals of different sizes were floating about in the void. He even saw a yellow crystal vein that spanned across several kilometers. It looked like a dead flood dragon that was drifting through space. When he arrived at this place just now, he was overwhelmed by the violent forces and attracted to the battle between the two colors, so he hadn't been paying attention to anything else. It wasn't until this moment that he noticed these crystals. At that moment, his breathing started becoming rapid. All of a sudden, he recalled that when he desperately needed yin and yang element materials back then, the proprietress jokingly told him to come to the chaotic dead territory, for it was the battlefield of the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. As the two forces clashed, countless yin and yang element materials would be born. These yellow crystals and blue crystals of different sizes that were floating about randomly were all yin and yang element materials. Regardless of their orders, they must be very pure, for they were the condensation of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer's power. How many are there? It was the first time Yang Kai realized what innumerable truly meant. Despite the fact that he was wealthy, as he owned 2-star cities and a whole new great territory, his blood was still boiling when he saw these ownerless materials. It had to be noted that these were all yin or yang element materials, which were the rarest materials in the entire 3,000 worlds. The reason the cave heavens and paradises were willing to offer the opportunities to enter their small source worlds, in order to gain the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, was that they wanted to create yin and yang element materials of higher orders. They had to get prepared for the disciples who were growing up in the star boundary, who would soon need such resources. Yang Kai shared the same sentiment when he told Bian Yuqing to send a large amount of materials to Great Evolution Paradise. However, if he could gather the materials in the chaotic dead territory, he wouldn't need the good fortune divine furnace anymore. The cave heavens and paradises must be aware of this as well, but they were unable to get their hands on these materials. Perhaps an 8th order open heaven realm master could hug the edge of the chaotic dead territory to gather a few materials, but once they ventured further in, they would be unable to guarantee their safety. The mere fallout from the battle between the burning light and the serene glimmer could easily kill an 8th order open heaven realm master. Without hesitation, Yang Kai extended his hand toward the newly formed yellow crystal that was close to him. Yang Kai had to ensure that his hand remained within the protection range of the giant spirit god, or he would likely lose it, but this layer of protection also seemed to dampen his abilities severely. Fortunately, the yellow crystal was only a few dozen meters away from him, so he could easily snatch it. Upon obtaining the crystal, Yang Kai realized that it was a 6th order yang element material. He became startled as he initially thought that the yellow crystal would be of a higher order, but it turned out to only be in the 6th order. Both the burning light and the serene glimmer were at least in the 9th order open heaven realm, or more likely, there was no order that could really define them. Naturally, their powers wouldn't be so weak. Nevertheless, after giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that the living creatures of different colors must have experienced a prolonged battle which slowly wore down their strength, so it was only natural for this crystal's order to be degraded. A 6th order material was by no means worthless though, and could even be considered a strategic resource to the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't easily use it unless it was necessary. It was just that Yang Kai's expectations had been heightened as he was surrounded by the abundance of materials. He then extended his hand one more time in an attempt to grab a blue crystal that was further away. This blue crystal was larger than the yellow crystal he had just obtained, and it looked more refined. He reckoned that it might be a 7th order blue crystal. While his space principles undulated though, the blue crystal remained unmoving. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before he made another attempt, but he still couldn't snatch it. However, he wasn't given another chance as air suddenly began charging forward in a particular direction at the speed of lightning. Yang Kai quickly shifted his attention and looked in the direction air was heading. He stared intently at the front and targeted the yellow and blue crystals he would soon come across. He extended his hand from time to time to capture the yellow and blue crystals of different sizes. Within an hour, Yang Kai had obtained more than 100 materials. He didn't even have time to look into the orders of these materials, for any lack of concentration would result in missing another opportunity. Giant spirit god air naturally wouldn't cooperate with him as he seemed to have his own goal for coming to this place. Regardless of how loudly Yang Kai shouted beside his ear, he never slowed down. Yellow and blue crystals seemed to be everywhere in the chaotic dead territory, and all one had to do was reach out to catch them. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was fully aware that it was all thanks to his giant spirit god companion. Without air's protection, he wouldn't have been in the mood to capture these materials as he would have already been vaporized by the never-ending explosions around him. With that said, Yang Kai soon figured out some basic rules of this place. He would be able to easily capture the yellow and blue crystals within a radius of 50 meters around him, but he would be powerless to do so for anything beyond that distance. The entire chaotic dead territory was filled with those destructive forces. Moreover, the protective layer around air would significantly weaken his abilities. Yang Kai felt that it was such a shame, because he had seen some crystal veins on several occasions. The short ones were about several tens of meters while the long ones were more than a dozen kilometers in length. Nevertheless, he couldn't get them as they were too far away from him. If he managed to obtain any of those crystal veins, it would mean that he would have immense wealth in his possession. It was indeed a shame, but there was nothing he could do. He reckoned that this was already a huge windfall for him, and since he had obtained so many rewards already, he should learn to feel content. It would do him no good to be greedy. Moreover, he only had one chance to tag along with Aer to pick up these treasures. Soon Yongkai found out Aer's purpose for visiting this place. The giant spirit god had come all the way here for the dead universe worlds. The giant spirit god clan members were known to be powerful yet peaceful. Dead universe worlds were their only food. Moreover, they had a special skill that allowed them to catch a whiff of the auras of dying universe worlds. It was because of this reason that Ada remained outside the star boundary in the past. He waited for a long time as he anticipated the star boundary to die. But in the end Yongkai managed to save the universe world with the world tree's root. Without any complaints, Ada left the place while still feeling hungry. Yongkai felt a bit guilty whenever he thought about this incident. After all, while he was venturing into the 3,000 worlds, it was Ada who kept the star boundary safe, and it was even Ada who taught him how to save the star boundary. Since the battlefield between the burning light and serene glimmer was expanding, this region had descended into chaos, and the universe worlds had begun collapsing. Aer caught a whiff of this dying aura, which was why he traveled across dozens of great territories to have his fill. No one could figure out the original state of the shattered universe world as half of it was already gone. Only shattered spirit provinces of different sizes were left while all the beings who once lived here were already dead. Aer arrived at a shattered spirit province that was about 100 kilometers wide. After grabbing the spirit province, he brought it to his mouth and began chomping on it. There was an elated expression on his face as though he was wolfing down a piece of delicious meat, which was in contrast to his usually expressionless face. Yongkai didn't even hear any sound of chewing as the large shattered spirit province was gulped down into the colossal figure's stomach. The giant spirit god then extended his hand towards another shattered spirit province. Yongkai looked around and realized that there were no nearby materials that he could capture. Since he had time now, he decided to go through the rewards he had obtained so far. Martial Peak, Chapter 4794, Wake Up. After some quick counting, Yongkai realized that he had amassed more than 100 materials, which was why he was ecstatic. Moreover, they were all in the 5th order and above. There were not a lot of 5th order materials, just about 10% in total. 30 to 40% were 6th order, while the same percentage were 7th order. The rest were 8th order materials. Just like the 5th order materials, the 8th order ones came in a small quantity. From this sample, Yongkai reckoned that most of the materials floating in the void were in the 6th and 7th orders. After pondering on the process of their formation, he found a sensible explanation. The disorderly energies of the burning light and serene glimmer filled the entire chaotic dead territory as they hacked each other to death. Every time they clashed, their forces would weaken a little. They were originally in the 9th order at the very least, but after a prolonged fight, it was expected that their order would degrade. When they were reduced to the 6th order or the 7th order, the outcome of the battle would be clear. As a result, yellow and blue crystals in the 6th order and the 7th order would be left. If the battle ended sooner, 8th order materials would be left. However, if the battle dragged on longer, their powers would be weakened further, and only 5th order materials would be left. Hence, there were not a lot of 8th order and 5th order materials. On the other hand, 6th order and 7th order materials were the most abundant in the chaotic dead territory. Yongkai's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at the 8th order blue crystal in his hand. It was an 8th ordering element material. He had never expected that he would acquire such a valuable treasure one day. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't have many 8th order materials. If this 8th ordering element material was traded for open heaven pills, it would be worth at least 2 billion. Of course, no one would actually sell such a precious treasure. This thing was greatly beneficial to high-rank open heaven realm masters. By collecting a full set of yin yang and 5 element materials, and refining them, one could significantly increase the heritage of their small universe. To the cave heavens and paradises, 6th order yin and yang element materials were strategic resources. That was because some gifted disciples might be able to directly ascend to the sixth order, and such materials would be required. Hence, they had to prepare enough of such materials. However, seventh order and eighth order materials were not in that category. Even if there was a supremely talented disciple who could directly ascend to the seventh order, such a person would only appear once in a few thousand years. Therefore, only 2 to 3 sets of such materials would ever be needed in reserve. On the other hand, no one had ever directly ascended to the eighth order before. It was a feat no one had achieved in history. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai only attempted to make it to the seventh order in the past. The Tao seal of an Emperor Realm cultivator was simply unable to bear the impact of eighth order materials, no matter how gifted they were. Therefore, eighth order materials were not considered strategic resources. To high-rank open heaven realm masters, seventh order and eighth order materials could all be used for cultivation. It would be too slow to refine open heaven pills, so refining a complete set of materials was a better option. It was for this reason that once a high-rank open heaven realm master collected a complete set of materials, they would immediately refine it. The high-rank open heaven realm masters among the cave heavens and paradises would also only exchange items like this for other like items they needed. Sixth order open heaven realm masters were able to refine sixth order materials, seventh order masters could refine seventh order materials, and so on and so forth. Most people would follow such practices. However, even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to get a lot of valuable materials, so they could only opt for the second best option, which would be to refine open heaven pills or materials of a lower order. As time passed, the heritage of their small universe would still increase, just slower. Yang Kai was only one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm, and he now possessed these blue and yellow crystals in the sixth order. As long as he was willing to pay the price, he could significantly shorten the time to make it to the seventh order. Compared to the yin and yang element materials, it wasn't hard for him to get his hands on materials of the 5 elements. The cave heavens and paradises would even welcome him if he was willing to exchange some yellow and blue crystals for other materials. Therefore, he would never miss the opportunity right in front of his eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to enter the chaotic dead territory alongside a giant spirit god. So it was expected that he wanted to acquire more benefits. After storing his current haul, Yang Kai looked up and saw that Aer had almost finished eating the universe world. During this period of time, he had collected some of the nearby yellow and blue crystals while Aer was moving around. Just when he was looking forward to the giant spirit god's next move, Aer suddenly patted his belly and appeared satisfied. At that instant, Yang Kai had a very bad feeling. The next moment, Aer lay down in the void and closed his eyes. Following that, snoring that was as loud as thunder reverberated out. Yang Kai had the urge to curse. This guy is asleep after having enough food. Just a shattered universe world could make you full? I thought you had a bottomless appetite. Yang Kai furrowed his brow deeply, for he wouldn't be able to collect more yellow and blue crystals if Aer stopped moving altogether. Moreover, he wasn't certain how long Aer would remain asleep. After all, a giant spirit god was both enormous and powerful, so it wouldn't be surprising for him to nap for 800 to 1,000 years. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't be held up for such a long time. If he didn't appear for 1,000 years, void land and high heaven territory would certainly fall into chaos. I cannot allow him to fall into a deep sleep. I have to do something. Like climbing a mountain, Yang Kai moved up and soon reached Aer's ear. Standing beside the huge and dark ear canal, Yang Kai took a deep breath as his chest bulged. Using a secret technique, he roared, "Wake up!" An impatient Aer rolled over and almost flung Yang Kai away. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai continued shouting beside his ear. "Your big brother Ada is here, Aer. Wake up. Look, there's a female giant spirit god. She looks so slim. Are you waking up or not? I'll poke you. I will really do it." Oh. A while later, Aer suddenly folded his ear as he was annoyed by Yang Kai's harassment. When the ear folded, it was like a gigantic hand coming right at Yang Kai, who immediately rolled away with a livid expression. When he turned his head, he realized that Aer had blocked his ear canal. Certainly, he wouldn't give up just like that. As he darted his gaze around, he snorted and walked up to Aer's massive nostrils. After entering one of them, He wrapped his arms around a strand of nasal hair that was as big as a column and pulled it. This caused a massive reaction. While it was effective, the outcome was horrifying. When Aer sneezed, young Kai felt like he was riding a small canoe in the ocean amidst a fierce storm. Regardless of how hard he clung on to the strand of nasal hair, he was still spurted out of Aer's nostril. Following that, he kept rolling away. Seeing that he was about to leave Aer's protection range, he hurriedly assumed his dragon form. Following a desperate dragon roar, young Kai's 10,000 meters long dragon form wrapped around Aer's calf like a snake, which finally saved him from the calamity. After the storm, young Kai returned to his human form with a pale face. Aer had absolutely no ill intentions, but his reaction almost sent young Kai to the Yellow Springs. Young Kai decided not to provoke him again as he had no idea what would befall him next time. It would be unfortunate if he was killed by Aer. However, he didn't want to just wait around and do nothing. After looking around, he decided to try to capture more yellow and blue crystals. While Aer was essentially motionless in his sleep, the yellow and blue crystals floating in the chaotic dead territory were moving around. Following the impact of those violent forces, the innumerable yellow and blue crystals were thrown about in random directions, and some of them would brush past Aer from time to time. These were the crystals young Kai could capture. He then dashed towards Aer's head, which was a better position as he could get a better view of his surroundings. After that, he sat down with his legs crossed as he decided to wait for the gains to come to him. He was only able to acquire crystals that were within a radius of 50 or so meters around him, which was a shame as he missed a lot of potential treasures. It would be wonderful if he could capture targets that were further away from him. All of a sudden, young Kai slapped his own forehead and chastised himself for being so foolish. He had something he could make use of, but the idea never came to mind previously. He then summoned his azure dragon spear, and as he infused the power of his dragon vein into the spear, the weapon soon grew longer. When young Kai's dragon form was about 1,000 meters previously, the azure dragon spear could also expand to the same length. However, since he became a grand dragon, he had not used azure dragon spear while in his dragon form. He wondered if the spear could also become 10,000 meters long now. Young Kai reckoned that his spear could do that, but when he turned into a grand dragon, his claws and teeth were the sharpest weapons in the world, so there wasn't a need for him to use the azure dragon spear. He had never heard of a grand dragon who used an artifact to deal with his enemies before. To a grand dragon, his body was the most powerful weapon. The only thing that made young Kai feel worried was whether the azure dragon spear could bear the impact of the forces coming from the burning light and serene glimmer. After all, even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to withstand such impacts. Young Kai carefully stuck the azure dragon spear out of Aer's protection range, revealing only its tip. The devastating forces in the void caused the tip of the spear to tremble, and young Kai could even hear a muffled dragon roar coming from the spear. However, he was surprised to learn that azure dragon spear was able to withstand the remnant forces brushing past it. After giving it a thought, he realized the reason behind it. The azure dragon spear was made from the dragon bones of a grand dragon. While the dragon clan was the leader of all divine spirits, the burning light and serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. There must be a mysterious connection between them. Moreover, the azure dragon spear wasn't required to go up against the burning light and serene glimmer themselves. It just had to withstand the fallout of their scattered forces. The azure dragon spear had never disappointed young Kai, and this time was no exception. The rest would be easy now. He just had to lock onto his target and accurately pull it closer to himself with his spear in order to capture it. Of course, things were never as simple as they seemed. The first target that came into his sight was a blue crystal the size of a head with a refined appearance that was just 1,000 meters away from him. Young Kai quickly intercepted it with his spear and slowly pulled it closer to himself. During this period of time, though, he had to go against the disorderly forces in the void, which required precise control over the angle and amount of force he exerted. There were several times when he almost lost the crystal. After a good 3 days of hard effort, he finally pulled the head-sized blue crystal to a spot that was within the 50 meters radius he could exert his powers over. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4795, Seeking Wealth. Yang Kai extended his hand and manipulated space principles to capture the blue crystal. It was an eighth-order material. The blue crystal the size of a head was an eighth-order material, which was much larger than any of the yellow and blue crystals he had obtained previously. A blue crystal of such a size was definitely worth a lot more than 2 billion open heaven pills. It was at least several times more than that amount. An elated Yang Kai marveled at it for a moment before putting it inside his small universe. His small universe was now divided into 3 territories. One of them was for the cultivators who came from Pear Flower Cave Heaven to live. This territory was slightly less than half of the entire small universe. The second territory was for the small stone race to live. Yang Kai had high hopes for these small stone race members, so he had to give them the best environment to live in. This territory was also the largest as it was bigger than the living space of the human cultivators. The last territory was the medicine garden, which was also the core region. When Yang Kai built a medicine garden in the small sealed world in the past, he transplanted a lot of spirit plants there. During his ascension to the open heaven realm, he refined and absorbed the small sealed world, which allowed it to merge with his small universe. The medicine garden was also transferred to this place. Although this territory wasn't big, it was the place where Yang Kai stored his most valuable treasures. The rewards he had obtained from selling healing pills in Langya Paradise were all placed here as well. The medicine garden was a restricted area for the cultivators and the small stone race living in his small universe. Without his permission, no one could go anywhere near it. Yang Kai's confidence was boosted following his first fishing success. While standing on Air's head, he swept a glance over the surroundings with a pair of eagle-like eyes as he would never miss an opportunity. Soon, he saw another blue crystal that was hovering in a spot that was several hundred meters away from him. He decided to capture it using the same method. There were times when he missed his targets. After all, it would be difficult to control the Azure Dragon Spear if it was extended too far away from him. In this kind of place, a sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation was completely useless. A special kind of finesse was required. Only by leveraging skill and strength could he slowly move materials closer to himself. This required a lot of patience as well. The slightest impatience could make days of effort go down the drain. Faced with a sky full of yellow and blue crystals, no one would run out of patience though, and it was the same case for Yang Kai. Gradually, he became more adept at his task, and the number of targets he missed dropped significantly. Now, it only took him at most 2 days to move a target that was within a radius of 1,500 meters closer to himself. If the target was more than 1,500 meters away, luck would play a big role in whether he succeeded or not. However, since Air was sound asleep and unmoving, there was nothing else Yang Kai could do other than wait patiently. Hence, it was up to the heavens how many materials he could get his hands on. Sometimes there wouldn't be a single blue or yellow crystal that passed by after he waited for half a month. Sometimes several crystals would come over together. There was no regular pattern to speak of. In this situation, Yang Kai would usually target the largest and most brilliant ones first, giving up on the others. As time passed, Yang Kai reckoned that he had obtained more than 100 yellow and blue crystals again. Just then, Air suddenly stretched his back. This guy is finally awake. Since Yang Kai had been busy capturing yellow and blue crystals, he didn't bother keeping track of time. However, he estimated that Air had been asleep for about 2 years. Upon that realization, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He was most worried that this giant spirit god would remain asleep for 800 to 1,000 years. By comparison, 2 years was much more tolerable. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking forward to the giant spirit god's next move. In the chaotic dead territory, the shattered universe world consumed by Air should not be the only one. There should be more such universe worlds. As long as Air kept moving forward, Yang Kai would have a chance to obtain more yellow and blue crystals. Although he could get his hands on those crystals by waiting in place, it wasn't nearly as efficient as capturing them while Air was on the move. However, unlike Yang Kai's expectation, Air didn't immediately set off on his journey upon waking up. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed in the void and seemed to space out. He remained unmoving, as though he had been bound to the spot. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Air seemed to be sulky as his entire figure exuded a dangerous aura. Seeing that, Yang Kai decided not to make any noise at all. He wouldn't even dare to move a muscle, as he wasn't certain why the usually gentle giant spirit god was in such a state. He even noticed several refined yellow and blue crystal drifting past him, but he could only pretend that he hadn't seen them. More than 10 days later, the dangerous aura surrounding Aer finally dissipated. The giant spirit god got to his feet and turned to look in a different direction before shuffling forward. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief while sporting an awkward expression. He thought that this guy might feel cranky after waking up. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the transformation Aer had gone through. Could a giant spirit god feel ill-tempered after waking from a nap? Yang Kai wasn't certain about it. With that said, he quickly pulled himself together since the giant spirit god had finally started moving. While standing on Aer's head, he swept a glance over his surroundings. It was just like the situation when he barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside Aer for the first time. As innumerable yellow and blue crystals brushed past him, he targeted the best-looking ones and extended his hand from time to time. By the time Aer arrived at the next dead universe world, Yang Kai had already obtained another 100 or so yellow and blue crystals. A tacit agreement seemed to be formed between the odd pair. While Aer sat down with his legs crossed and at his meal, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and looked for targets. The two of them minded their own business, not bothering one another. In fact, Yang Kai doubted Aer even remembered that he was standing on his head. Soon, the shattered universe world was wolfed down by Aer, who fell asleep once more. Other than sleeping and eating, there was nothing else this guy would do. Hence, aboard Yang Kai started waiting for the crystals to pass by again. After the previous experience, he knew that Aer would awaken in a few years, so there was nothing he had to worry about. He just hoped that he would get more rewards during this period. Just like he thought, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get into the chaotic dead territory alongside a giant spirit god. If he didn't seize this chance, he would regret it after he left the place. Although the process of waiting and capturing the crystals was dull, Yang Kai was still fervent. Half a year later, he finally obtained his biggest reward yet. A yellow crystal vein that was several dozen meters long was coming right at him. He didn't even need to spend much effort to catch the vein and stuff it into his small universe. There was no doubt that it was a huge pleasant surprise. After examining it, Yang Kai realized that the entire yellow crystal vein was in the 7th order and had a huge, pure reserve of energy. This one crystal vein was worth more than all the crystals he had previously acquired combined. After years of observation, Yang Kai finally realized the reason the yellow and blue crystals came in different sizes in the chaotic dead territory. It was all related to the strange yellow and blue creatures that tried to kill one another, as they too came in different sizes. Although their powers were equally matched, one of the parties would always be defeated following a prolonged fight. The defeated ones would turn into yellow or blue crystals. After the larger living creatures were killed, bigger yellow or blue crystals would naturally be left behind, and vice versa. Luck was an elusive thing. Although Yang Kai hoped to easily get another crystal vein, his wish was never granted. In the chaotic dead territory, a several dozen meter long crystal vein was by no means the largest. Yang Kai had even seen a crystal vein that was over a dozen kilometers long. He thought that if he could keep such a crystal vein inside his small universe, it would surely be a magnificent sight. Even if it was just a 5th order or 6th order material, the value of a crystal vein that was over a dozen kilometers long was simply incalculable. Over a year later, Aer awakened again. It was then Yang Kai confirmed that the giant spirit god would become sulky after waking up. Just like the previous time, Aer remained morose on the same spot for a few days. His dangerous aura seemed able to destroy everything in the world. Nevertheless, he never actually destroyed anything. After his crankiness subsided, Aer moved on to the next dead universe world. Over the following years, Aer traveled across the chaotic dead territory. As a giant spirit god clan member, he was born with the innate ability to sniff out dead or dying universe worlds. Therefore, he could accurately find those shattered universe worlds and consume them. After a universe world became shattered, what was left behind came in different sizes. Therefore, Aer wouldn't always fall asleep after he was done with his meal. If the portion was too small, he would look for the next target before dozing off. Yang Kai was determined to harvest more wealth while tagging along with Aer, and had soon lost track of time altogether. He could only make a judgment by observing the changes in his small universe. Over 10 years had passed in his small universe, and during this period, his third disciple Sui had gone through a massive transformation. His aptitude was weak as he was found to be C during the disciple recruitment of 7 stars sect a decade ago. Given his aptitude, he supposedly didn't have a right to become a disciple of 7 stars sect. In the eyes of the top cultivators in the Void Continent, a cultivator with such an aptitude would never achieve anything great in life even if he had a good teacher and ample resources. However, Suyi's growth far surpassed his aptitude. It only took Sui 10 years to become a transcendent realm cultivator from an ordinary mortal. This kind of progress was actually on par with that of Zhaoye. Nevertheless, the reason Zhaoye progressed at such a slow rate in the past was that Yongkai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. If she was allowed to cultivate freely, her speed would have been much greater. Suyi's aptitude was clearly weaker than Zhaoye's. In fact, in this expansive universe, Yongkai had never seen a cultivator who was on par with Zhaoye when it came to cultivation speed. Even though there were many disciples in Voidland and High Heaven Palace, Zhaoye was still the brightest. However, compared to his C aptitude, Suyi's growth was simply unbelievable. Just like Yongkai had observed previously, Sui was indeed a cultivator with C aptitude as his progress was painfully slow during the daytime. However, once he fell asleep at night, he seemed to become an entirely different person. Given his transcendent realm cultivation, he supposedly didn't need to sleep. Nonetheless, just like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated, when darkness descended, Sui would lie down on the bed and easily slumber off. This was a special talent as well as his cultivation method. All the elders in 7 Star Sect admired their ancestor even more after taking notice of this. A disciple with such a weak aptitude could still achieve excellent results following Yongkai's guidance. He had practically achieved the impossible, so Shangguanji and the others reckoned that they were no match for the ancestor when it came to vision. Martial Peak. Chapter 4796. Who is the big brother or big sister? 10 years after Yongkai entered the chaotic dead territory alongside giant spirit god Air, he finally had a chance to witness the clash between the real sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. At that time, Air was heading to his next destination while Yongkai was looking for fishing targets. It was at that moment that Yongkai caught a glimpse of a dazzling explosion of light. When he turned his head, he saw that in the far depths of the void, there was a colossal yellow light that was as splendid as a rising Sunday. Across from the yellow light, there was an equally mighty blue light that was charging right at it. In the next instant, the universe itself seemed to tremble as chaos descended all around. The protective layer around Air expanded by several dozen meters all at once. The clash was practically silent, but the expansive yellow and blue lights that exploded out from it spanned across billions of kilometers like a torrential rain. The entire chaotic dead territory seemed to be filled with these colors all of a sudden. The dots of light soon turned into the unique living creatures that Yongkai had seen before, which then proceeded to tear into each other. Witnessing this sight, Yongkai realized that these strange creatures could be considered soul clones of the burning light and serene glimmer. The impact of this clash only subsided after 10 or so days, and the encounter left Yongkai's heart in turmoil. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such horrifying beings really existed. He couldn't even make out the true appearances of the burning light and serene glimmer. All he could see was the two devastating powers crashing into one another. The fallout from such a clash could instantly annihilate an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Only a being as powerful as a giant spirit god could possibly withstand such an impact. Since more soul clones were now fighting in the chaotic dead territory, it was actually good news for Yongkai. Perhaps he could gain more benefits now. After one of the parties was defeated, yellow or blue crystals would be left behind, and these were the treasures he could obtain. When giant spirit god Air was done with his meal, he fell into a deep sleep again. While standing on his head, Yongkai held the azure dragon spear in his hands and looked for new targets. After a day of hard work, he finally managed to move a blue crystal half the size of a human from 600 meters away to somewhere close to him. However, before he could capture it, he felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from a nearby spot. The next moment, the blue crystal the size of half a human brushed past him. Drenched in cold sweat, Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head. What came into his sight sent a chill down his spine as he instantly clenched his azure dragon spear tightly. That was because he saw two young children about 10 years old, glaring at him from a nearby spot. They were a young boy and a young girl. The young boy was clad in yellow clothes while the young girl was wearing a blue dress. What was odd was that their hair colors matched their clothes. Even their eyes were respectively yellow and blue. Yang Kai was now a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master with strong perceptive powers. Even a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to get anywhere near him without alerting him, let alone cultivators in the same order. Nevertheless, he had no idea when these two kids appeared. If not for the anomaly just now, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. What puzzled him was that he couldn't feel any energy fluctuations coming from these two. They were like ordinary children who had never cultivated before, but they were also like indiscernible phantoms. The chaotic dead territory was an extremely dangerous place where even an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to ensure their own safety. So how was it possible for ordinary people to be in this place? Moreover, the colors of the young kid's clothes, hair, and eyes made Yang Kai feel alarmed. These were no ordinary colors. All his pores uncontrollably tightened as he almost descended into panic. However, he slightly set his mind at ease since Aer was still sound asleep. Although giant spirit gods were gentle creatures, that didn't mean they weren't formidable beings. Since Aer hadn't awakened, it meant that he hadn't felt any hostility directed towards him, which was good news for Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he soon became uncertain when he saw the young kid's expressions. The blue crystal from earlier that was retrieved by the yellow-clothed young boy was now lying beside him. While staring at Yang Kai, he snapped, "You're a thief!" The young girl clad in a blue dress also pointed and shouted, "You're a thief!" The young boy turned his head and frowned at the young girl. "Stop mimicking what I say." Displeased, the young girl refuted, "No one mimics what you say. That was what I wanted to say." The young boy stopped frowning as though he wasn't in the mood to bicker with her and said, "Go somewhere else and say whatever you want. Don't repeat after me." The young girl snorted. While glowering at Yang Kai, she vented all her anger on him by demanding, "Kill him." The young boy instantly refuted, "You can't kill him." Furious, the young girl stared at the young boy and said through clenched teeth, "I said kill him." Not willing to back down, the young boy shook his head. "I said you can't kill him. You have to listen to me. I'm the big sister." The young girl placed her hands akimbo and declared. Still calm and collected, the young boy shook his head, "You're wrong. You're supposed to listen to me because I'm the big brother." "I'm the big sister. And you're the little brother." "I'm the big brother. And you're the little sister." The two children started arguing with one another, as they were unable to make each other admit defeat. The young girl seemed to be ill-tempered while the young boy was much calmer. Regardless of how loud the young girl was, he would always flatly refute her. Moreover, they never took a breather when bickering with one another, as though this kind of argument had persisted for years. Both of them were obstinate and insistent. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was now dripping wet with cold sweat. Although he couldn't feel any murderous intent coming from these two, he reckoned that it didn't require any murderous intent for such beings to kill him. To them, ending his life was the same as stepping on an ant, so what was the point of having murderous intent? No one would release murderous intent when they casually stepped on an ant. This was an extremely awkward situation for Yang Kai. Since he was in the depths of the chaotic dead territory, he was unable to leave the giant spirit god's protection. Once he did, he would be instantly killed. However, faced with such formidable beings that wanted to kill him, he was powerless to save himself. He couldn't possibly rely on Aer either. The giant spirit god was still sound asleep, so he apparently didn't care about what was going on around him. Moreover, Yang Kai doubted whether even the Aer was a match for these two. Presently, Yang Kai could only hope for the young boy to convince the young girl. Nevertheless, judging from their argument, he reckoned that it wasn't easy for the young boy to do so. Just when Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the two children suddenly fell silent and turned to look at him at the same time. The young boy said, "Why don't you tell us who the big brother or the little sister would be?" The young girl said, Why don't you tell us who the big sister or the little brother would be? Although they spoke at the same time, Yongkai could clearly hear what they had said. This was a question without an answer, or at least without an answer that would allow him to survive. Yongkai furrowed his brow deeply, not knowing what would happen to him if he said anything wrong. Regardless of what his answer was, he would certainly offend one of these kids. It was impossible to come up with a reply that would please both parties. After pondering on it for a moment, Yongkai asked, who was the first one that was born? The person would be the big brother or big sister. The young kids exchanged glances and replied simultaneously, we were born at the same time. One of you must have been born first. Yongkai frowned. No. The young kids shook their heads. This was giving Yongkai a headache. He suddenly recalled the legend that when the world was born in ancient times, the first light appeared. A long time later, the light split into two and became yin and yang. Just when Yongkai was pondering on how he could come up with an answer that would please both parties, the young girl said to the young boy in a small voice, we're so silly. We should have looked for someone and asked about it long ago. The young boy replied, no one ever came here before over the years. He's the first one. After giving it a thought, the young girl realized that he was right. That's true. He's the first one. She then urged Yongkai by saying, have you thought it through? Say it now. Yongkai asked, will you spare my life after I tell you my answer? The young girl replied, I won't kill you if I'm pleased with your answer. Yongkai turned to look at the young boy, who said dispassionately, I'll kill you if I'm displeased with your answer. What the heck? They're totally unreasonable. It was the first time Yongkai felt that children could be so deplorable, and had the urge to kill them with his spear. Moreover, he didn't understand why it was worth arguing over this issue. Nevertheless, the two kids never stopped bickering over it. An inconceivable idea suddenly sprang into Yongkai's mind. Have they been fighting with each other all this time because of this exact argument? It would be laughable if that was the truth. The chaotic dead territory encompassed many great territories that were originally vibrant and full of life, but were now all dead and desolate. Since you were born at the same time, neither of you would be the big brother or big sister then. The young boy shot him an impassive look. I think you're tired of living. Yongkai quickly tried to save himself by saying, however, if you insist on becoming the big brother or big sister, it's not so difficult. The eyes of the young kids brightened. Then the little girl asked, how easy is it? Tell us about it. Yongkai replied, why don't you take turns? One day you'll be the big brother, and the next day she'll be the big sister. Isn't it the best outcome for both of you? Upon hearing that, the young kids fell into their thoughts. Yongkai breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, even though they were irritable, they were pretty simple-minded. In that case, he might be able to keep fooling them. Just when Yongkai was lost in his thoughts, the young boy suddenly looked up. Your solution is good. I'll be the big brother today then. Why didn't we think of such a simple way? The young girl pursed her lips. What makes you have the right to be the big brother first? I'll be the big sister today. There was no expression on the young boy's face as he turned his head. Why must you insist on competing with me? The young girl snorted. It's you who insists on competing with me. A dumbfounded Yongkai initially thought that the problem was solved, but a new problem popped up the next moment. Are they deliberately making things difficult for me? Yongkai had the urge to beat them up as he clenched his azure dragon spear tighter, but he soon relaxed his grip while feeling dejected. As expected, not long after, the kids then turned to look at him and asked, why don't you tell us who the big brother or big sister would be today? Yongkai had the urge to kill himself as he roared. Why can't both of you be the big brother and the big sister at the same time? What's the point of arguing over this issue? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4797. Good little brother and little sister. The young girl gazed dazedly at Yongkai as she was dumbstruck by his abrupt fury. On the other hand, the young boy stroked his chin and fell into his thoughts for a moment before he looked up at Yongkai. You be the little brother, then? At that, Yongkai was speechless. Little brother. The young girl called out with ecstasy as her dream of becoming the big sister was finally realized. Although the target wasn't quite up to her expectations, it was acceptable. Hence, Yang Kai became their little brother. That was an outcome he had never expected, but he had no choice but to accept it. Judging from the way the young kids looked fervently at him, it was as though he would be directly killed and sent to the Yellow Springs if he dared to say no. He felt like a mountain had been pressed against him. It felt awkward to be the little brother to these young kids who looked like they were 10 years old. However, when thinking about these kids' real age and status, Yang Kai reasoned he was actually the one taking advantage of them, not the other way round. "Little brother." The young girl called out to him again with pleasure as she stared at him with a pair of blue eyes. Yang Kai could read her intention through her eyes, but he pretended to see nothing as his head jerked to the side. The young girl took a step forward and called out again, "Little brother." Just like the wind in winter, her voice became significantly colder. Yang Kai instantly felt all his bodily hair standing on end as his brow twitched. While scratching his face, he called out bashfully, "Big sister." He felt his face burning as he kept telling himself that a man had to be flexible in every situation. He could always make a comeback as long as he was alive. Compared to his own life, calling her big sister was no big deal. Moreover, he was at an advantage here. Instantly, the young girl put on a bright smile. Yang Kai didn't see her move at all, but she appeared in front of him the next moment and extended her hand to pat his head. "You're my good little brother." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bobbed as he almost failed to contain his murderous intent. Right then, the young boy coughed on the side. Yang Kai was a worldly person who knew how to adapt to the situation. Since he already did it for the first time, it wasn't so hard to do it for the second time. He cupped his fist at the young boy and called out solemnly, "Big brother." Acting like he was more mature, the young boy nodded as he was pleased with Yang Kai's action. In fact, Yang Kai was curious about their names. Since they were considered one family now, he decided to ask them about it. Nevertheless, the young kids exchanged glances and shook their heads. They never had a name since their birth. The sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer were what others called them, not their real names. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "Why don't I give you names? It'll be easier for us to call each other this way." The young kids exchanged glances as if they were fine with it. After pondering on it for a while, Yang Kai came up with a few names, but they were displeased with all of them. Nevertheless, they were fond of the words yellow and blue. Hence, one of the young kids became Big Brother Huang to Yang Kai while the other was his big sister Lan. Since time immemorial, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had always had the dream to become the big brother and big sister. They kept arguing over it and got into intense battles because of it. It wasn't until Yang Kai barged into their territory alongside giant spirit god Air that their wish was granted. Despite that, they had no idea what they should do after becoming the big brother and big sister. Yang Kai promptly gave them a hint by saying, "As big brother and big sister, you're supposed to take good care of your little brother." Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan nodded at the same time. Acting like an adult, Big Sister Lan said, "I'll definitely take good care of you. Come to me if anyone bullies you in the future. I'll stand up for you." Yang Kai felt like crying tears of joy at that moment. While bearing the humiliation, he accidentally found two incredibly formidable backers. Of course, he wouldn't be able to make use of such backers. Everything would be destroyed wherever they went, so who would have the guts to make them stand up for him? Moreover, no one would believe him even if he told everyone that he had these two kids as his backers. After a cough, Yang Kai said, "I've always been the one who bullies others, not the other way round. Big Brother Huang, the thing beside you, it was hard for me to get it. Could you please return it to me?" No big brother would snatch stuff from his little brother. Big brother and big sister are supposed to take care of their little brother. Yang Kai hadn't managed to catch the blue crystal the size of half a human as it was retrieved by Big Brother Huang. Upon hearing that, Big Brother Huang took a glance at the blue crystal. "You want this?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "You can have it, then." Big Brother Huang directly tossed the blue crystal at Yang Kai. A pleased Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Big Brother Huang." Following that, he quickly put the blue crystal inside his small universe. A smug Big Brother Huang looked provocatively at Big Sister Lan, who naturally became furious. She crooked her finger as a yellow crystal of a similar size came over from some unknown place. After throwing it at Yang Kai, she said, "This is for you." Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as the sun while he hurriedly put the crystal into his small universe. Gazing at the young girl, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Many thanks, Big Sister Lan. It was indeed a big pleasant surprise. Big Brother Huang snorted and raised his hand as a new blue crystal appeared. He then pushed it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai widened his mouth as he was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness which descended upon him. With that said, his movements were not sluggish as he promptly stored the blue crystal. Many thanks, Big Brother Huang. As soon as he finished speaking, the young girl pushed another piece of yellow crystal towards him. Many thanks, Big Sister Lan. Many thanks, Big Brother Huang. Oh. Yang Kai was exhausted from all the talking, but he was never tired of doing it. Just a few words of gratitude could be traded for a refined yellow or blue crystal, so he didn't mind doing it at all. If possible, he could thank them for eternity. It was the first time he found these two kids so adorable. He was initially embarrassed when he was forced to be the little brother. But as more and more yellow and blue crystals came into his hands, the shame he felt had vanished into thin air. He could now shamelessly call them Big Brother and Big Sister, and he became increasingly sincere while doing it. He wouldn't even mind calling them Grandpa and Grandma as he was given such immense rewards, to say nothing of the fact that he was only required to call them Big Brother and Big Sister. In fact, given their age and seniority, he was actually taking advantage of them. Yang Kai had no idea how many good things he had obtained, but they surpassed the total amount of what he acquired over the past 10 years in just half a day. In the core area of his small universe, yellow crystals and blue crystals were stacked like two mountains, ranging from the 5th order to the 8th order. This kind of wealth could be considered colossal. No cave heaven or paradise could put forward such a large amount of treasure. Just when Yang Kai was engrossed in thanking them, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan suddenly stopped as they glared at each other. Yang Kai scratched his face and asked cautiously, "Why did you stop all of a sudden?" As he spoke, he quickly fished out a spirit fruit from his space ring to quench his thirst. His throat was all dried up after he kept thanking them for so long. He had to get prepared for the next round. "Time's up," Big Brother Huang said. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai gazed at him in puzzlement. Big Brother Huang went on to say, "You said that we'd be Big Brother and Big Sister for one day. Time's up." One day has passed. Yang Kai felt that time went by too quickly. Big Sister Lan turned to look at Yang Kai. "What do you say today?" Yang Kai pursed his lips and asked probingly, "Why don't we keep doing it? I'm fine with being the little brother. You can still be the Big Brother and Big Sister." Big Brother Huang shook his head. "That won't be interesting." "Why wouldn't it be interesting?" "It's very interesting." Despite the fury in Yang Kai's heart, he wouldn't dare to object out loud. These children were just like irritable cats, so they had to be placated. As he darted his gaze around, he said cautiously, "Since you find it boring to be Big Brother and Big Sister, why don't you be Little Brother and Little Sister? I'll be the Big Brother today." Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gazed at him at the same time. A diffident Yang Kai said, "Well, if you're not happy with it, just pretend that I've never said it." All of a sudden, Big Brother Huang nodded, "We can give it a try." Big Sister Lan agreed with it as well. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he had never expected that his random idea would be feasible. After giving it a thought, he realized that these young kids had never been Big Brother and Big Sister since time immemorial. In the same way, they had never been Little Brother and Little Sister as well. Perhaps they just found the idea novel. "Big Brother!" Little Brother Huang called out. He found it unfamiliar to call someone in such a way, so he knitted his brows. On the other hand, Little Sister Lan was more straightforward. "Big Brother." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had taken up a huge responsibility as he sat down with a serious expression and acted like a mature Big Brother. As he gazed at the young kids, he said solemnly, "As Little Brother and Little Sister, you have to treat your Big Brother well." Little Brother Huang said doubtfully, "That was not what you said yesterday." Yang Kai waved his hand. "What happened yesterday is different from what's going on today. You were Big Brother and Big Sister yesterday, but you're Little Brother and Little Sister today. Don't you agree?" Little Brother Huang fell into his thoughts as he felt that there was something off about it, but he couldn't quite figure it out. Meanwhile, little sister Lan got his hint as she drew a yellow crystal and pushed it towards Yang Kai before looking smilingly at him. That's very kind of you, little sister Lan. You're the best little sister in the world. Yang Kai stored the yellow crystal and gently patted her head. It took Yang Kai only one day to grasp how to fan the flames and sow discord between the two. As expected, little brother Huang wouldn't want to appear inferior as he pushed a blue crystal towards Yang Kai. There was an amiable smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, "You're the best little brother in the world, little brother Huang." He also patted the young boy's head. Little brother Huang found it awkward, but he suppressed his urge to dodge the touch. Although the situation was different from the day before, the outcome was the same. More and more yellow and blue crystals were presented to Yang Kai, who was more than happy to keep all of them. The two mountains of materials in his small universe became increasingly higher. He had to be bossed around since he was the little brother the day before. Now that he was the big brother, he decided to come up with a demand. As he stored the blue crystal sent to him by little brother Huang, he looked fervently at a mineral lode that was hundreds of kilometers away. In a hopeful tone he said, "That thing is very beautiful. I'll be satisfied if I can get that." Little brother Huang and little sister Lan turned their heads and extended their hands at the same time. The next moment, the mineral lode split into two and landed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai could barely contain his excitement. "You're my good little brother and little sister." Martial Peak, Chapter 4798, It's Not a Good Thing. It had been a few years since Yang Kai entered the chaotic dead territory alongside giant spirit god Air, and he had obtained a crystal vein before, but that one was only several dozen meters long. However, the one captured by little brother Huang and little sister Lan was several kilometers long, and it exuded energy fluctuations in the seventh order. Yang Kai felt his heart pounding against his chest. While complimenting the little brother and little sister, he quickly put the crystal vein, which had been split into two, inside his small universe. It was comprised of seventh order element materials. Among all the materials of different orders, the seventh order ones had the most use for him. Following such an experience, Yang Kai would give them a hint whenever a crystal vein came into his sight. The next moment, the crystal vein would appear right in front of him. The massive rewards far exceeded his imagination. The proprietress had said in the past that the chaotic dead territory was filled with yin and yang element materials, but who could have thought that they were really so ample? As time passed, Yang Kai would gain a lot of materials. He didn't need to do anything else other than exhausting himself from all the talking. With that said, it wasn't a big deal for him as he could always wet his throat by consuming some spirit fruits. There were a lot of spirit fruits in the medicine garden in his small universe. These spirit fruits were no longer useful for him in terms of cultivation, but he could consume them to moisturize his throat. He initially thought that these kind of shameless days could go on forever, and he was ready for a prolonged coaxing session with these two. However, there came a day when Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan suddenly started arguing over a trivial matter. The cause of the argument was negligible, but they were used to bickering with each other, and the slightest conflict could turn into a big fight. With his forehead beaded with cold sweat, Yang Kai persuaded them to stop arguing as he was worried that they would really get into a fight. Nevertheless, neither of them bothered to respond to him. Half a day later, they suddenly stopped talking at the same time. Big Brother Huang said, "It's boring." Big Sister Lan nodded, "It's indeed boring." A weary Big Brother Huang said, "We should stop playing this game." Yang Kai put on a smile on the side, "Let's stop fighting. We're one family, so what's the point of bickering with each other? Come on, it's my turn to be the big brother today." Big Sister Lan shot him a glance. "Do you still want to be the big brother?" Yang Kai became startled for a moment. "Yes, it's my turn." Big Brother Huang snorted, "Aren't you satisfied with having gained so many benefits after such a long time?" There was an embarrassed smile on Yang Kai's face as he thought that these young kids were not so dumb after all. They played along previously because they found the whole experience novel. Since the sense of novelty was gone now, it was expected that they found the game boring. Fortunately, Yang Kai had amassed a lot of materials over the past few days as yin and yang element materials of different orders had been stacked like two huge mountains in his small universe. They were sufficient for the cultivators in Voidland to use for tens of thousands of years, or perhaps even longer. What should we do now, then? Yongkai asked. Since they couldn't keep playing the game, it wasn't like they would just sit there and do nothing. We're supposed to ask you this question instead. Big Brother Huang looked dispassionately at him. Tell us which one of us would be the big brother or big sister. If I'm pleased with your answer, you can leave this place with all the things you've obtained. However, if I'm not happy with your answer, I won't kill you, but you have to leave all those things here and get out of my territory. There was no way Yongkai would cough out the food he had already eaten, especially when what he had eaten was worth so much. His figure shook as he almost spurted out that the young boy was the big brother. Fortunately, he caught himself in time as he finally recalled that Big Sister Lan was standing right in front of him too. As expected, Big Sister Lan said, I share the same sentiment. And so, it all went back to square one. Although they had previously become the big brother and big sister in the game, their little brother was Yongkai. It was never determined who the big brother or big sister would be among the two of them. This was the point they had been arguing over since time immemorial, and it couldn't be resolved with a silly little game. Yongkai furrowed his brows with a solemn expression. This was a question that had no answer. Regardless of what he said, he would offend one of these two beings who he could not possibly afford to offend. Although his life wasn't at stake now, the immense wealth he had obtained might be confiscated, which was why he had to give it a serious thought. It wouldn't have mattered if he had never acquired those treasures, but it would be heart-wrenching for him if he lost them now. Half a day later, Yongkai measured his words and asked, Why are you asking me this question? Weren't you in a fight before this? The winner will be the elder one, then. Big Brother Huang shook his head. Neither of us will be the winner. Our powers are equally matched, so we can't defeat each other. Yongkai had the urge to ask them why they still started this massive fight that spanned across countless eons and destroyed innumerable great territories, since they knew no one would be the winner. Certainly, he wouldn't dare to actually ask this question, though, as he was worried that they would get mad at him and slap him to death. Presently, Yongkai was in a deep dilemma. In this situation, if he couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer, all his gains would be snatched from him. This was an intolerable outcome for him. Is there a way that can satisfy both of them? Faced with the immense pressure, Yongkai suddenly had an idea flash across his mind. Nevertheless, he wasn't certain if this idea would work. He looked up at the two of them and said, Will you be happy if I have a way to make sure that one of you will eventually become the winner? By then, the winner will take all, and the loser can't blame their loss on me. Big Sister Lan's eyes brightened as she asked, You have a way to make sure that one of us will eventually be the winner in our competition. On the other hand, there was a look of disdain on Big Brother Huang's face. That's impossible. You're not powerful enough to affect the outcome of our fight. Yongkai put on a meaningful and inscrutable smile as he replied, Since your powers are equally matched, there certainly wouldn't be a winner between the two of you, but what if the two of you fought in a different way? Big Sister Lan tilted her head and asked, What do you mean by a different way? Big Brother Huang gazed vigilantly at him. What are you up to? Yongkai snapped, Are you saying that I'm up to no good? I've exhausted myself just to come up with a way to resolve the conflict between you two. If you have any doubts, just pretend that I've said nothing. Keep on fighting and let's see whether one of you will be the winner in the end. Seeing that Yongkai appeared righteous, Big Brother Huang felt apologetic as he thought that he had gotten him wrong. He then raised his hand and summoned a 300-meter-long blue crystal vein before tossing it at Yongkai. After that, he looked away and fell silent. Yongkai was startled for a moment before he quickly stored the blue crystal vein inside his small universe. He then nodded at Big Brother Huang. Please don't blame me for being rude just now, Big Brother. Big Brother Huang grunted in a muffled voice. Meanwhile, Big Sister Lan's interest had been piqued. What's your solution? Tell us about it. Alright, it's like this, Yongkai explained. Since your powers came from the same source, and there's no way for either of you to defeat the other in battle, why don't you have others fight on your behalf? In that case, it could prevent you two from having to fight directly, and the issue would be solved peacefully. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Worried that he hadn't made himself clear, he decided to give them an example. Similar situations have happened in the past. Sometimes two top cultivators become archenemies, but despite countless battles between them, neither side manages to defeat the other. Realizing that the matter won't be settled before their predestined time of death, they both understood that they would pass on with deep regrets as there still would be no winner. In the end, they decide to respectively take on a disciple and nurture them with all their ability. When the disciples grow up, they can have a final battle to settle the issue. One of the masters will be the winner if their disciple can defeat the other parties. Big Sister Lan didn't seem to get the key point as she asked, "You want to be our disciple?" Yang Kai waved his hand, "I don't mind becoming your disciple, but what can you teach me? The ways we cultivate are different. Moreover, I'm the only human here. Whose disciple should I become? If I become your disciple, Big Brother Huang will be displeased. If I become Big Brother Huang's disciple, you'll be upset. By then you two will get into an argument again." Big Sister Lan nodded her head. "Good. I'm glad you realized it." Big Brother Huang waved his hand. "Stop beating around the bush. Cut to the chase already." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "It was just an example. I didn't mean to ask you to take on any disciples. Please come into my small univ. Forget it. You can see it for yourselves." Yang Kai initially wanted to let them enter his small universe, but after giving it a thought, he realized that his sixth order open heaven realm small universe certainly wouldn't be capable of accommodating these two. Perhaps his small universe would explode as soon as they stepped into it. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to take such a risk, so he decided to manifest his small universe instead. As the small universe spread out, it looked no different from a real universe world. Regardless of how powerful Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were, Yang Kai wouldn't be affected one bit this way. A glint flashed through the eyes of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, as though it only took them an instant to understand everything about his small universe. The next moment, their expressions changed as they stared fixedly at a particular spot. Their murderous intent seemed to have materialized as it streamed out of their bodies. Yang Kai felt like he had fallen right into an ice cave as he had no idea how he offended the two of them. Faced with such murderous intent, he had lost the strength to even lift a finger. It had to be noted that this place was his small universe, and he could rule over everything here. Outsiders shouldn't be able to exert their full strength in this place, but Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's murderous intent alone was enough to render him immobile. "Where did you get this from?" Big Brother Huang suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and asked as his yellow eyes radiated a strange glow. There was something as dark as ink that was squirming like a living creature in his hand. It was the black ink strength. Quite a bit of black ink strengths had been suppressed and sealed inside Yang Kai's small universe. It had allowed him to successfully deceive Yuan Du from Langya Paradise and gain the latter's trust in the past. Big Brother Huang's reaction surprised Yang Kai as he replied, "I inadvertently obtained this thing a while back. Do you recognize it?" He supposed it wasn't surprising that Big Brother Huang could recognize this thing. The Black Ink clan had existed for a very long time, their history possibly tracing back to before the birth of the cave heavens and paradises. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had similarly existed since the dawn of time. Perhaps they had even come into contact with the Black Ink clan in the past. "It's not a good thing. Don't keep it here," Big Brother Huang said solemnly without directly answering Yang Kai's question. The next instant, he clenched his fist as the squirming black ink strength dissolved into nothingness. Following that, he waved his hand as Yang Kai could feel an invisible force sweeping across his small universe. The place where the black ink strength had been suppressed and sealed was instantly purified. All the black ink strength vanished like a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Yang Kai was absolutely flabbergasted. There was a world spring in his small universe, so he wasn't afraid of the black ink strength at all. Since it had been suppressed and sealed, it couldn't do him any harm. In fact, when he came across a Black Ink clan member or Black Ink disciples, he could use it to cover up his identity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4799. You are so smart. Now that the Black Ink clan had reappeared, no one could be certain if they would come across them in the future. At the most critical moment, the suppressed black ink strength might save Yang Kai's life. However, he had never expected that the black ink strength would be destroyed by Big Brother Huang. Certainly, Yang Kai knew how difficult it was to deal with the black ink strength. Even high-rank open heaven realm masters like Yu Xiang Dai didn't want to come close to the black ink strength, as they were worried that their small universes would be contaminated by it. If a person was contaminated by the black ink strength, they would not necessarily be turned into a black ink disciple immediately. However, once that happened, a high-rank open heaven realm master would have to cut off a small part of their small universe to resolve the crisis. Doing this would damage their heritage, so no one was willing to have to deal with such a situation. Black ink insects were apparently the main reason cultivators were turned into black ink disciples. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking that Big Brother Huang should have discussed it with him before destroying the black ink strength. However, faced with the young boy's grim-looking face, he wouldn't dare to say anything. He had a feeling that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were somehow at odds with the black ink strength. Otherwise, the young boy wouldn't have done such a thing. Fortunately, he still had a black ink insect. Although the black ink strength in his small universe was all gone, the black ink insect remained. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were not willing to explain anything to him. After the black ink strength were gone, Big Sister Lan turned to look in a particular direction where the humans lived. There are so many people over there. Do you want us to take on disciples from there? After pulling himself together, Yang Kai waved his hand. Forget about taking on disciples. It's not that I want to underestimate you too, but although you're powerful, I'm afraid that you know nothing about teaching disciples. Any talented people would have their futures ruined by becoming your disciples. Although Yang Kai's words were blunt, the two of them didn't refute him. He then pointed in a different direction. Look over there. As they turned their heads, the small stone race that had gathered together in different groups came into their sight. The populations of these groups varied greatly. The large ones had more than 100,000 members while the small ones had only several hundred. They were scattered everywhere in the small universe and were all busy with their own work. What are those? They look strange, Big Sister Lan asked curiously. They're the small stone race. They behave just like ants. What are ants? Big Sister Lan gazed at him. Yang Kai realized that it would be hard to explain things to these two using examples from his life. After giving it a thought, he decided to briefly walk them through the behavior of the small stone race. Big Brother Huang nodded. What do you want us to do then? A high-spirited Yang Kai replied, it's easy. You can select 2 equally matched stone kings and choose your own territories. Then, you'll start nurturing them until the small stone race members are strong enough to battle. After having a fight, it will determine who the winner will be. Upon hearing this, Big Brother Huang arched his brow as he fell into his thoughts. On the other hand, Big Sister Lan said, I see. This is what you mean by taking on disciples. Yang Kai nodded, well, more or less. However, the small stone race have low sentience, so you don't have to take them as disciples, nor do you need to teach them anything. You just have to nurture them. Big Sister Lan became startled for a moment before clapping her hands. It's a great idea. You're so smart. A smiling Yang Kai replied. Many thanks for the compliment. Seeing that her interest had been piqued, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was wonderful that they were interested in it, as he was most worried that they would dismiss the idea. In that case, he would have to consider encouraging them to take on some real disciples from his small universe. After giving it a thought, he realized these kids were even engrossed in a simple game of calling him big or little brother previously, so nurturing small stone race members to attack each other must be attractive to them as well. The small stone race innately behaved in this manner. Although their overall population had increased over the years in Yang Kai's small universe, these different groups never stopped attacking one another. Otherwise, there would have been more small stone race members in the small universe by now. Yang Kai then turned to look at the young boy. What do you say? Big Brother Huang nodded gently. Good. An elated Yang Kai said, it's decided then. You can choose your territories and stone kings now. Following that, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan set to work. There were a lot of small stone race members in the small universe along with many stone kings. Hence, it wasn't difficult to choose 2 equally matched stone kings. With Yang Kai's assistance, it was also easy for them to select their territories. However, both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were meticulous in every detail, as they were worried that any slight imbalance might affect the outcome of their future battle. Certainly, Young Kai would offer them all the help that was needed. Since the kids were bored with treating Young Kai like a family member, it was hard for him to get his hands on the yellow and blue crystals in the chaotic dead territory. However, if he could let Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan nurture more small stone race members, it would be a different kind of benefit for him. After all, it took a massive amount of materials to nurture the small stone race. In the past, Young Kai had to personally scatter the materials for them, but now he didn't have to worry about anything. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were done selecting their territories, they picked a spot for their base and started drawing yin and yang element materials to feed the Stone Kings. Although Young Kai was heartbroken to see so many precious materials disappear, he decided to put up with it as he thought of the potential benefits these Stone Kings would bring him. In any case, the used blue and yellow crystals would eventually turn into the capital for Young Kai's own growth. During this period of time, he took a glance at the place where he suppressed and sealed the black ink strength previously. Nevertheless, he was now certain that all of it was cleaned up, with not even a trace left behind. It was as though Big Brother Huang's power was the nemesis of the black ink strength. This made Young Kai feel melancholic. Back then, there were some black ink disciples in Langya Paradise, but they were all killed after being exposed. That was because those from Langya Paradise believed that once a cultivator was corrupted with the black ink, there was no saving them. Black ink disciples were and forever would be enemies. Young Kai couldn't help but think that if they were brought to this place, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan might be able to get rid of the black ink strength in their bodies and help them return to their normal state. Unfortunately, he could never carry out this kind of experiment. Not just anyone could enter the chaotic dead territory. If it weren't because of air, Young Kai wouldn't have had the chance to enter this place either. Although Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan seemed able to destroy the black ink strength, Young Kai could never have brought the black ink disciples from Langya Paradise to this place. It took a long time for the small stone race members to grow to be strong enough to battle, so Young Kai reckoned that there wouldn't be any conflicts between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for the time being. With that said, the clashes between the yellow and blue soul clones never stopped as they continued hacking each other to death. Young Kai even witnessed the colossal yellow and blue lights crashing into one another again, which made him feel doubtful. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were standing inside his small universe right now, so what were those giant lights in the distance he had seen? Which ones of them were their true bodies? Giant spirit god Air remained sound asleep, as it would take him 1 to 2 years to awaken. Since his small universe's time was accelerated and had its own world barrier, Young Kai was practically staying inside a sealed space right now. It was impossible for him to get his hands on the yellow and blue crystals like he had previously done. Even though he had already obtained a massive amount of materials from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he wouldn't mind getting more. While cultivators in the outside world scrambled to get their hands on a single piece of 6th order yin or yang element material, such materials were literally everywhere in the chaotic dead territory. There were even 7th order and 8th order ones just floating about. If possible, Young Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a chance. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to collect those crystals. As such, he had practically nothing to do. Left with no other choice, he decided to spend some time comprehending the Great Nothingness scripture while observing his third disciple's cultivation process. It was a good idea to let Sui cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture as the boy was now in the 3rd order transcendent realm, above which would be the Saint realm. Young Kai would be there to observe Sui every time he achieved a breakthrough, but he had yet to discover anything special. When he was in front of the stone monument in Langya Paradise previously, Young Kai felt a hint of time principles fluctuating from one of the disciples there when they achieved an ascension. However, this had never happened to Sui. Young Kai reckoned that it might have something to do with his weak cultivation. Perhaps he would only find something special when Sui became more powerful. After the 3rd order transcendent realm, Sui would reach the Saint realm. This realm was neither high or low. In some low-end universe worlds, the Saint realm was already the peak of the martial Tao. Young Kai's instincts were telling him though that when his third disciple made it to the next great realm, there would be some significant change. With that said, he didn't intend to help him grow in any way. He just let him cultivate at his own pace. The Great Nothingness scripture was a secret art that was passed down from ancient times. So there must be some secrets that had been lost to time, and had yet to be uncovered. Although the cave heavens and paradises had comprehended part of it, They were only able to make use of the great nothingness scripture to create small source worlds. 1 year later, Yang Kai suddenly felt his small universe shaking. Upon sensing this, he realized that the giant spirit god Air had awakened. The gigantic creature sat down with his legs crossed and spaced out for a few days. When he no longer felt cranky from his nap, he headed to the next destination. The small universe was placed right above Air's head, and with the giant spirit god's protection, it wouldn't be harmed at all. Although only a year had gone by in the outside world, 2 years had passed in Yang Kai's small universe. The small stone race members that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had been nurturing were now looking strong. In fact, they had already exchanged some probing moves, but those were just small fights. As soon as they lost some small stone race members, they would stop the fight. It wasn't certain what special skill the two kids had, but the small stone race members, whose sentience was low, would always obediently listen to their commands. However, after taking their background and identity into consideration, Yang Kai soon realized the reason behind it. These two kids were the ancestors of all divine spirits, and could even be considered the origin of all living creatures. It wasn't surprising that they had a special skill to control these small stone race members. And so the day came when the small stone race members nurtured by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan respectively, would begin their epic battle. Both of them were not stingy when it came to nurturing their small stone race members. In any case, there were innumerable materials in the chaotic dead territory, and they could easily draw as many of them over as they wanted in order to feed their army. They each had one Stone King initially, but after just 2 years they each had 1 million soldiers under their command. At this moment, the two armies had lined up at the border of their territories, both sides in different formations, but all of them looking fierce and imposing. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4800, Are You Not Willing to Admit Defeat? Oh! The habits and behavior of the small stone race members were similar to those of ants. Under the Stone Kings, there were guards that were responsible for keeping the territory safe. There were also soldiers that had to invade other territories. Nevertheless, most were just like worker ants. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan each had 1 million soldiers under their command. No Stone King could ever control so many soldiers. Therefore, they didn't only have one Stone King respectively now. When a group grew to a certain scale, more Stone Kings would be born as they brought parts of the clansmen to other places to build their own nests and reproduce. Now they each had more than 10 Stone Kings, as these 1 million soldiers were divided into more than 10 formations, looking truly intimidating. When Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were shooting each other dismissive glances and exchanging taunts. This had been their daily life since long ago, as they would never stop fighting to become the elder sibling. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, they shifted their attention to him and stopped the war of words. A high-spirited Big Brother Huang said, "Take a look at my small stone race. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked in that direction and nodded gently. "Your army is truly intimidating, and I'm sure they will win almost any battle." Upon hearing that, Big Brother Huang appeared smug and looked provocatively at Big Sister Lan. It was the first time they tried raising small stone race members. 2 years had passed, and they found it to be quite interesting, especially when the groups of small stone race members became stronger and more populous by the day. They felt a sense of accomplishment from doing that. Big Sister Lan came over and asked, "What about mine?" Yang Kai turned to gaze at the other army and remarked, "Just like tigers, they look mighty and invincible." Big Sister Lan said smilingly, "I've spent a lot of effort on them. I'll definitely be the winner this time." Big Brother Huang shot her a look of disdain. "I've spent more effort on my army than you. There's no way you'll win the battle." Big Sister Lan snorted, "Enough nonsense, bring it on. Let's see who will win. If you lose, you have to call me Big Sister." A defiant Big Brother Huang refuted, "If you lose, you have to call me Big Brother." As their eyes met, there seemed to be a spark lighting up between them. Yang Kai quickly stepped away so that he wouldn't be harmed. They turned their heads at the same time and demanded, "You'll be the judge of this battle." "All right," Yang Kai solemnly cupped his fist. He had already expected it when he suggested using small stone race members to decide who the winner would be, so he wasn't surprised when he was asked to be the judge. "Are you ready?" Yang Kai asked. Big brother Huang sneered at his sister. Of course I'm ready. Big sister Lan scoffed. Bring it on. Begin. Yang Kai announced. Instantly, like beasts that were released from their cages, the millions of soldiers marched forward from both sides across the plains. Although they had gathered together in formations before the war, there were not really any tactics to speak of when they started fighting. This was a tangled melee between 2 million small stone race members. The battlefield had descended into chaos as stony limbs were sent flying around in a merciless way. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan didn't interfere in the war between the small stone race members, as they only watched it from the sides. To them, they had already put in their efforts over the past 2 years, so all they had to do now was wait for the outcome. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he watched the small stone race members getting slaughtered. These small stone race members were the capital for him to grow stronger, so he suffered an immense loss when so many of them were killed. After giving it a thought though, he realized that these 2 million small stone race members had brought a lot of benefits to his small universe when they were growing up already, and he was unable to stop them from getting killed since it was a fight between Big brother Huang and Big sister Lan. However, as more small stone race members were killed, Yang Kai's expression turned more and more pensive. That was because he discovered that as a lot of small stone race members were slaughtered, the heritage in his small universe actually increased a little. Initially, he thought that it was a misconception, but when 20% of the 2 million small stone race had died, he could finally confirm that it wasn't just his imagination. The heritage in his small universe really was increasing at an increased pace. It was not a significant increase, only equivalent to a few months of cultivation, but the outcome surprised him greatly. What's going on? The reproduction of the living beings in his small universe would continuously help increase his heritage. This kind of increase was slow and almost imperceptible. Nevertheless, over time the increase would be significant. If 2 people started out with the same heritages, the difference between them would be conspicuous 1,000 years later when one had living beings in their small universe and the other did not. Yang Kai had always believed that it was an irrefutable fact that the more living beings there were in his small universe, the better it would be. However, it now seemed that he had discovered a truth that he wasn't aware of in the past. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. To be born, to grow old, to get sick, and to die were all parts of the cycle of life. While the living could continuously bring benefits to his small universe, death could do the same the moment they passed away. In the past, there had never been a time when so many living beings had died at the same time in his small universe. Therefore, Yang Kai had never realized this point even though he had been raising small stone race members in his body for years. The fight between Big brother Huang and Big sister Lan had accidentally revealed this truth. This realization was like a bright moon that cast away the fog that had been bothering him for days. All of a sudden, he thought of the Great Nothingness scripture. There were many descriptions of life and death in the Great Nothingness scripture. Even though Yang Kai had studied these sections, he didn't really pay any attention to it as it only seemed like common sense. Now he had a feeling that there was something deeper that was within his grasp. Perhaps the complete cycle of life and death was the biggest secret that was hidden in the Great Nothingness scripture. Although he couldn't wait to find a quiet place to comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture again, he couldn't leave now as the war hadn't ended. The tangled warfare between 2 million soldiers persisted for half a month, with 80% of them dying in the process. As the war unfolded, Big brother Huang's expression became increasingly gloomy. That was because his army was now clearly on the losing side. The subtle difference was not conspicuous in the beginning, but as the war dragged on, his disadvantage snowballed into something obvious. When the war ended, his army was completely wiped out, leaving only the Stone Kings in their nest and a group of elite guards. On the other hand, Big sister Lan still had about 100,000 soldiers under her command. Big brother Huang was in a state of utter grief as disbelief was written all over his face, and he kept muttering under his breath, "How could this be? How could this be?" Meanwhile, Big sister Lan leaped into the air, as though she was a child who had just obtained the greatest treasure. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, "I won." She then turned to look at Yang Kai with a hopeful gaze. As the judge of the battle, Yang Kai naturally had to fulfill his responsibility. He pointed at the young girl and announced, "Big sister Lan is the winner of this battle." Although the outcome was right in front of their eyes, it wasn't until Yang Kai announced it that the war really ended. A smug big sister Lan placed her hands behind her back and sauntered towards her brother. Presently, a devastated big brother Huang knelt on the ground and looked at the shattered stones on the battlefield with a pair of listless eyes. Unresignment, fury and humiliation were written all over his face. Yang Kai was extremely nervous as he was worried that this guy would do something crazy out of shame. It had to be noted that they were now in his small universe, so once Big Brother Huang's power burst forth, his small universe wouldn't be able to bear it and would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. A speechless Yang Kai thought that Big Brother Huang's reaction was over the top as it was just a game, but after pondering on it for a moment, he realized that it wasn't just a battle between two armies. This was about the argument between them that had been going on since the dawn of time itself. That was the crux of the problem that shattered Big Brother Huang's psychological defense. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel sorry for the young boy as he silently looked away. Big Sister Lan looked condescendingly at her brother with a smug expression as ecstasy was written all over her face. When she realized that there was no reaction from her brother though, who still appeared dejected, she couldn't help but land a gentle kick on him and urge him by saying, "Hurry up. My patience is limited." In an instant, Big Brother Huang's face became as red as blood. He repeatedly parted his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. "Are you unwilling to admit defeat?" Big Sister Lan gave him a look of disdain. "What are you talking about?" Big Brother Huang stood straight up with fury as he clenched his fists to summon his courage. Only after a long silence did he call out with great difficulty, "Big Sister." His voice was almost indiscernible. Big Sister Lan deliberately moved her head closer to him. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." A flushing Big Brother Huang roared, "Big Sister." A stunned Big Sister Lan took a few steps away and patted her chest. "Why did you shout at me?" Hot steam seemed to be billowing from Big Brother Huang's nostrils as he glared at his sister. It was as though there was irreconcilable enmity between them as he snarled, "Are you happy now?" There was a bright smile on Big Sister Lan's face as she nodded repeatedly. "Of course I'm happy. You finally acknowledged that I'm the big sister after so long." It was the first time in her life to hear her brother calling her big sister. Although Yang Kai had called her that many times, she still felt that something was lacking. It was different from the present situation. She had never been as satisfied as when she heard her brother say big sister for the first time. This was a kind of satisfaction that Yang Kai could never give her. "I will not concede defeat." Big Brother Huang balled up his fists and said grimly. Big Sister Lan stopped smiling and gazed at him with a frown. "What do you mean? Are you going back on your word?" "I want to have another battle with you," Big Brother Huang said through clenched teeth. Big Sister Lan batted her eyes. "You have no more small stone race members. How are you going to fight with me again?" "I still have the Stone Kings. I will rise again." "Ha ha ha." Big Sister Lan scoffed mercilessly. "You only have your Stone Kings, but I still have 100,000 soldiers. As soon as I give the order, your Stone Kings will be killed as well." Big Brother Huang's face turned a shade redder, but there was nothing he could do. Just then Big Sister Lan said, "As your big sister, I will be generous and give you a chance. Go back and nurture a new army. When you're ready, I'll teach you another lesson." Martial Peak Chapter 4801 3 times faster. "But, before you can defeat me, you'll still be my little brother. Do not forget about your identity," Big Sister Lan reminded him by saying. A humiliated Big Brother Huang replied, "I'll never forget this day." After a moment of observation, Yang Kai placated the young boy by saying, "In war, it is normal to win or lose. Keep your chin up, Big Brother Huang. Just go back and continue nurturing your small stone race members and stage a comeback." Big Brother Huang grunted and left. It seemed that he couldn't wait to strengthen and develop his own small stone race members. Presently, he was only left with his 10 Stone Kings and a small number of elite guards. It would be difficult for him to make his army stronger in a short time. On the other hand, Big Sister Lan still had about 100,000 soldiers, which put her at a great advantage. She definitely had a better chance of winning the next battle. "It's all thanks to your idea." Big Sister Lan looked smilingly at Yang Kai. He's finally willing to call me big sister after so many years. Tell me, what reward do you want? You have a reward for me? Yang Kai became energetic in an instant. Of course. Never mind, I know what you want even if you don't say it. Upon finishing her words, Big Sister Lan dashed out of the small universe. When she returned, she brought back literal mountains of yellow and blue crystals and tossed them to Yang Kai. Naturally, Yang Kai was ecstatic. Initially, he thought that he would never have a chance to easily get these yellow and blue crystals again, so it surprised him when Big Sister Lan gave so many to him all at once. Yang Kai of course wouldn't turn her down. After thanking her, he quickly sent these materials to the medicine garden. After the epic war, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stopped bickering with each other for quite some time. While Big Brother Huang worked hard to develop his own small stone race members, Big Sister Lan was never complacent. Even though she was the winner this time, 90% of her small stone race members were killed. Naturally, she had to quickly replenish her ranks. If she was drowned in the ecstasy of this victory and never thought about improving herself, she would be the one calling him Big Brother next time. This kind of outcome was simply intolerable for her. Even though both of them were busy, Big Sister Lan would look for Big Brother Huang from time to time just to hear him calling her Big Sister. While she was satisfied every time, Big Brother Huang only became more furious and further strengthened his determination to get his revenge. The enlightenment that dawned upon Yang Kai from the battle allowed him to have a better understanding of the great nothingness scripture. He had a feeling that he was just one step away from grasping the core of the secret art, but he hadn't been able to achieve that. That was because he still hadn't figured out the relationship between great nothingness scripture and the Tao of time. On this day, he suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction. Presently, Sui was seated with his legs crossed on a boulder by a cliff. All his vitality surged as his true chi roiled. Above his head were swirling dark clouds and deafening thunder could be heard. He was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Sui was already in the third-order transcendent realm, and he would soon make it to the saint realm. That was a very unique realm. Yang Kai recalled that when he was in Tongxian realm in the past, the highest martial Tao was the saint realm. It wasn't until he left the place and entered the star field that he came into contact with higher realms. He already had a feeling that there would be a strange phenomenon when his third disciple ascended to the saint realm. Therefore, when he realized that Sui was achieving a breakthrough, he immediately came over and observed him from up close. In fact, Yang Kai was there every time Sui achieved a breakthrough in the past, but he hadn't discovered anything special so far. However, this time was apparently different. Before the ascension even happened, the time Tao essence in his small universe began reacting in a way as though it was trying to resonate with Sui. Yang Kai had the same feeling when his first disciple Zhao Yibai achieved a breakthrough, but what resonated with him was the space Tao essence. Meanwhile, he wasn't worried about Suyi's breakthrough. Although the progress of Suyi's cultivation was rapid, he had spent a much longer time in his dreams than in reality due to his unique talent in the Tao of time. Therefore, his foundation was solid. Certainly, he wouldn't fall into danger by ascending to the saint realm. When the world baptism descended on Suyi's head, he didn't seem to notice at all. Instead of reacting to it, he hung his head low as though he had slumbered off. It wasn't until the force reached him that he looked up and stared into the void with a pair of eerie-looking eyes. There was a strange smile on his face. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai frowned. The world baptism continuously streamed into Sui as he opened up his body and accepted it. Soon he was covered in wounds, but as he was faced with the trial, his aura rapidly increased and soon reached the peak of the transcendent realm. The great nothingness scripture was circulated to the fullest as it protected Suyi's vital parts. At the same time, the time Tao essence in the small universe became increasingly active. Yang Kai could clearly feel that a lot of time Tao essence streamed into Suyi's body, and was consumed by him following the world baptism. Just an hour later, Suyi's aura, which was already at the peak, reached the next stage, and with him as the center, a pressure wave was seen spreading out. He had made it to the saint realm. At the same time, the flow of time in the small universe seemed to have been affected as the whole world halted for an instant before it began surging ahead again. The fog in Yang Kai's mind remained, as he still hadn't figured out the relationship between the great nothingness scripture and the Tao of time. but he could clearly feel that the flow of time in his small universe had accelerated. In the past, the flow of time in his small universe was 2 times faster than the outside world, but now it was 3 times faster. This transformation astounded Yang Kai. It had to be noted that his mastery of the Tao of Time remained in the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. This was a kind of categorization he had invented, and it was only thanks to this level of comprehension that the flow of time in his small universe had accelerated prior to this. Why did he gain such a reward after Sui achieved a breakthrough in his small universe? Was it because of Sui himself? Or was it because of the Great Nothingness scripture? Could both reasons be valid? Sui was talented in the Tao of Time, and he had cultivated the Great Nothingness scripture. Moreover, he had achieved an ascension in Yang Kai's small universe. Perhaps this plethora of reasons brought about unexpected changes. However, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The reason he selected Sui to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture was that he wanted to fully comprehend the secret art, so that his mastery of the Tao of Time would improve. But now, while he had benefited, he hadn't really learned anything new, which was simply incomprehensible. When he checked on his small universe and confirmed that there was nothing wrong, Yang Kai became even more doubtful. Meanwhile, Sui had awakened as he looked dazedly at his own hands. Although he had experienced a lot of hardship while achieving this breakthrough, his body had been fortified by Yang Kai. Additionally, he had already ascended to the next great realm. Therefore, he was fine as his wounds had mostly healed already. Do you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai appeared before him and asked. Upon hearing that, Sui quickly got to his feet and saluted him. Greetings, honored master. He still appeared doubtful. Did I break through? Yang Kai nodded. You're in the Saint Realm now. Sui scratched his head. I didn't even realize it. For some reason I was overwhelmed by sleepiness and dozed off just now. Many thanks for protecting me, honored master. He thought that the reason he successfully achieved an ascension was that Yang Kai had been standing guard beside him. Otherwise, he would have lost his life since he was asleep just now. Yang Kai stared fixedly at him and gave it a thought before saying, Since you've made it to the next great realm, continue strengthening your foundation. You must not become arrogant just because you're more powerful now. Yes, Sui replied respectfully. Disciple will cultivate hard and never forget your teachings. When he looked up, Yang Kai was already nowhere in sight. Sui was very respectful of his honored master. If Yang Kai hadn't taken him on as a disciple during the disciple recruitment, he wouldn't have achieved anything great in life given his aptitude. Nevertheless, following Yang Kai's teachings, he made it to the Saint Realm after just a couple of decades. He believed that it was just the beginning as he still had a brighter future ahead of him. Upon receiving Yang Kai's order, he quickly began consolidating his new cultivation. In fact, it was easy for him to cultivate as he just had to fall asleep. His aptitude remained terrible when he cultivated while he was awake. Over the years, Sui had gotten used to cultivating in his dreams. Therefore, he had learned how to slumber off at will. Presently, Yang Kai was thoroughly examining his small universe. The fact that Sui had brought such a benefit to him by achieving a breakthrough in his small universe puzzled him greatly. He would never be at ease before finding out the reason. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found a clue after several days of searching. With that said, it had been established that the flow of time in his small universe was now 3 times faster than the outside world. Yang Kai decided to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan about it, but they had no idea what he was talking about. To them, their innate abilities were the most powerful in the world, and already transcended all other secret arts or techniques. There wasn't a need for them to learn anything else. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only give up on investigating. As a matter of fact, he wasn't particularly talented in the Tao of Time. The reason he had such achievements was thanks to all the opportunities in the past. He was most talented in the Tao of Space, which had reached the 8th level of comprehension, summiting the peak. He wouldn't dare to say that no one would surpass him in the future, but rarely had anyone reached this level since time immemorials. The most talented person in the Tao of Time that Yang Kai knew of was the deceased Flowing Time Great Emperor from the Star Boundary. If Flowing Time Great Emperor were still alive, he might have been able to fully comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture given his talent in the Tao of Time. Yang Kai could only lament that such a gifted person passed away too soon. Flowing Time Great Emperor died for the star boundary, and if he hadn't single-handedly injured Great Demon God all those years ago, the latter would have devoured and destroyed the star boundary long before Yang Kai was born. Fortunately, there were two disciples who had obtained his inheritance. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were equally talented in the Tao of Time. While Yang Xiao had followed the Dragon Clan members to the ancestral land and wouldn't come back so soon, Yang Shui remained in High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai decided that when he returned to High Heaven Palace, he would ask Yang Shui to comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture. Meanwhile, Giant Spirit God Air still did nothing else but eat, sleep, head to his next destination and repeat. Every time he dozed off, it would take him a few years to awaken. On the other hand, the fight between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan remained intense in the small universe. Following his first defeat, Big Brother Huang had learned his lesson as he now tried harder to nurture his small stone race members. He didn't care how many materials it would cost him to do that. Certainly, Yang Kai was pleased with what these two were doing. Martial Peak Chapter 4802 No Longer Dangerous. Big Brother Huang never forgot about the lesson he was taught during the First War. Moreover, due to the disadvantage caused by the previous defeat, he wasn't in a rush to have a showdown with Big Sister Lan. Instead, he sent out his soldiers in small groups and harassed Big Sister Lan's mighty army. She had never expected him to be so shameless, so she found it hard to deal with the situation for the time being. After gaining some advantage, Big Brother Huang brought out all of his armies and defeated the other party in a decisive strike. This kind of outcome surprised Yang Kai, while it was unacceptable for Big Sister Lan. With that said, regardless of how powerful these two were, they had a good quality. They were willing to admit defeat. When Big Brother Huang lost the battle the first time around, he gritted his teeth and called her Big Sister, regardless of how unwilling he was. It was the same case this time. Nevertheless, it was Big Sister Lan's turn to call him Big Brother. Both of them were haughty, which was expected as they were probably the most powerful beings in the 3,000 worlds, so it wasn't surprising that they were arrogant. Hence, after achieving a clear victory, neither of them would destroy the other party entirely. Just like how Big Sister Lan spared the lives of his Stone Kings and gave him time to restock and rearm, Big Brother Huang had done the same this time. It wasn't that they were sympathetic to the loser, but rather that they just wanted to let the other party know that they were indeed the stronger one, and the loser had to willingly call the winner Big Brother or Big Sister. For the coming years, Yang Kai witnessed their rapid growth as military commanders. There were no techniques to speak of during the first battle as they just brought out all their soldiers and had a showdown on an open field. They didn't intend to direct their soldiers at all. After respectively losing and winning one battle each though, they seemed to have learned their lessons as they could now skillfully mobilize their soldiers. As time passed, Yang Kai witnessed all sorts of interesting sneak attacks, ambushes, luring enemies into traps, creating diversions, and luring the tiger from the mountain strategies. Their mastery of military tactics and formations became increasingly profound, as they would fight against one another, with their wits every single moment. Yang Kai was awestruck by this. When he suggested using small stone race members to determine who the winner would be, he had never expected that things would come to such a point. The entire territory Yang Kai had given them had completely turned into a battlefield. Their small stone race soldiers had expanded to several tens of millions from barely 1 million, and they had spent innumerable materials because of that. If those from the cave heavens and paradises found out about it, they would surely curse them for being so wasteful. Nevertheless, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan wouldn't care about the orders or amounts of those materials. In order to help their small stone race members grow, they would even feed them with 7th order and 8th order materials. As a result, the Stone Kings under their command were now quite different from normal ones. Not only were they much larger, but they could also produce more pebbles at a faster rate. The small stone race members hatched from their pebbles were also much stronger from the start. With their fight being never-ending, it had brought great benefits to Yang Kai. As the small stone race members were born and died in such incredible numbers, they continuously helped increase the heritage of his small universe. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had not cultivated at all recently, his strength had still continued to grow rapidly. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan never rewarded him with any yellow and blue crystals again, as they were simply engrossed in the fight of wits among themselves. Young Kai was someone who counted his blessings as he had already obtained immense rewards in the chaotic dead territory. No one in history had ever accumulated mountains of yin and yang element material in their small universe like what he had done. Moreover, Young Kai had been observing his surroundings recently. When he barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside giant spirit god Air, the void was filled with blue and yellow crystals, and he could easily get his hands on them. However, as time passed, he could barely see any blue and yellow crystals floating about now. Some of them were given to Young Kai by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and were now sitting in his small universe. Some of them were used to nurture the small stone race members. Perhaps there were some yellow and blue crystals scattered around the chaotic dead territory, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Furthermore, Young Kai's arrival had changed the status quo in the chaotic dead territory that had persisted for eons. Before his arrival, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan never stopped fighting one another. Every time a massive clash took place, countless soul clones would be produced that then hacked each other to death. The fallout would spread across the entire chaotic dead territory, which made it a very dangerous place. Nevertheless, the two of them were now engrossed in nurturing their small stone race members, and the danger in the chaotic dead territory slowly dissipated. The soul clones had all turned into yellow and blue crystals of different orders while the giant masses of colored light stopped clashing with each other. The chaotic dead territory was no longer dangerous. This was a fact Young Kai had inadvertently discovered. There had always been a protective layer around giant spirit god Air, since they entered the chaotic dead territory. He would never dispel it even when he was eating or sleeping. It was thanks to this protective layer that Young Kai had remained safe until now. But there came a day when the protective layer around Air abruptly disappeared. It wasn't until that moment that Young Kai realized the chaotic dead territory had undergone a stunning transformation. His feelings were complicated upon that realization. It was just an idea that flashed through his head as he was searching for a way to save himself, so he hadn't expected it to solve the epic battle that had been ongoing between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan since time immemorial. Seeing the fight between them had turned into something more peaceful, he actually felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although he felt sorry for the small stone race members, they were born to attack each other. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had only magnified this characteristic. Since the chaotic dead territory was no longer dangerous, Young Kai felt that it was time for him to leave. The reason he hadn't left earlier was that he was unable to do so. Without Air's protection, he wouldn't be able to move around freely in the void that was filled with murderous intent. He was supposed to look for Chu Huashang after her 100 years of confinement were up, but that time had passed as he had been held up in the chaotic dead territory for about 30 or 40 years. He couldn't wait to head to Yinyang Cave Heaven now. After he won first place in Dao Theory Assembly and became a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, he was supposed to marry Chu Huashang. Young Kai thus found a chance to bid farewell to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Both of them were shocked upon hearing that. "Are you leaving?" Big Sister Lan batted her eyes and gazed at him. Young Kai nodded lightly. "It was an accident that I came into this place. I'm more than satisfied to have come across the two of you as you've taken good care of me. However, I cannot stay here forever, so it's time for me to leave." He was genuinely grateful to the two of them. Without them, he wouldn't have gained so many benefits. It was expected that he was saddened to have to leave them after spending so many years with them. On the other hand, it seemed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were fine with his leaving, and she only nodded upon hearing that. Just then Big Brother Huang said, "You can leave, but our territories will have to stay here." Young Kai instantly sported a dark expression as his face twitched. "What do you mean?" Big Brother Huang drew a circle with his hand. "These territories." He directly included 30% of Young Kai's small universe. Young Kai coughed and replied, "No, it's my small universe. I'll die if I leave behind such a large area." Certainly he wouldn't die because of that, but his strength would plunge by cutting off such a large area of his small universe, and his foundation would be crippled, meaning he would lose any hope of achieving another breakthrough in his life. "Come up with a solution then. Don't affect our fight." "That's easy." Young Kai was well prepared. Since he had decided to leave, he naturally wouldn't run away with no backup plan. They wouldn't agree to it either. Small stone race members just needed a simple environment to live. He just had to look for a new place for them to develop. Fortunately, the chaotic dead territory was full of shattered universe worlds. He just had to look for a larger shattered spirit province so that they could continue the fight freely. After Yang Kai brought his idea up, Big Brother Huang spread his palms. There's none left. What do you mean? Yang Kai widened his eyes. Big Brother Huang stomped his foot. There were some in the past, but they were all eaten by this guy. He was talking about air. At that, Yang Kai was speechless. After Big Brother Huang stomped his foot on the ground, air, who had been sound asleep, suddenly awakened. This time he didn't appear to be sulky as he just charged forward into the distance. Judging from the direction he was heading, his destination was the territory gate. Since all the shattered universe worlds in the chaotic dead territory were consumed by air, there was no reason for him to stay. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't intend to stop him from leaving. It wasn't the first time giant spirit god clan members visited their territory. Whenever their fight affected a new great territory, which resulted in numerous universe worlds getting destroyed, giant spirit gods would get wind of it and arrive at this place. After they were done with wolfing down all the shattered universe worlds, they would leave. The two of them were already used to it. A few days later, the territory gate came into sight. Just like how air entered this place back then, he growled as his body shrank rapidly. The next moment, he plunged into the territory gate and disappeared. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe remained in place. His small universe was placed on air's head, so it had been moving alongside him. However, even though air was now gone, Yang Kai was left behind. He couldn't detect Big Brother Huang or Big Sister Lan making any moves, but he knew that it had something to do with them. At that moment he was heartbroken at the fact that air abandoned him just like that. Meanwhile, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan directly ignored his depression. To them, they just needed Yang Kai's small universe to serve as their battlefield. As for Yang Kai himself, he didn't matter to them. Yang Kai felt his head aching as he watched the two in his small universe. There was no way he could leave this place before solving this problem. With that said, he reckoned that it wasn't so hard to solve this problem after all. As he darted his gaze around, an idea soon came into his mind. Good Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan. I'll look for a new battlefield that's much bigger and expansive than the current one, so that you'll be able to fight more freely. What do you think? Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan exchanged glances before nodding gently. Go ahead then. Yang Kai said, I have to leave this place for a short while. This place doesn't have the things you need. Martial Peak Chapter 4803 Strategy Game. On the other side of the territory gate, more than 10 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters still steadfastly watched over the chaotic dead territory, just like they had been doing for a long time. As Yang Kai had speculated, the fallout from the fight between the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer was too horrifying and would affect the neighboring great territories. Once that happened, the entire great territory would become a part of the chaotic dead territory. Therefore, the cave heavens and paradises would always empty the adjacent great territories to prevent too many casualties due to the fight. They had been doing this for many years now. When the fight between the burning light and serene glimmer expanded previously and affected new great territories, they would already be empty to begin with. Therefore, even though countless universe worlds would be destroyed, no casualties had been reported. That was the reason the cultivators in this great territory fled decades ago. When giant spirit god Air dashed out of the territory gate, these high-ranked masters didn't try to stop him and simply watched him leave. In fact, they were unable to stop him even if they wanted to. Even though there was an 8th order ancestor around, there was no way they could challenge a giant spirit god. As they watched the giant spirit god leave, a 7th order woman suddenly let out a sigh. It's unfortunate that such a talent passed away at such a young age. The person beside her nodded, you're right. A rising star like him was killed just like that. Life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? Another person said, an ignorant person knows no fear. I suppose he wasn't aware that he was entering the chaotic dead territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to tag along with the giant spirit god. I heard that the young man was engaged to a core disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven. Now that he's dead, I suppose the engagement has been annulled. I heard from the sect that he had made a significant contribution in the fight to destroy the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise. It was thanks to him that those from Langya Paradise could find and eliminate all the Black Ink disciples. They had even found some clues that led to the true Black Ink clansmen hiding behind the shadows. They were naturally talking about Yang Kai. When Yang Kai barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside Aer in the past, many of these high-rank open heaven realm masters witnessed it. At that moment, all of them were shocked. First of all, no one had ever worked with a giant spirit god before, so the people who saw Yang Kai thought that they were just seeing things. Secondly, the chaotic dead territory was an extremely dangerous place. Even though Yang Kai had entered alongside a giant spirit god, they reckoned that his fate would be miserable. He would most likely be killed by the shockwaves of the never-ending fight. Therefore, after Yang Kai dashed into the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god, they started looking into his identity. Although they had been monitoring the movements of the burning light and serene glimmer for many years as it was their duty, they still had ways to communicate with the outside world. Upon asking around, they found out that the young man who entered the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god was a famous figure, not a nobody. His titles included Star Boundary Great Emperor, Void Lands Lord, Inyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, and so on. Previously, the incident regarding the World Tree had spread like wildfire. Even though they were stationed here, these masters had heard of it. It was already shocking enough that Yang Kai, as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was able to kill a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. During the Tao Theory Assembly, he defeated all other core disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises and won first place. That was why they were also aware that he was a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Additionally, it was thanks to Yang Kai's contribution that those from Langya Paradise were able to root out the Black Ink disciples and kill them all, which prevented a disaster from happening. Yang Kai had done many things that were of great concern to the Cave Heavens and Paradises, so he was no longer a nameless figure. That was why they could easily find out his identity by just asking around. After some calculations, they reckoned that he had come to the chaotic dead territory with the giant spirit god after leaving Langya Paradise. Regardless of how many achievements Yang Kai had made in the past, which included killing a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the end. There was no way he could survive in the chaotic dead territory. They believed that it was the truth. Decades had passed, and the giant spirit god finally left. However, the young man that had tagged along was nowhere to be seen now. No one could survive in the chaotic dead territory for long, not even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, to say nothing of the fact that Yang Kai was just a 6th Order Master. Although they felt sorry for Yang Kai's death, they were not close to him after all. Therefore, after a moment of silence, they soon talked about other matters. Speaking of the Black Ink clan, how's the situation in the Shattered Heaven now? All of them shook their heads, including the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Ancestor, who supposedly knew a little more than the rest. Although we've been looking into it for decades, we haven't found the whereabouts of the Black Ink clansmen in the Shattered Heaven. They seem to be very well hidden. Have they found other Black Ink disciples in our forces? No. I suppose the situation is not that bad yet. I wonder how those Black Ink disciples from Langya Paradise became connected to the Black Ink clan. Just when the 8th Order Ancestor was about to speak, his expression changed drastically as he turned to look at the territory gate. Fluctuations could be felt coming from the territory gate. It wasn't the first time they experienced this. The same thing happened when giant spirit god Aer shot out of the chaotic dead territory. It would also happen when the fallout from the fight between the burning light and serene glimmer spread. Now that the giant spirit god was gone, there were no other living creatures in the chaotic dead territory other than the burning light and serene glimmer. The 8th Order Ancestor felt his heart sinking, thinking that the fight between the burning light and serene glimmer would soon affect the next great territory. The same thing happened barely 100 years ago. Why would it come so soon? Without the need for him to give the order, more than 10 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters drew on the powers of their small universes to protect themselves while raising their vigilance to the highest. According to past experiences, the territory gate wouldn't be destroyed too quickly, so they still had time to flee. Once the territory gate was destroyed, if they still hadn't left this great territory, they would be killed despite being high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Under their pointed watch though, A figure strolled out of the territory gate. All of them were rooted to the spot as though they had been hit by some kind of binding technique. Even the seasoned Eighth Order ancestor widened his eyes as he looked dazedly at the young man, who had stepped out of the chaotic dead territory totally unscathed. When Yang Kai shook off his dizziness from crossing the territory gate, he saw that more than 10 people gazing at him as though he was a ghost. He frowned, knowing that they must have misunderstood something. However, he didn't intend to explain anything and simply saluted them respectfully. Voidland's Yang Kai greets seniors. It's really him. Although they already found out Yang Kai's identity and knew that he was Voidland's lord, they hadn't verified this fact as there was simply no way to do that. It wasn't until this moment that they could confirm it. These people exchanged dumbfounded glances as they couldn't believe their eyes. They had always believed that Yang Kai was long dead, and the cave heavens and paradises that received the news must have shared the same sentiment. A Seventh Order woman who spoke earlier asked doubtfully, "You're still alive? What on earth is she talking about?" A speechless Yang Kai gaped at her and nodded yes. Another high-rank open heaven realm asked in shock, "How are you still alive?" Yang Kai sported a dark expression, wondering why these people seemed to want him dead when there were no grudges between them. The Eighth Order ancestor seemed to realize what Yang Kai was thinking and explained, "They're curious about how you survived in the chaotic dead territory. Did the giant spirit god protect you?" Upon hearing this, the others finally realized what was happening. It would only be possible for Yang Kai to survive in the chaotic dead territory with the giant spirit god's protection. However, after giving it a thought, they realized that something was off. The giant spirit god had left some time before Yang Kai came out of the chaotic dead territory, yet he was still alive and kicking even though he didn't have the giant spirit god's protection for the past instance or so. Yang Kai nodded his head. "Your insight is truly sharp, ancestor. It was indeed thanks to the giant spirit god that I survived. However, it's no longer dangerous inside as one can enter and leave without fear." All of them were stunned as some of them asked doubtfully, "Are you serious?" Without going into the details, Yang Kai replied, "I've found a game for the two powerful beings inside to occupy their time with. Now that they've switched to a different method of competing, it's no longer dangerous inside." All of them stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as though they were trying to figure out whether he was lying. After pondering on it for a moment, the Eighth Order ancestor said in a weird tone, "You said you found a game for the powerful beings inside." Yang Kai nodded seriously. The ancestor's expression became more awkward. "Do you know who they are?" "Of course I know." Yang Kai nodded again. At that, the ancestor was speechless. The other high-rank open heaven realm masters traded glances. Some of them even suspected that Yang Kai had gone mad. The beings inside were the burning light and serene glimmer, who had been fighting against one another since the dawn of time. They had destroyed innumerable great territories along the way. No one knew what the cause of the fight was, but they speculated that they were simply incompatible with each other's existence. This was a truly irreconcilable feud. Nevertheless, there was now a young man who said that he had found a new game for these two beings to kill time with, so they changed the way they fought. Was this whole thing some kind of child's game? Certainly, they wouldn't believe it. They would probably find it to be even more inconceivable if they found out that Yang Kai had played this child's game with them for quite a long time. Well, the ancestor tried to measure his words as he also believed that Yang Kai had gone mad. Even though Yang Kai had stayed in the chaotic dead territory for decades and eventually stepped out of it safely, which was a feat no one had pulled off in history, it didn't mean that what he said was true. The ancestor asked seriously, "What kind of game is it?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Will you believe me if I say it's a kind of strategy game?" Yang Kai had naturally noticed the Eighth Order ancestor's doubt, and there was something off about the way the other high-rank open heaven realm masters looked at him, as if they felt sympathy for him. The Eighth Order ancestor fell silent. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to believe Yang Kai, but the latter's words were just too inconceivable. Could a so-called strategy game make the two powerful beings forget about the grudges between them that had spanned across the ages? If it were so easy, these people wouldn't have had to keep guard in this place for so many years. It's expected that you don't believe me, so why don't you come with me to see for yourself? You'll believe me when you witness it in person. Yong-kai invited him to enter the chaotic dead territory with him. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor instantly put up his guard. If he hadn't known that Yong-kai had the World Spring, which protected his small universe from any external invasion, he would have suspected that the young man had been stained with black ink and was trying to kill him. Not just anyone could barge into the chaotic dead territory. Even though Yong-kai had left safely, he might have some special way of achieving it. On the other hand, the Eighth Order ancestor wouldn't dare to put his guard down. Martial Peak Chapter 4804 Equally Ashamed. This matter had far-reaching implications. If the burning light and serene glimmer could live peacefully together, it would be good news for the entire universe. At the very least, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't have to worry about their fight destroying more great territories. Over the years, too many great territories had been destroyed because of their fight, which was a loss for the entire 3,000 worlds. Although the Eighth Order ancestor didn't believe Yong-kai's words, he still said, "You'll stay here. I'll go in and have a look." It wasn't the first time he entered the chaotic dead territory. After all, he was a powerful Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master. Although he couldn't go deep into the chaotic dead territory, it wasn't hard for him to momentarily visit the periphery. In fact, he had entered the chaotic dead territory several times before to examine the situation inside, but he would always quickly withdraw. He wouldn't be able to bear the repercussions if he stayed there for too long. There was even once when he obtained a Seventh Order blue crystal almost as big as a wash basin while he was there, which was a huge bonus. "Be careful, ancestor," all of them said with concern. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor nodded gently and fully activated the power of his small universe. Then he summoned a defensive artifact, which turned into a glowing aura that engulfed him, before he plunged into the territory gate. However, barely a few breaths of time later, he dashed out of the territory gate. What shocked them was that the ancestor was all charred, and his clothes were tattered. Even his hair was in a mess as smoke could be seen billowing from his head. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. The defensive artifact he had summoned earlier was nowhere to be seen, apparently destroyed in just those few breaths' time. A dumbfounded Yong-kai exclaimed, "No way!" The chaotic dead territory was clearly calm and tranquil when he left, so why did the ancestor seemingly get struck by lightning after entering it? While feeling doubtful, Yong-kai dashed into the chaotic dead territory to find out what had happened. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters couldn't stop him in time. In reality, the chaotic dead territory was still calm and quiet. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were just standing there and staring at the territory gate. Upon seeing Yong-kai, Big Sister Lan asked excitedly, "Are you done?" Yong-kai shook his head. "It's not something that can be completed so quickly. I came back not long after I left, so I still need some time." Big Brother Huang frowned. "Why did you come back when you're not done with your task?" Yong-kai asked, "Did you two see anything just now?" Big Sister Lan tilted her head. "Are you talking about that old man? I was shocked when he suddenly barged in, so I gave him a little smack. I didn't do anything else." Her little smack almost shocked the life out of that old man, literally. Yong-kai didn't know what to say, so he could only try to persuade them, "Please don't hit him so hard next time. He meant no harm. He just wanted to have a look inside." Big Brother Huang snorted. He should consider himself lucky that he wasn't killed. Tell him not to come in again. We didn't settle accounts with him when he came in several times before. Good. Yong-kai nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Big Brother Huang didn't welcome outsiders into the chaotic dead territory. He then turned around and bolted out. Although the ancestor's head had been struck, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. When he saw that Yong-kai come out all safe and sound while he was burnt and battered, he couldn't help but feel indignant despite being an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master. After giving it a thought, Yong-kai explained, "The thing is, the two of them don't want to be bothered by anyone. They were displeased when you suddenly appeared, ancestor." The ancestor nodded gently. "They didn't intend to kill me. If they wanted to kill him, he would be dead. Although he was injured, it was already the best outcome possible." What was more shocking to him was that these supreme beings who had lived for countless eons were actually two young kids, who looked like they were barely over 10 years old. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Over the years, no one had ever seen the true bodies of the burning light and serene glimmer. He wasn't sure if what he had seen were their true bodies or just temporary forms they had manifested. Although he was stunned, he could confirm that the chaotic dead territory was indeed safe now, as no horrifying shockwaves were rippling across it. The entire chaotic dead territory was eerily calm. It seemed that what the young man had said was true. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "You said you found a new game for them. Is there anything we can do to help?" It was wonderful news that the burning light and serene glimmer had stopped fighting. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about more great territories getting destroyed. Upon noticing the change in the ancestors' attitude, the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gazed at Yang Kai with solemn expressions. Yang Kai replied, "I could use your help actually." "Go ahead. The thing is, the game requires a vast area for them to play freely. However, I'm sure you know that there's nothing else but the endless void in the chaotic dead territory. Hence, I've been tasked with looking for a new board for them to play on." The ancestor pondered on it for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Come with me." Upon finishing his words, he led the way. Yang Kai followed closely. A few hours later, a gigantic universe world came into their sight. The ancestor pointed at the universe world and asked, "How about this place?" "It's good enough. Are there no people living here?" The ancestor replied, "There were some residents in the past, but they moved out decades ago. There are no humans living in this place now. Perhaps there are some low-level beasts." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, please make a move to split up this universe world, so that it's easier to send into the chaotic dead territory." Upon realizing Yang Kai's intentions, the ancestor raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the gigantic universe world. As the majestic world force burst forth, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel all his pores tightening. It wasn't the first time he witnessed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master making a move. When he was previously hunted down by Bright Sun Divine Monarch, Changyang, the other party had repeatedly attempted to kill him. Nevertheless, that was different from the current situation. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized how formidable an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master truly was. Following the ancestor's move, a light penetrated the void and caused the entire universe world to shake. It then split into shattered spirit provinces of different sizes. The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could also destroy a universe world, but he could not do it as accurately and effortlessly as the ancestor beside him. This was the difference between their realms. The force the ancestor exerted was ingenious. Although the universe world had turned into countless shattered spirit provinces, they were not a jumbled mess. Instead, they seemed to have been neatly cut into pieces. It went to show that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had precise control over his power. "I heard that your small universe has materialized," the ancestor suddenly commented. Yang Kai didn't know where the old man had heard it from, but his small universe had been probed by numerous high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises, so it wasn't really a secret now. Therefore, he replied frankly, "Yes." The ancestor went on to say, "In that case, we'll store these shattered spirit provinces in our small universes and take them into the chaotic dead territory. However, you must be careful. Use your own power to isolate these universe world pieces. Otherwise, your world force will be contaminated. When that happens, you'll have to spend quite some effort to get rid of it." "I understand," Yang Kai replied respectfully. The two of them made a move together and transferred these shattered spirit provinces into their small universes. Since Yang Kai was weaker, he couldn't keep many of the pieces. In the end, he only kept 30% of them while the rest were taken by the ancestor. They then activated their own powers to suppress the world force contained in those shattered spirit provinces, so that they wouldn't merge with their small universes. Half a day had passed when they returned to the territory gate. In front of the territory gate, the ancestor was hesitant while looking at Yang Kai with a pair of hopeful eyes. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "Please come with me, ancestor. It'll save us time by completing it all at once." The ancestor asked nervously, "But the two of them inside?" Yang Kai secretly sneered. thinking that the ancestor was clearly eager to have a look inside the chaotic dead territory. However, he was still reeling from the memory of what had just happened to him. Without Yonkai's assurance, he wouldn't dare to go in again, lest he be killed on the spot. Therefore, Yonkai reassured him by saying, "Don't worry, ancestor. We're going in to help. You just have to follow me closely, and they won't make a move on you again." It was then that the ancestor nodded. "Sorry for the trouble then, Marshal nephew." He couldn't help but feel his emotions undulating. Since time immemorial, the cave heavens and paradises had been trying to come into contact with the burning light and serene glimmer, but no one had succeeded so far. The chaotic dead territory was too dangerous, and no one was able to have a talk with these two powerful beings. Would he be the one to make history on this day? Certainly, he wasn't the first person to do so, but Yonkai wasn't a part of the cave heavens and paradises after all, nor could he represent the aforementioned great forces. After telling the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to keep guard in this place, the ancestor followed Yonkai closely and entered the chaotic dead territory for the second time. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were still waiting in the same spot, but their eyes brightened when they saw Yonkai return. Their armies were ready for the next battle, so they desperately needed a large place where they could fight against one another freely. However, when Big Brother Huang saw the ancestor who was behind Yonkai, he frowned with displeasure. The nervous ancestor quickly saluted them. "Greetings, seniors." Although he was an old man who had lived for a long time, he wouldn't dare to pull rank in front of these two. He hung his head low and stared at his own feet in a respectful manner while speaking to them. Big Brother Huang directly ignored him while a displeased Big Sister Lan snorted. "Why did you call us seniors? Call me Big Sister." The title Big Sister seemed to be the sweetest music to her ears. Upon hearing that, the ancestor was dumbfounded. Why did she suddenly ask me to call her Big Sister? He turned to look at Yonkai in the hope that the other party could give him some clarity. Yonkai thus secretly spoke to him. "These two are a bit eccentric. Just do as they say." The ancestor coughed and then said respectfully, "Greetings, Big Sister." "Good." Big Sister Lan was elated. Just then, Big Brother Huang snorted. The ancestor instantly got the hint and quickly followed up. "Greetings, Big Brother." It was only then that Big Brother Huang sported a milder expression. On the other hand, the ancestor was clearly embarrassed. He didn't mind calling them seniors as it was the most common form of address, but he was puzzled as to why he was asked to call them Big Brother and Big Sister. Although it seemed like he had taken advantage of them, the other old people of his rank would surely laugh at him if the news was spread. At that moment, Yonkai couldn't help feeling gleeful. It was just like how one would feel much better when he saw that he wasn't the only one who was suffering from some indignity. At the very least, Yonkai wasn't the only one who felt ashamed now, as someone else was also forced to call these two young children Big Brother and Big Sister. Marshall Peak Chapter 4805 Gift. Yonkai and the ancestor had put a lot of shattered spirit provinces inside their small universes, and were continuously consuming their own strength to suppress the world force from these spirit provinces. Otherwise, once the foreign world force penetrated their small universes, impurities would be formed, and they would have to spend some effort to get rid of them. This matter couldn't be delayed, so they quickly fished out the shattered spirit provinces from their small universes. Although the ancestor had precise control over his power, and had cut the universe world into neat pieces, it was difficult to put these shattered spirit provinces back together in their original form. Fortunately, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't demand them to do so, nor did Yonkai intend to put these pieces together just the way they were. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan just needed a battlefield where they could fight freely, so they didn't have any demands when it came to the venue. Therefore, barely half a day later, an expansive territory that was made from spirit provinces of different sizes was completed. In order to make it easier for them to battle with one another, Yonkai had intentionally created a rectangular battlefield. In that case, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could respectively occupy half of the territory and nurture their armies to fight with each other. After the two of them took a stroll around, they were pleased with their new game board. At the very least, it was much bigger than the previous territory provided by Yonkai. This kind of territory that was made from an entire universe world could accommodate billions of lives, which was enough for them to keep on playing this game for many years to come. The next moment, Yong-kai released the small stone race members that they had been nurturing inside his small universe. The Eighth Order ancestor was dumbfounded when he saw the several tens of millions of small stone race members. Despite being an experienced person, he had never seen such living creatures before. He had no idea where Yong-kai had found them, so he speculated that these unique living creatures might belong to the burning light and serene glimmer. It wasn't easy to help these millions of soldiers settle down, so it took Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan a few days to organize them. During this period of time, Yong-kai and the Eighth Order ancestor had been waiting patiently. Yong-kai wanted to wait for Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to settle everything before leaving. After all, he had promised to help them with it. As for the Eighth Order ancestor, he wouldn't dare to say anything in front of these formidable beings. More than 10 days later, all the soldiers had finally been settled in. It was then Yong-kai bid Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan farewell. Although they were a bit reluctant to part ways with their new little brother, they didn't intend to make him stay. Before Yong-kai's departure, Big Brother Huang suddenly said, "Thanks for what you've done for us during this period." Despite knowing that Yong-kai had gained a lot of benefits from them, they didn't really care about those things. As far as they were concerned, it was thanks to Yong-kai's own opportunity and capability that he had obtained those benefits. On the other hand, they had found a more peaceful and useful way to settle the dispute between them that had persisted for so many years upon his arrival. Yong-kai replied with a smile, "Don't mention it, Big Brother Huang. In fact, I should be the one thanking the two of you." Big Brother Huang shook his head. "It's different." Big Sister Lan came over and beamed at him. "That's right. Even though we would respectively lose or win the game, I finally heard him call me Big Sister at the very least. I had never heard him call me that before your arrival." There was a haughty expression on Big Brother Huang's face. "Have you never called me Big Brother?" Big Sister Lan corrected him with a solemn expression. "You call me Big Sister more frequently, though." Instantly, Big Brother Huang felt humiliated and balled up his fists. "I have several dozen million soldiers with me now. I'll definitely destroy you. Bring it on. It's not like I'm afraid of you. I have an army as well." Big Sister Lan replied defiantly. While they were engrossed in bickering with one another, the ancestor was quivering like a quail in winter as he was worried that the two of them would suddenly come to blows. If that happened at this kind of range, he wouldn't even know how he died. He then turned to look at Yong-kai in the hope that the latter would persuade them to stop arguing, only to see him looking calm and collected. Admiration was written all over the ancestor's face at that instant. Seeing that their argument was intensifying, Yong-kai had no choice but to stop them. "Good, stop arguing since there's a battle ahead of you. I'll take my leave now. Please take care of yourselves. I'll visit you again when there's a chance." Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan shut their mouths at exactly the same time and turned to gaze at him. All of a sudden, they said simultaneously, "Before you leave, we'll give you a gift." Upon finishing their words, they raised their hands and pointed their fingers at Yong-kai. No noise could be heard, nor was there any fluctuation of energy or any kind of anomaly at all. Yong-kai didn't feel or see anything. On the other hand, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stopped responding to him as they dashed towards the newly formed battlefield and directed their own armies to fight with each other. Their fighting spirits had been ignited following the argument as they were now eager to defeat the other party and make them surrender. With a frown, Yong-kai examined himself, but he still couldn't feel anything. He then turned his head and asked, "Did you see anything, ancestor?" The ancestor shook his head. No. He had heard the two of them say that they were giving Yong-kai a gift, and he had also seen them pointing their fingers at Yong-kai, but there was nothing else. "Do you feel that there's anything different, martial nephew?" the ancestor asked cautiously. Since the two of them had said they would give Yong-kai a gift, they certainly were not lying. However, the current situation was strange. Yong-kai shook his head as he didn't detect any difference in his body. After pondering on it for a moment, the ancestor said, "Their powers are inscrutable. Perhaps we're too weak to discover it. I'm sure the benefits of this gift will manifest in the years to come." Yong-kai nodded. "Perhaps you're right." After taking another glance at the newly formed territory, Yong-kai left the place with the ancestor. The armies behind them had already started clashing with each other. In front of the territory gate, the ancestor asked with an amiable expression, "Where are you going, Martial Nephew?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I have to head to Inyang Cave Heaven." Upon hearing that, the ancestor instantly realized his intention. Yang Kai had won first place in the Tao Theory Assembly, after which Chu Huashang had been confined for 100 years. After some calculations, the ancestor realized that those 100 years had passed some time ago. Yang Kai had been held up in the chaotic dead territory, so he wasn't able to head to Inyang Cave Heaven on time. Now that he could leave though, he naturally had to hurry over. "I hope you'll have a smooth journey then, Martial Nephew." The ancestor put on a gentle smile. Yang Kai saluted him and cupped his fist. "Until we meet again." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sported conflicted expressions as they watched Yang Kai leave. They had seen how the ancestor was treating Yang Kai in such an amicable manner, which was something unprecedented. Although they were in the Seventh Order, which was one order above Yang Kai, they had never received such a treatment from the ancestor before. It was inconceivable that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would treat a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master so cordially. With that said, Yang Kai was obviously no ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as he was able to enter and leave the chaotic dead territory freely. "Ancestor, is the chaotic dead territory really safe now?" one of the masters asked. After measuring his words, the ancestor replied, "The status quo has changed, but as long as those two beings exist, it will never really be considered safe." All of them nodded in agreement. Although Yang Kai said he had found a new game for the two of them to occupy their time, no one knew how long their passion for the game would last. Perhaps they would lose interest a few years later. By then, another round of devastating fights would happen and destruction would reign once more. Hence, they had to stay in this place and continue monitoring the situation. In the void, Yang Kai fished out a universe chart to identify his current location. He then charted a route that led to Inyang Cave Heaven. After making some calculations, he realized that it would only take him 2 months to pass through more than 10 great territories and arrive at Inyang territory given his current speed. Most people couldn't be as swift as he was, and it would take the average Sixth Order Master half a year to reach Inyang Cave Heaven from this position. However, as an expert in the Tao of space, Yang Kai could enjoy this kind of convenience. Chu Huashang was supposed to have come out of the confinement by now. Yang Kai felt guilty that he hadn't managed to meet up with her on time as they had agreed. It was an accident that he came across the giant spirit god and was subsequently brought into the chaotic dead territory. Before that, he had no idea that Air was heading to the chaotic dead territory, and he had never expected that he wouldn't be able to come out until so many years later. He wondered if Su Linggong would kill him when he arrived at Inyang Cave Heaven. A sense of fear overwhelmed him when he recalled the way Su Linggong held a sword menacingly in his hand. He decided that he would directly give Su Linggong an expensive bridegroom's gift in order to appease him. He had obtained a lot of valuable items from the chaotic dead territory, so he was sure that Su Linggong would be pleased. On his way to his destination, Yang Kai examined himself again. Before his departure, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan said that they were giving him a gift, but they only pointed at him in silence, which befuddled him. After another thorough examination, he still hadn't discovered anything. Could the two of them have been messing with me? Given their temperaments, it's not impossible. After all, he had already obtained a lot of benefits from the chaotic dead territory, so there was no reason for Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to give him an additional gift. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, some time after he decided to stop examining himself, there came a moment when he felt that something was off while he was heading to his destination. The dragon vein in his body suddenly started throbbing for no apparent reason. Following that, it became scorching hot just like boiling water. In an instant, Yang Kai became as red as a cooked shrimp while smoke could be seen billowing from his figure. His dragon vein didn't stop rumbling from that point on, while a violent force could be felt expanding internally. Yang Kai had a feeling that he would soon be unable to suppress it any longer. Realizing that he was in trouble, he quickly looked around and soon spotted a medium-sized universe world before plunging into it. Given his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, He could easily break through the world barrier of this universe world and pass through the clouds. A moment later, an ocean came into his sight. Spotting a huge island in the middle of the ocean, Yang Kai landed on it like a meteorite, forming a deep crater in the ground. He had used his last bit of power to come all the way here, so he was no longer able to suppress the roiling force in his body. Therefore, as soon as he landed on the ground, cracking sounds could be heard coming from all over his figure. The next moment, Yang Kai's body started expanding rapidly. He uncontrollably let out a resounding dragon roar as his petite figure turned into a 10,000 meters long grand dragon. Dragon transformation. This time he wasn't the one who took the initiative to transform into a dragon. Instead, he had no choice but to turn into a grand dragon following the unrest of the dragon vein in his body. Martial Peak, Chapter 4806, 20,000 meters. Yang Kai felt so scorchingly hot that it was as though he was burning. Instinctively, he shook his head and plunged into the water as he headed to the depths of the ocean. The deeper he went, the colder he felt. While he finally felt a sense of comfort, the ocean water started boiling wherever he went. In an instant, the area around him became a vacuum. He had no idea what was going on with him, but he didn't feel a sense of danger. Instead, he was looking forward to what would soon happen, though he wasn't sure what that would be. Yang Kai soon realized what was going on. Following an excruciating pain, all the bones in his body started cracking loudly. His 10,000 meters figure, which was already colossal, was rapidly expanding at a speed that far exceeded his imagination. He had obtained the Golden Divine Dragon Source when he was still in Tongxian Realm in the past. When he came across Zhu Qing in the Star Boundary, he was taught the Dragon Transformation secret art by her, which allowed him to tap into the power of his dragon vein and transform into a half-dragon. Nevertheless, even after cultivating for many years, he could only transform into a 3,000-meter-tall half-dragon. If not for the opportunity in Ancestral Land where he obtained the Crystal Palace of the Dragon Clan and refined a lot of ancestral spirit crystals and spirit fruits, it would have taken him thousands of years before he could become a Grand Dragon. It took Dragon Clan members a painfully long time to grow. Not only the Dragon Clan though, but all divine spirits suffered from this problem. That was the reason the divine spirits were not willing to leave Ancestral Land. The ancestral strength in that place was extremely important to the divine spirits, as it could greatly reduce the time they needed to mature and grow. Yang Kai had already planned on heading to the Ancestral Land to cultivate in seclusion after ascending to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm so that he could further strengthen his dragon vein. However, that would only happen a long time from now. He was only in the 6th Order currently, so he still had to make it to the 7th Order before he could even think of reaching the 8th Order. Given his heritage, it wouldn't take him a long time to make it to the 7th Order, but it would require a long time for him to ascend to the 8th Order. It could be several thousand years or even 10,000 years. With that said, it wasn't the most pressing issue at hand. Although he could be considered a pureblood dragon after becoming a grand dragon, Yang Kai was still a human, and he was most reliant on his open heaven realm cultivation. Therefore, he was determined to make it to the 8th Order, which was supposedly his limit. Nevertheless, he had never expected that following a significant improvement in his dragon vein in the Ancestral Land, he would see another improvement so soon. Furthermore, this improvement was far more rapid, intense, and violent than the one he had experienced in the Crystal Palace in the Ancestral Land. He could clearly feel that his dragon vein was becoming purer by the breath under the inducement of a strange force. As a result, his figure was expanding beyond his control. The strength of a Dragon Clan member was manifested in their size. The bigger a Dragon Clan member was, the purer their bloodline was, and the more powerful they were. His 10,000-meter figure became stagnant after he left the Ancestral Land, but now in just half a day, it had expanded by several dozen meters. One day later, it grew by another 1,000 meters. Even his robust Grand Dragon body was unable to bear this kind of rapid improvement. His bones kept becoming dislocated and restructured while his skin started cracking. Golden blood started streaming into the ocean, and even his dragon scales, which covered his entire figure, started shedding. Wherever Yang Kai went, he would leave a golden stain in the ocean. The beasts in the ocean seemed to have detected this metallic tang and soon swarmed over. Faced with the allure of a grand dragon's blood, these sea beasts with low sentience couldn't resist it as they yearned to become stronger. They opened their mouths wide and absorbed the sea water that contained the golden dragon blood with reckless abandon. Wherever it was, dragon blood was a treasure, for the blood contained the secrets behind the dragon clan's power, which was the greatest in the world. Many secret techniques and spirit pills required dragon blood to complete. However, pure blood dragons were extremely rare, so it was difficult to find their blood. Hence, they could only replace it with the blood of monster beasts and spirit beasts that were dragonkin. Naturally, this solution wasn't very effective. The blood that streamed out of Yang Kai's body wasn't just pure blood dragon's blood. It was the dragon blood of a golden divine dragon. There was no doubt that it was a rarity among rarities. Just a bit of his blood contained a horrifying power. Therefore, wherever Yang Kai went, a large number of fish and beasts lost their lives. The initially serene ocean was now filled with carcasses. His grand dragon figure was still expanding, while the dragon vein in his body was becoming purer. The speed of the purification even made Yang Kai feel a sense of unease. However, when he became certain about the source of this sudden transformation, all the uneasiness vanished and was replaced by endless joy. Half a month later, he stopped feeling like he was burning while his dragon vein finally calmed down. On a certain island, Yang Kai remained in his grand dragon form as his colossal figure lay on the beach, nearly occupying the entire island. Although he had benefited greatly from the transformation, he was well and truly knackered. Additionally, despite obtaining a greater power, he wasn't used to it, so he needed to get some rest to begin adjusting. Under the scorching sun, his dragon scales radiated a golden glow that could dazzle the entire world. 20,000 meters. After half a month of agony, his figure was now twice as large. His dragon form had gone from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. When he was refining ancestral spirit crystals and spirit fruits in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in the Ancestral Land, his dragon vein became purer by the day, and Yang Kai had thought that such speed was already outrageously fast. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he was too naive. His cultivation during that period of time back then was incomparable to his current transformation. No grand dragon in the world could double his size in half a month like Yang Kai had just gone through. So, this is the gift Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave me before I left. He had already figured it out the day after the transformation started. Previously, even though Yang Kai had thoroughly examined himself, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary, but that was because he had remained in his human form. It wasn't until he transformed into a dragon that the gift from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan manifested. Presently, there were two amazing powers that were swirling about inside his dragon bead. Only when a dragon bead developed in a dragon clan member's body would he be considered a grand dragon. Certainly, Yang Kai had a dragon bead as well. After he turned into a dragon, the dragon bead naturally rested under his chin. Just like what a monster core was to a monster beast, the dragon bead was the condensation of a dragon clan member's cultivation, so it was extremely powerful. Yang Kai didn't detect anything when Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan pointed their fingers at him back then, but their powers had somehow snuck into his dragon bead, just waiting to burst out. The two of them were the ancestors of all divine spirits, so all divine spirits were like their children and grandchildren. Hence, despite their nonchalance when they pointed their fingers at Yang Kai, they could easily stimulate the power of his dragon vein and rapidly purify his bloodline. While thankful, Yang Kai also felt quite aggrieved. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could have explained all this to him, but they acted mysterious instead. Yang Kai initially thought that they were just playing a prank on him, so it surprised him greatly when he realized that there was actually a gift. This purification process thoroughly exhausted Yang Kai. It wasn't that he was trying to resist it, but the speed of the purification was a grueling physical and mental test for him. Fortunately, the transformation didn't take place when he was in battle. If such a transformation in his dragon vein took place when he was in battle, he wouldn't be able to keep fighting. Instead, he would be injured or even killed when his strength went out of control. It was truly an invaluable gift, but there were a lot of complaints to be had. Presently, Yang Kai was both elated and worried. The mysterious forces from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in his dragon bead had helped him purify his bloodline and caused his grand dragon form to go through exponential growth, but they hadn't been exhausted yet and still remained hidden in his dragon bead. Yong-kai wondered if they would be activated to give him another pleasant surprise when he was unsuspecting. This move by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan was like a prank from two young kids. They were previously led by the nose by Yong-kai in the chaotic dead territory, which was why they decided to give him a gift that also served as a punishment before his departure. They wouldn't care if Yong-kai would fall into danger because of that. Realizing this, Yong-kai was speechless. The powers from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could help improve his bloodline, but the problem was that he was unable to control the process. He had the urge to go back to the chaotic dead territory and argue with the two of them. However, considering the fact that he had gained such a massive benefit, he decided to give up on the idea. He could only think to himself that he had to be cautious in the future. If the powers in his dragon bead really exploded when he was in a fight with formidable enemies, he would end up in a horrible state. There was no doubt that a dragon clan member had incredible restorative powers. Although all of Yong-kai's skin had cracked during the purification process, his wounds were swiftly healed. While feeling calm, Yong-kai silently sensed the increased power in his body. When he became a grand dragon in the ancestral land, he already had the capital to fight with the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now that his figure had grown to 20,000 meters, the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be a match for him. Nevertheless, his power now felt a little strange to him. As a human, he was still in the 6th Order. If he was faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he might be able to go up against them, but he might not succeed in defeating such an opponent. He could hardly cross the huge gap between the 6th Order and the 7th Order. However, if he transformed into a Grand Dragon, he could instantly become a match for even a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yong-kai figured he still couldn't face an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though he had no idea how powerful an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm truly was, he had a vague understanding. As he was lost in though, Yong-kai suddenly heard some splashing sounds coming from nearby, and opened his eyes to look out at the ocean. There seemed to be a big fish swimming under the water. The next moment, the seawater separated to the sides and revealed a sea carp that radiated a faint golden glow. The carp was several dozen meters away from Yong-kai's head, and was staring up at him. At that moment, Yong-kai's expression turned awkward. That was because he could feel that this sea carp had a bloodline that was related to him. It was as though this sea carp was his descendant. Even though he was previously distracted by the purification of his dragon vein, Yong-kai was still aware of the changes that his dragon blood had caused to the surrounding ocean. Those sea beasts that had coveted his dragon blood and consumed it, regardless of their sizes and strengths, were all dead by now. They were unable to bear the violent force within his pure dragon blood. Martial Peak Chapter 4807 Golden Carp. While Yong-kai's dragon blood had caused countless sea beasts to lose their lives, there seemed to be a little survivor here. The sea carp before his eyes had obviously consumed his dragon blood, but it was lucky enough to keep its life. That was the reason Yong-kai could feel that their bloodlines were connected. The aura of this sea carp wasn't particularly powerful, so Yong-kai couldn't figure out why it could survive after chugging down his dragon blood. Supposedly, there was no reason for such a weak living creature to survive, but the sea carp had achieved just that. Yong-kai could only think that life was indeed full of mysteries. There were many seemingly impossible things in the world that had actually happened. It was exactly because of these things that shouldn't have existed that brought about endless wonder and amazing changes to this expansive universe. At this moment, the sea carp was holding a dragon scale the size of a dustpan in its mouth. The dragon scale radiated a golden glow and exuded a strong dragon clan aura. Apparently, it was a dragon scale that fell off from Yong-kai's figure. Due to the expansion of his figure, a lot of dragon scales had fallen off. After they stared at each other for a moment, Yong-kai closed his eyes. Although he was amazed by the survival of this small creature, it wasn't worth too much of his attention. The most pressing issue at hand for him was to familiarize himself with his increased strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fully use his power when he was in a fight with his enemies. The sea carp was initially an ordinary sea beast, but after consuming the golden dragon blood, it now had a faint dragon clan bloodline. Therefore, it could be considered a dragonborn. The dragon pressure from a 20,000 meters grand dragon should have a powerful suppression on the sea carp. Usually, a weak dragonborn like the sea carp could only shiver and hang its head low in front of Yong-kai. However, the little fish didn't seem to be affected by this kind of bloodline suppression. Although it was afraid, its eyes were also filled with a sense of yearning. The sea carp was supposed to have low sentience, but its emotions were now undulating in its heart. When Yong-kai closed his eyes, the sea carp appeared to be disappointed. As its golden tail repeatedly tapped on the ocean, the sea carp caused the water to splash. A moment later, it swam forward and crawled on the beach with difficulty before putting the huge dragon scale down in front of Yong-kai. Following that, it squirmed back into the ocean and leaped out of the water with joy before swimming towards the depths of the ocean. When Yong-kai opened his eyes 2 months later, he saw that there were a lot of his own dragon scales in front of him while the sea carp was nowhere to be seen, causing him to wonder where it was. Yong-kai tilted his head slightly and looked down at the dragon scales in silence. While dragon blood was a treasure, dragon scales were equally valuable. When he was in human form, Yong-kai could summon his dragon scales around his figure to protect himself. Even just one piece of these fallen dragon scales could be used by a skillful artifact refiner to create a sturdy artifact armor of extraordinary quality. There was an awkward expression on Yong-kai's face when he realized that the things that he had literally shed from his body could well be the treasures in other people's eyes. There were about 1,000 dragon scales on the beach. It seemed the sea carp had patiently found them from the depths of the ocean and sent them to him. Just then, a gurgling sound was heard as there seemed to be a ferocious beast in the ocean. The next instant, the seawater separated to the sides and revealed the sea carp's figure. When the sea carp previously appeared, it was only 10 meters long, but barely 2 months later, it had grown to be 100 meters in length. Moreover, the golden glow around it had become much more dazzling as its scales were starting to look less like fish scales and more like dragon scales. There was no doubt that its aura had grown stronger as well. Even though the sea carp was still weak in Yong-kai's eyes, it had actually experienced shocking growth in just 2 months' time. The sea carp's eyes had become brighter and more intelligent as well. Presently, there was a dragon scale in its mouth that it had found from the depths of the ocean. Since it had consumed Yong-kai's dragon blood, it could easily locate those fallen dragon scales. Otherwise, it couldn't have found so many in just 2 months. All the dragon scales that the sea carp had found from the ocean were sent to Yong-kai. As their eyes met, the sea carp leaped into the air as though it was waiting for Yong-kai's compliment. Then it stared silently at him. Faced with the gigantic and majestic grand dragon, the sea carp wasn't frightened in the slightest. Instead, it was filled with joy. Yong-kai extended his dragon claw and grabbed the sea carp alongside a large area of the ocean before pulling them closer to himself. After giving it a thought, he sent them into his small universe. Since their fates were connected in a way, he decided to keep the sea carp. As for the large amount of dragon scales on the ground, Yong-kai didn't intend to give up on them. Although these things had fallen off from his body, they were all treasures. Sometime in the future, he could send them to Great Evolution Paradise and ask Grandmaster Ma Fan to make some artifact armors for him. Although the sea carp had exerted itself to bring back the 1,000 or so dragon scales from the ocean over the past 2 months, a lot of them remained under the waves. As a thought flashed through Yong-kai's mind, all the dragon scales, which were scattered around the ocean, seemed to have been summoned as they leaped out of the ocean and turned into rays of light before coming to Yong-kai. Strictly speaking, these dragon scales were left behind after his transformation, so he could easily summon them. He then dispelled his dragon form and turned back into a human. As he looked in a particular direction, he leaped into the air. 100 kilometers away in that direction, several figures saluted him and watched him leave respectfully. They were the great emperors of this universe world. In fact, they had already detected it when Yong-kai broke through the barrier of this universe world and arrived at this place. After all, they were the great emperors acknowledged by the heavenly way of this world, so they were fully aware of everything that was going on in it. However, Yong-kai's dragon pressure was far too intimidating. Therefore, even though these great emperors had noticed the arrival of a powerful cultivator, they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only watch over him from a distance. Over the past 2 months, these great emperors had been on pins and needles. After all, they didn't know whether Yang Kai was an ill-intentioned person who wanted to harm this universe world. It wasn't until Yang Kai appeared in his dragon form and lay on the beach that they realized he was a legendary dragon clan member. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by a sense of admiration. Wherever they were, dragons were a symbol of the most powerful beings. This universe world was no exception. The great emperors could also finally set their minds at ease. After all, they had never heard of dragon clan members committing acts of evil or slaughter without provocation, so they could stop worrying. On the other hand, it was their greatest honor to personally see a dragon clan member. When Yang Kai left, they saluted him as it was a form of respect for a more powerful being. In the meantime, a loud boom sent a shockwave across 7 stars sect in Yang Kai's small universe. No one knew what had happened in the sect as they just felt the ground shaking. Sect Master Shangguanji and the other elders quickly came over to find out what was going on, and it didn't take long before they were dumbfounded by the sight before them. That was because there was initially a huge and beautiful mountain valley in the sect, but now it had turned into a lake. The lake was filled with clear water that reflected the blue sky. A doubtful Shangguanji asked the other elders, "Has there always been such a lake in our sect?" All of them shook their heads with Guan Qianxing replying, "This should be Serene Light Valley. I visited this place yesterday. Why did it suddenly become a lake?" It was inconceivable that a mountain valley had turned into a lake, and if not for the tremor just now, they wouldn't have noticed anything at all. With that said, they were certain that the loud boom had something to do with this transformation. After giving it a thought, Shangguanji hypothesized, perhaps it's the ancestors' doing. No one knew how powerful the ancestor truly was, not just the other great forces in the Void Continent, but even the people in 7 Stars sect. These people had tried to probe Sui regarding this matter, but even this legacy disciple knew little about it. Yang Kai had never showcased his true power in front of Sui, and even if he did, Sui wouldn't be able to comprehend it given his current vision. If Shangguanji were to describe the ancestors' power, the only word that came into his mind was inscrutable. Everything could be explained if this was really the ancestors' doing. However, they still had to find out whether that was indeed the case. Just when Shangguanji was preparing to head to the ancestors' residence, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. The next moment, a dangerous aura swept out. "Watch out!" Shangguanji cried out in panic. He was now in the First Order Emperor realm, and other than the ancestor, he was the only Emperor Realm Master in 7 Stars sect. Therefore, he was the first one to detect the auras. Before the group even came to their senses, a large golden carp suddenly leaped out of the lake. Under the brilliant sun, the golden carp radiated a golden glow so bright that these people were almost unable to keep their eyes open. All of them couldn't help but narrow their gazes. Pff. The next instant, the golden carp sprayed out a mouthful of water at all of them. With a solemn expression, Shangguanji activated his Emperor Qi and blocked off the water. Soon after, though, he realized that the water sprayed out from the golden carp's mouth wasn't harmful at all. It was as though the sea beast was just playing a prank on them. Certainly, the golden carp was puzzled by his action. After falling back into the lake, it stared at them for a moment before it became elated. As it flapped its tail, it took in a lot of water and leaped into the air before spraying it at Shangguanji and the others again. Shangguanji raised his hand again, but this time, he could feel a bit of power from the water sprayed out of the golden carp's mouth. As he kept blocking the water, the golden carp increasingly exerted more force until he was unable to fend off the water. In that instant, the leaders of 7 Stars sect were all soaked in water, causing them to appear quite embarrassed. Shangguanji put on a helpless smile, thinking that it must be the ancestor who placed the golden carp in lake here. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other possible explanations. He could clearly feel that this golden carp was significantly more powerful than him. The only reason he had persevered for such a long time just now was that the other party was teasing him. When Sui came over in a rush and saw Shangguanji and the others in such a state, he was naturally shocked. As though Sui was their savior, Shangguanji hurriedly asked, "Martial nephew, what's going on with this fish in lake? Has the ancestor said anything?" Sui quickly saluted all of them and replied, "Honored master was the one who placed the fish in lake here. He told me to take good care of it." Upon hearing that, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they had speculated that it was the ancestors' doing, it wasn't until Sui confirmed it that they could be certain. Martial Peak Chapter 4808 Chan Xiao. Yang Kai had spent some 30 years in the chaotic dead territory. During this period, roughly 100 years had passed in the small universe. Presently, the flow of time in the small universe was 4 times faster than the outside world. When Sui ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe accelerated from 2 times to 3 times that of the outside world. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, Origin King Realm, and so on. When Sui made it to the Saint King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm, the flow of time in the small universe didn't change. However, when he broke through to the Origin King Realm, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe became 4 times faster. Now Sui was already at the peak of the Origin King Realm. If Yang Kai hadn't told him to suppress his cultivation, he would have made it to the Tao Source Realm already. The growth of Sui was neither slow nor fast. In just 100 years, he had grown from a mortal without any foundation to an Origin King Realm master. The average person would have been proud of such an achievement, but Sui was different. He was Yang Kai's 3rd disciple and was living in Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, he had cultivated a secret art named the Great Nothingness Scripture that had been passed down from ancient times. It wasn't surprising that he had made such an achievement. The reason Yang Kai told him to suppress his cultivation was that he wanted him to get prepared for ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. It was just like how he wanted Zhaoya to suppress her cultivation in the past. The star boundary was now a cradle to nurture future Open Heaven Realm masters, and the lower one's cultivation, the more benefits they could gain by cultivating there. Although Sui didn't have a chance to start his martial Tao in the star boundary from childhood, which would allow him to gain the greatest benefits from the world tree, he would still achieve great things in life if he started cultivating in the star boundary as an Origin King cultivation. Above the Origin King Realm were the Tao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. Once he made it to the Tao Source Realm, he wouldn't gain a lot of benefits by simply heading to the star boundary at this point. Yang Kai planned on making him ascend to the Tao Source Realm in the star boundary. In that case, his potential might be fully cultivated, which would allow him to stand a chance to be on par with the growth rate of his eldest senior brother and second senior sister. However, Sui would have to suffer a little because of that. Over the years, he had mainly relied on his dreams to cultivate. Hence, whenever he cultivated, he would doze off, and he was now used to going to sleep every night. Since Yang Kai wanted him to suppress his cultivation and not achieve a breakthrough, it meant that he couldn't sleep. Initially, he would always feel sleepy and there were times when he almost slumbered off. Fortunately, Yang Kai managed to awaken him in time so that the latter didn't have to bear the consequences of ascending to the Tao Source Realm. Gradually, Sui became used to fighting against sleepiness. When Yang Kai told him to take care of the golden carp, he really felt that this fish had come at the perfect time. After all, there was nothing else he could do since he was not allowed to sleep or cultivate. Nevertheless, Sui soon realized that the golden carp was simply too naughty. Every day, the fish would soak him in water, which caused him to constantly look disheveled and embarrassed. The news that there was now a sect protecting divine beast spread like wildfire. Many disciples came over to see the sea beast, and when they saw the golden carp revealing itself, they would all exclaim in amazement. The idea of a sect protecting divine beast came from Shangguanji. Regardless of where the golden carp came from, it had to be given the title of sect protecting divine beast since it was brought to this place by the ancestor. Those who saw the golden carp before knew that this sect protecting divine beast was naughty and mischievous. The golden carp always seemed joyful when there were a lot of people around. Therefore, the disciples didn't mind getting splashed with water as they would always come to the lake to play with the fish, which actually saved Sui a lot of trouble. While 7 Star Sect in the small universe was bustling with noise, Yang Kai traveled across the void round the clock and finally arrived at Yinyang territory. Although he had benefited greatly from the gift given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan before his departure, a lot of uncertainties remained. He had no idea when the 2 forces hidden in his dragon bead would act up again, so he constantly had to keep an eye on them. He was still reeling from the shock after the first experience. Although his dragon form and dragon vein would grow exponentially when the 2 forces exploded, It would also put him in a precarious situation. Fortunately, despite not knowing when they would explode again, Yang Kai had determined that it wouldn't happen anytime soon. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai visited Yinyang territory. However, he had tagged along Suing Shui and Qing Kuei previously, while this time he was on his own. Just like Langya Paradise, those from Yinyang territory wouldn't restrict anyone from entering or leaving this great territory. After all, there was a first-class star city in Yinyang territory that was hustling and bustling with activity. If they imposed any restrictions, the popularity of the star city would be affected. The reason the territory gates of Yinyang territory were cordoned off previously was that some of the cave heavens and paradises had worked together to make things difficult for Yinyang heaven, since the Tao Theory assembly was just around the corner. Nevertheless, it was obviously different now. The core area of Yinyang territory was where the headquarters of Yinyang cave heaven was located. Gazing at it from the void, one could see that the gigantic spirit province looked like two Yinyang fish with their heads and tails connected. In the periphery of this spirit province that looked like Yinyang fish, there were other spirit provinces of different sizes. They were all considered part of Yinyang cave heaven. With his previous experience in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai was now familiar with how to enter the cave heavens and paradises. Now, he was no longer a nobody, as he had become a household name across the entire 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, he was a son-in-law of Yinyang cave heaven. This identity alone warranted a serious treatment from Yinyang cave heaven. Yang Kai headed straight to the Star City and found the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was in charge of the Void Dock. After telling the person his name, he revealed his intention and asked him to send a message to Su Linggong or Chu Huashang. Certainly, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew who Yang Kai was. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held in the past was to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. The incident sparked a commotion in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, and her aptitude and beauty were among the top in the world. Some of the disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven who were a match for her wanted to marry her. Unfortunately, she had violated the rule which stated that all the cave heavens and paradises had to stay united. Faced with external pressure, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven had no choice but to give an explanation. The Tao Theory Assembly was the result. It could be said that the popularity of Chu Huashang in Yinyang Cave Heaven was on par with, if not greater than that of Gulinger in Langya Paradise. After all, Chu Huashang was a core disciple while Gulinger was not. There was a difference between their statuses. Initially, the Tao Theory Assembly was a plot devised by those cave heavens and paradises. They were ready to let their 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven and become a partner of the core disciple. However, a guy named Yang Kai came out of nowhere and forced the cave heavens and paradises to change their strategy, which saved the reputation of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Eventually, Yang Kai defeated all other competitors and won first place, which was shocking for everyone. After the event, he became a household name across the 3,000 worlds. The series of changes that took place during the Tao Theory Assembly caught everyone off guard, especially when the core disciple of Thousand Crane disciple Zhao Xing was killed. The consequence of it was that his honored master, Zuoquan Hui, partnered with Heavenly Sword Union to launch a war against Void Land. On the other hand, many of the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were grateful to Yang Kai for what he had done during the Tao Theory Assembly. If he hadn't interfered, Chu Huashang would have been forced to marry a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of those great forces. It would be an intolerable outcome for everyone in Yinyang Cave Heaven. In comparison, Yang Kai didn't come from one of the cave heavens and paradises, nor did he have a powerful background. Furthermore, he only made it to the 5th Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so his future was dimmer compared to Chu Huashang's. It could be said that he was not an equal match for Chu Huashang. However, since he had killed Zhao Xing, it didn't seem unacceptable to let him become a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Cultivators always respected the strong. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years as punishment for her actions. Now that 100 years had passed, Chu Huashang had stepped out of confinement. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up at this point. Instead, they heard a lot of strange news from the outside world. Therefore, when the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was in charge of the Star City's Void Dock, saw Yang Kai, he was surprised and doubtful. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, He didn't make things difficult for him as he told him to get some rest in a room and hurriedly sent a message to the sect. Certainly, Yang Kai had seen the surprise and doubt in that person's eyes. He had a feeling that his visit to Inyang Cave Heaven this time wouldn't be smooth sailing as he had imagined. With that said, he was here to meet up with Chu Huashang following the 100-year promise. With Su Linggong around, he wouldn't have to worry about anything as the latter would just solve any problems that were thrown at him. He had come into contact with quite a number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, including some of the 8th Order ancestors. Hence, the mystery and pressure surrounding the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't affect Yang Kai anymore. Those from Inyang Cave Heaven reacted quickly. 1 hour after Yang Kai sat down, an elderly man, who was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, personally came over. Upon opening the door, the elderly man looked smilingly at Yang Kai and nodded. It said that the next generation will always be better than the previous one. It's when I see young people like you that I realize I'm old. Yang Kai quickly saluted him. Greetings, martial uncle. You're still very strong. He was puzzled. Initially, he thought that either Qing Kuei or Suing Shui would meet him and bring him to Inyang Cave Heaven. However, none of them came to this place. Instead, there was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he didn't know. Without reading too much into it, Yang Kai asked, "May I ask your name, senior?" The elderly man replied with a smile, "My name is Chan Xiao." "So it is martial uncle Chan." Yang Kai saluted him again. "This is not a suitable place to have a talk. Come to the sect with me." "Yes." With Chan Xiao leading the way, it was easy for them to enter Inyang Cave Heaven. When Yang Kai visited this place previously, he was told to stay on a certain spirit peak. He had also been to Chu Huashang's residence, so he still remembered the route. However, Chan Xiao didn't intend to lead him to see Chu Huashang or Su Linggong. Instead, he was heading to an unfamiliar spirit peak. Yang Kai looked around with a calm expression. Apparently, this spirit peak was where Chan Xiao cultivated. Upon arriving at the spirit peak, they entered a grand hall and each took a seat. Soon, an alluring and demure woman entered the hall. With her head hung low, she appeared to be quite bashful. The bit of redness on her cheeks was as beautiful as sunset. What surprised Yang Kai was that the woman exuded a powerful aura, which suggested that she was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Although her face was alluring, her eyes were as pure as spring water. Her clear eyes reflected everything that she could see. Charm and innocence perfectly integrated into her being, giving her a fascinating attraction. Martial Peak Chapter 4809 Tao Ling Wan. The woman poured a cup of tea for Chan Xiao before elegantly walking up to Yang Kai. In an instant, a pleasant fragrance tickled his nose. "Please have some tea, senior brother," the woman said in a small voice, which sounded as delightful as a silver bell. As she spoke, she took a quick glance at Yang Kai before lowering her gaze. "Many thanks, junior sister." Yang Kai nodded in response. The woman started blushing and held the tray in her arms. Then she strode towards Chan Xiao and stood obediently behind him. Chan Xiao said with a smile, "She became my disciple when she was a young child, and has never stepped out of the sect before. She's pretty bashful as she has rarely met outsiders. Please don't laugh at her, martial nephew." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Junior sister is beautiful and innocent. It's rare to find anyone with such a temperament in this world." When the woman behind Chan Xiao heard his compliment, she hung her head even lower as her chin almost came into contact with her plump chest. "What happened to you, martial nephew?" Chan Xiao didn't seem to have the intention of talking about his disciple, as he quickly changed the topic. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he replied, "It's a long story. After I left Langya Paradise, something happened and held me up for quite some time. Has senior sister Chu been released from her confinement, martial uncle?" Chan Xiao nodded. "She was released almost 10 years ago, and she had been waiting for you. Unfortunately." As he spoke, he shook his head as though he felt sorry for Chu Huashang. A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Did anything happen to senior sister?" Chan Xiao waved his hand. "Not really. It's just that since you never showed up after she waited for a long time, she decided to cultivate in seclusion. She hasn't exited even now." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. When he saw Chan Xiu's expression just now, he thought that something had happened to Chu Huashang. Now that he knew she was fine, there was nothing he had to worry about. Martial uncle, where's Martial Uncle Su? What about senior brother Qin Kuei and senior sister Su Ying Shui? Why don't I see them? Yang Kai was curious about this point. He was a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law on paper. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Chan Xiu naturally had the right to receive him. However, this matter had something to do with Su Linggong, so he should have been the one to show up. Even if Su Linggong wasn't in Yin Yang Cave Heaven at the moment, could Qin Kuei and Su Ying Shui be busy as well? Chan Xiu explained, senior brother Su and his disciples were given an important task, so they left the sect almost 100 years ago. Yang Kai was stunned. 100 years ago. It had been 100 years since Chu Huashang was confined, and Su Linggong had left Yin Yang Cave Heaven at around the same time. In other words, not long after the Tao Theory Assembly ended, Su Linggong left the sect with his 2 disciples. After making some calculations, Yang Kai reckoned that the incident happened after the matter regarding the World Tree and the Star Boundary was settled. After all, Su Linggong was still in the Star Boundary at that time as he introduced the powerful cultivators from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to Yang Kai. Then he was also the one who helped persuade the higher-ups to let Yang Kai enter the Universe Temples to study the Universe Array. Yang Kai had the urge to ask what kind of task Su Linggong was given that the latter still hadn't returned from after 100 years. However, as an outsider, it wasn't his place to ask about such things. This task must be important and highly confidential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Su Linggong to do it. He had even brought his disciples with him. Yang Kai reckoned that if Chu Huashang hadn't been confined, she would have been taken as well. It was no wonder that he hadn't seen Su Linggong or any of his disciples. Upon that realization, he set his mind at ease. Yang Kai was previously nervous as he thought that Su Linggong was displeased with the fact that he hadn't shown up on time. Perhaps the older man was hiding in the shadows somewhere, just waiting for a chance to hack at him with his sword. Martial uncle, where is senior sister Chu now? I'd like to see her. Can you tell me? Yang Kai asked politely. Yang Kai found the issue to be thorny as Su Linggong and his disciples were not in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Other than Su Linggong and his disciples, he basically knew no one else in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. With that said, the other issue he was worried about could be dealt with at a later time. He was a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, so he supposedly had to get married into the sect. Nevertheless, he naturally wouldn't agree to this. It wouldn't have mattered if he were on his own. However, he was the leader of Voidland and High Heaven Pavilion. He was tangled up in many issues, so it was unrealistic for him to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so there was no way they would let her go. Initially, Yang Kai planned on having a discussion with Su Linggong, so that they could come up with a solution that was acceptable for both parties. He had the intention to offer some compensation to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, since he had obtained immense rewards from the chaotic dead territory. Just by taking out a small part of it, he would be able to tempt the leaders of Yin Yang Cave Heaven to let Chu Huashang go. However, since Su Linggong wasn't around, there was no one he could talk to about this issue. Having said that, this matter could be delayed for now. Open Heaven Realm Masters enjoyed a very long life, so the matter between Chu Huashang and him didn't have to be dealt with immediately. Regardless, he had to meet Chu Huashang and find out what was on her mind. If she was willing to leave with him, he wouldn't mind paying a hefty price for it. Nonetheless, if she wasn't willing to do so, he wouldn't force her. Upon hearing this question though, Chan Xiu appeared hesitant. There has not been any news about Martial Niece Chu since she started cultivating in seclusion, so it won't be easy to see her. I'm sure you're aware that a cultivator is most wary of external disturbance when he or she is cultivating in retreat. If that happens at a critical moment, they will suffer from cultivation dissonance, or worse, lose their life. Yang Kai nodded as he was fully aware of this truth. Thus, he cupped his fist and said, "Please tell me where she is, Martial Uncle. I'll not disturb her as I'll just wait outside. There will come a day when she steps out of it." After pondering on it with a frown, Chan Xiu nodded, "Good." Before senior brother Su left, He told me to help handle the matter between you two. Since you're here, there's no way I'll sit back and do nothing. I can gather some information on your behalf, but you mustn't be overly anxious about it. Marshal Nishu is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it's normal that she might spend decades in seclusion. During this period of time you can just stay here. I'll come to you if there's any news. Many thanks, Marshal Uncle. Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. All of a sudden, Chan Shio grabbed the elder token on his waist and probed it in silence for a while before rising from the chair. Something has happened in the sect. I have to take my leave now. He then turned to his disciple Wanner. You have to take good care of your senior brother Yang. The woman replied respectfully, yes. Following that, Chan Shio flashed an apologetic smile at Yang Kai. Marshal nephew, please wait here for a few days. I'll inform you if there's any news. Upon finishing his words, he strode out of the hall. Presently, only Yang Kai and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Wanner were left in the Grand Hall. Just now she had been hiding behind Chan Shio. When Chan Shio spoke to Yang Kai, she was too bashful to even lift her head. The situation exacerbated since only the two of them were left now. Her face was as red as blood while she clenched the tray in her arms as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Yang Kai looked up at her and happened to see her stealing a glance at him. As their eyes met, the woman quickly looked away as though she was a frightened little animal. She appeared to be on pins and needles. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face when he saw her behaving like this. If she wasn't pretending, she must be very naive and innocent. However, Yang Kai couldn't see any traces of pretense, so he reckoned that the woman was indeed just sheepish. You are junior sister Wanner, right? Yang Kai asked in a gentle voice as he was worried that he would shock her if he spoke any louder. With her head hung low, the woman nodded and replied in a small voice, Tao Ling Wan. Yang Kai reckoned that it was her name. Thus, he got up and said, Please get me a room to stay, junior sister. Tao Ling Wan seemed to be in a dazed state and she didn't seem to hear him. It wasn't until Yang Kai repeated his words that she anxiously walked out of the hall. Please come with me, senior brother. After a nod, Yang Kai followed her in a relaxed manner as he kept a distance of 10 steps behind her. The pleasant scent coming from the woman was like countless gentle hands that were tickling his heart. Soon they arrived at a room. Tao Lingwan's head remained low as she pushed the door open and stepped aside. How do you find this room, senior brother? Yang Kai didn't have any demands when it came to the room he had to stay in as he was just waiting for news from Chan Shio. So he nodded, Many thanks, junior sister. Upon entering the room, he realized that the place was small and there were barely any decorations. He then closed the door and took a seat. He was surprised by the information he had heard from Chan Shio on this day. It had been 100 years since Su Linggong and his disciples left Yinyang Cave Heaven. He wondered what kind of task they were assigned. On the other hand, Chu Huashang started cultivating in seclusion several years ago. Was she furious at the fact that Yang Kai didn't show up on time? He felt somewhat apprehensive. Although it was because he had been held up in the chaotic dead territory, that was ultimately his own fault. If not for his curiosity, he wouldn't have followed the giant spirit god and barged into the chaotic dead territory. He could have just returned to High Heaven territory after leaving Langya Paradise. In that case, he would have ample time to head to Yinyang Cave Heaven. He reckoned that he had to sincerely apologize to Chu Huashang when they met again. Fortunately, Chu Huashang wasn't a small-minded woman, so he believed that she would understand after he explained everything to her. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow. After rising from the chair, he opened the door and looked out. Why are you still here, junior sister? Just now he could sense that Tao Lingwan never moved away from the door. Even the tray was still firmly held in her arms. Is there anything you need to tell me? Yang Kai asked with concern. Tao Lingwan quickly shook her head. Nothing. It's just that honored master has told me to take good care of you. Yang Kai burst into laughter. There's no need for that. Just do your own things. I'm fine with being alone. With her head hung low, Tao Lingwan said in a small voice, It's an order from honored master. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After giving it a thought, he said, Junior sister, why don't you get some rest first? I'll call out to you if I need anything. Tao Lingwan didn't say anything, nor did she take any action. It seemed that Yang Kai was unable to reason with her. He had no idea whether Chan Xiu had told her anything, or it was just her nature. However, it wasn't like he could let her keep standing outside the room. She wasn't a maidservant but a sixth-order open heaven realm master. If the others from Inyang Cave Heaven saw that Tao Lingwan was standing outside his room as though she was ready to serve him, they would definitely chastise him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4810 Cultivation Dissonance. Yang Kai had learned just how influential a popular woman was to the fellow brothers of the same sect while he was in Langya Paradise. Although Tao Lingwan was bashful, she was strong and charming. It was expected that she was popular in Inyang Cave Heaven. He then persuaded her for a bit, but she never replied to him. Faced with his persuasion, she only kept shaking her head. This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he had never expected that Chan Xiu would leave behind such a difficult problem. After giving it a thought, he walked out of the room. "I'll take a stroll. Please tend to your own business, junior sister." Without waiting for her response, he directly left. Instead of doing her own things though, Tao Lingwan followed him, keeping a distance of several dozen meters. It was as though she was a maid who was ready to serve him at any moment. The situation had only exacerbated. If those from Inyang Cave Heaven saw it, they would definitely misunderstand him. Hence, Yang Kai only walked around for a bit before returning to his room. Seeing that Tao Lingwan stood obediently by the door again, he decided to just ignore her. After closing the door, he started cultivating. He could feel that he was just a step away from the seventh order. In fact, if not for the 100-year promise with Chu Huashang, he would have started cultivating in seclusion in an attempt to break through to the seventh order. However, just by looking at the proprietress situation, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't make it to the seventh order in a short time. It had been over 100 years since she started cultivating in seclusion, but she hadn't managed to achieve an ascension yet. Therefore, he decided to settle the issue in Inyang Cave Heaven before attempting to break through to the seventh order. With that said, even though Yang Kai had rarely cultivated in retreat over the years, his heritage continued to grow due to the uniqueness of his small universe. Furthermore, with the help of Su Yi, who cultivated the Great Nothingness scripture, the flow of time in his small universe was now 4 times faster than the outside world. As a result, the growth of his heritage had also accelerated. Nevertheless, he had spent quite some effort to nurture more stalks of profoundine bamboo, which required the consumption of the world force in his small universe. If not for this, he would have reached the threshold of the seventh order sooner. For the next half a month, there was no news from Chan Xiu at all, which made Yang Kai feel doubtful. Before Chan Xiu left, he had said that he would help gather some information for him. A long time had passed, so he should have finished such a simple task. After all, he was the inner elder of Inyang Cave Heaven. Moreover, Chu Huashang was cultivating in seclusion, so it shouldn't be hard to find out her whereabouts. Hence, Yang Kai felt uneasy at the fact that Chan Xiu hadn't shown up for a long time. One day when Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard someone groaning outside the room. The voice sounded suppressed and awkward. At that, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Tao Lingwan had been standing outside the room, so there was no doubt that it was the sheepish woman who made the noise. Over the past half a month, just like a piece of wood, she had never made a noise or moved one step. Yang Kai felt guilty for that. But there was nothing he could do since she wouldn't listen to him. At this moment, something seemed to have happened to her. Yang Kai listened attentively, but he could no longer hear anything. Just when he was about to use his divine sense to check the situation, he suddenly heard a thud, as though something had fallen to the ground. He quickly got up and dashed towards the door. Upon opening it, he saw Tao Lingwan curling up on the ground and shivering. Cold air could be seen billowing from her body as it froze the walls and ground around her. Besides that, the aura coming from her body was clearly unstable. "She's suffering from cultivation dissonance." Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He couldn't figure out why this woman was suffering from cultivation dissonance all of a sudden. Recently, she had only been standing outside his room. Yang Kai had never detected her cultivating, so this shouldn't have happened. Furthermore, she was now a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so why would such a thing even happen to her? Could it be a hidden health concern she was left with when she just started out cultivating in the past? Without any delay, Yang Kai crouched down and lifted her up. In an instant, he could feel that the woman was cold all over, as though he was carrying an ice block. On the other hand, her figure remained soft and supple, which gave off a contradictory feeling. Upon feeling the man's warmth, Tao Lingwan, who was usually bashful, stuck closer to Yang Kai as though she was trying to merge with him in an attempt to seek his warmth. Her actions made Yang Kai feel uneasy, so he quickly walked up to the bed and tried to set her down, but he was unable to do that because she had wrapped her arms around his neck and clung on to him like an octopus. "Junior Sister Tao! Junior Sister Tao!" Yang Kai anxiously called out to her. It wasn't certain whether Tao Lingwan had heard him, but she opened her eyes and looked at him with a seductive gaze. Yang Kai was most familiar with this kind of gaze, which suggested that this woman wanted to bed him. The enchantress Shan Qing Luo and the charm demon Yu Ru Meng would always seduce him in such a way. He immediately realized that something was off. Without any time to ponder on it, he apologized to her and pressed his palm against her forehead. The next moment, he activated the power of his small universe in an attempt to help restore the chaos in her body to order. This was the most common way of assisting someone experiencing cultivation dissonance, and Yang Kai couldn't think of anything else to do to help. Moreover, he wasn't sure about what kind of secret art Tao Lingwan had cultivated, so he was unable to give her the exact treatment she needed. He was only doing all he could to help her, but it was up to the heavens to decide whether she would recover. From the looks of it, she hadn't completely lost her mind as she was seemingly trying to deal with the danger that came with cultivation dissonance. Surprisingly, the treatment was working. Yang Kai could feel that the power of his small universe could be perfectly absorbed by Tao Lingwan, without a hint of conflict at all. This revelation astounded him. It had to be noted that the Tao every open heaven realm master was good at was different, so the powers of their small universes were never the same. He and Tao Lingwan had cultivated secret arts that were not connected in any way, and they grew up in vastly different environments. Supposedly, even if there were no conflicts between the powers of their small universes, they wouldn't have been perfectly matched. Nevertheless, such a thing had actually happened. Tao Lingwan's small universe had accepted his power without any repulsion. As time passed, she stopped shivering as her body regained some warmth. It wasn't until half a day later that Yang Kai retracted his hand. At this moment, Tao Lingwan was seated in front of him while breathing stably. Her face was slightly red, and her long eyelashes fluttered. There was no doubt that she was fully conscious. Previously, she would start blushing just by taking a glance at Yang Kai, but after what she had done following the cultivation dissonance, it seemed she didn't even have the nerve to open her eyes. She could feel Yang Kai examining her, so she started trembling again as her face turned as red as blood. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "If you feel any discomfort, you can tell me about it. If everything is well now, you don't have to say anything." Tao Lingwan remained silent. Upon getting her hint, Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, you can get some rest here, and I'll go to another room. Just call out to me if there's anything you need help with." There was a room just beside this one. Previously, Yang Kai told her to stay in that room and stop standing outside his door, but she refused. Now Yang Kai had to stay in that room. However, before he could make a move, he felt two powerful auras approaching from the distance. Upon sensing who they were, he became elated. That was because he knew both of them. One of them was Chan Xiu, who hadn't shown up for half a month now. It wasn't surprising that he was coming, but the other one was Yu Xiangdai. After Su Linggong and his two older disciples left the star boundary, Yinyang Cave Heaven sent Yu Xiangdai to be stationed in the star boundary. Yang Kai had frequently come into contact with her, and they had previously worked on the Langya Paradise issue together. It could be said that Yu Xiangdai had taken good care of him. Yang Kai had never expected that she was in Yinyang Cave Heaven, as he thought that she was still in the star boundary. While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Chan Xiu say, "What are you doing, junior sister? Why did you come here without informing me? If you had told me earlier, I could have prepared a welcome party for you." Yu Xiangdai snorted, "Do you think I have no idea what you're up to? Where's Yang Kai? Brat, get out here now." Yang Kai, who was initially joyful, shrank his neck upon hearing that. He had no idea how he offended Yu Xiangdai that she suddenly became so aggressive towards him. Certainly, he didn't dare to be negligent. Chen Xiu didn't seem like a reliable person. Other than telling a sixth-order female disciple to serve Yang Kai, he hadn't even come back with any information after half a month. Since Yu Xiangdai was here, Yang Kai naturally had to see her. Before Yang Kai could even respond though, Yu Xiangdai scanned the spirit peak with her divine sense and instantly found him. The next moment, a figure abruptly appeared in front of his room. Martial Aunt Yu, Yang Kai saluted her. When he was in the star boundary, he was the great emperor of the universe world who was in control of the world tree, thus allowing him to be on an equal footing with the envoys from the cave heavens and paradises. However, in this place he was just a junior. Yu Xiangdai nodded firmly, but when she caught a glimpse of Tao Lingwan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, her expressions changed drastically and she questioned, "What did the two of you do?" An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly explained, "Don't get us wrong, Martial Aunt Yu. Just now, junior sister Tao suddenly suffered from cultivation dissonance for some reason, so I just assisted her. Whatever it was, I was fortunately able to be of some use to junior sister Tao. We didn't do anything else." Upon hearing that, Yu Xiangdai's jaw dropped for a time before letting out an exasperated sigh. What a disaster! Her expression seemed to suggest that Yang Kai had done something terribly wrong, which made his heart skip a beat. "What are you trying to say, Martial Aunt? We really didn't do anything." Just then Chan Xiu finally arrived. While standing outside the room, he took a glance inside and put on a smile, as though everything was going according to his plan. Yu Xiangdai turned and glared at him. "Are you happy now?" Chen Xiu shook his head. "What are you talking about, junior sister? I don't understand." Yu Xiangdai delivered a swift kick, but the well-prepared Chan Xiu easily dodged it. "What are you doing, junior sister?" Chan Xiu asked in shock. Yu Xiangdai said through clenched teeth, "Despicable." Upon finishing her words, she ignored Chan Xiu entirely and glowered at Yang Kai before shouting, "Come with me." Martial Peak Chapter 48:11. Making a mistake with good intentions. Chen Xiu didn't intend to stop Yang Kai from leaving with Yu Xiangdai. He only gazed at Yang Kai with a meaningful smile as they departed. Yang Kai had no idea why Yu Xiangdai was furious, but he wouldn't dare to ask her about it as he followed her in silence. 1 hour later, they arrived at a different spirit peak. He realized that the view around him looked familiar. After looking around, he recalled that he had been somewhere near this place before. Su Linggong's spirit peak was in a nearby place. It seemed that he and Yu Xiangdai were neighbors. There were many people on the spirit peak who should be Yu Xiangdai's disciples. She was an inner elder of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so she had the right to take on disciples. Upon seeing her, all of them saluted her in a respectful manner. Yang Kai, who was behind her, grew curious. Without looking at these disciples, Yu Xiangdai directly passed through them in a manner that befitted her status as the leader of the spirit peak. These disciples wouldn't dare to say anything. Yu Xiangdai was usually a mild-tempered person who wouldn't put on airs and would respond to any disciple who said hello to her in normal times. Something seemed to have happened on this day as she sported a cold expression. That was the reason they were anxious. Soon they arrived at a room as Yu Xiangdai turned around and ordered, "Stay here for a few days. I need to gather some information." Yang Kai nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Yu Xiangdai glared at him before turning to leave, but she soon turned back and ordered, "Other than me, don't meet anyone who comes to see you." "What's going on here?" Yang Kai was puzzled. His experience in Yinyang Cave Heaven this time was very different from what he had imagined. First of all, he hadn't even had the chance to meet Su Linggong or Chu Huashang. Then he was brought to Chan Xiu's place and stayed there for half a month. Following that, Yu Xiangdai stormed in while feeling furious. He had only lent Tao Lingwan a hand when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, which shouldn't be a big deal. Given the situation, he couldn't have turned a blind eye to her suffering. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Xiangdai had misunderstood something, but he had already explained it clearly to her. Previously, after Chan Xiu said that he had to gather some information, he went missing for half a month. Now Yu Xiangdai has said the same thing. Yang Kai wondered what kind of information she had to find out, However, since she was infuriated at the time, he didn't dare to say anything and simply agreed to her demands. For the next 3 days, Yu Xiangdai didn't show up. It wasn't until the 4th day that she appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Martial Aunt Yu." Yang Kai saluted her respectfully. There was a conflicted expression on Yu Xiangdai's face as she gazed at him. Her eyes seemed to suggest that she was heartbroken for what had happened, with a hint of disgruntlement towards him. A moment later, she let out a long sigh and extended her hand. "Have a seat." Yang Kai bowed his head. After she was seated, he did the same and waited for her to speak. Then Yu Xiangdai fell silent for quite some time. Just when Yang Kai was running out of patience, she suddenly asked, "How do you find Wanner?" "Wanner?" Yang Kai looked doubtfully at her, then came to his senses. "Are you talking about junior sister Tao Lingwan? She's a kind-hearted and innocent person. It's just that she can be a little obstinate." Yu Xiangdai glowered at him. "I didn't tell you to remark on her temperament." A stunned Yang Kai asked, "What do you want me to say then?" Cutting to the chase, Yu Xiangdai asked, "Do you love her?" Yang Kai burst into laughter. "It's only been a short time since we first met, and we have rarely spoken to one another. Why would I even have any feelings for her? Moreover, you know the reason I'm here." Before he could finish his words, Yu Xiangdai cut him off by raising her hand. "But Wanner loves you." A dumbfounded Yang Kai asked, "Are you pulling my leg, martial aunt?" Yu Xiangdai stared seriously at him. "Moreover, it has come to a point where she can no longer love any other man in her lifetime." Yang Kai increasingly felt that she was just messing with him. Just like what he had said, it had only been a short time since he and Tao Lingwan first met, and they had rarely talked to each other. Why would they even have any feelings for each other? Even if she had really fallen in love with Yang Kai due to her inexperience in worldly affairs after Yang Kai lent her a hand while she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, it couldn't have come to a point where she would no longer love any other man in her lifetime. They hadn't kept each other company for any significant period of time, nor had they experienced any life or death moments together. Why would she even develop such deep feelings for him? However, Yu Xiangdai didn't seem like she was pulling a prank. Following another sigh, she said slowly, "There are 2 major factions for the disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven. One of them is the Heartless Tao while the other is Heartfelt Tao. Although there are 2 different factions, they lead to the same goal." Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly changed the topic, but he still listened attentively. He had heard Chu Huashang mention the Heartless Tao and Heartfelt Tao before. The Heartless Tao was the one she had cultivated. At that time she had to fall in love with Yang Kai, and then cut off those emotions to achieve a breakthrough, and make it to the open heaven realm. Certainly he didn't understand the secrets behind this, nor did he know anything about heartfelt doubts. Wanner has cultivated heartfelt Tao. You've come into contact with her before, so I'm sure you can feel that she's bashful and timid. Yang Kai nodded. Yu Xiangdai explained, "That is not a pretense. It's mostly because of the secret art's influence, and a small part of it is due to her natural temperament. She is inexperienced and as pure as a piece of white paper because of the secret art she has cultivated." "It's hard to find women like her nowadays," Yang Kai remarked. "Tao Lingwan was a 6th-order open heaven realm master after all. She must have cultivated for a long time to achieve her current cultivation, but she remained pure and innocent. Only the cave heavens and paradises had the capital to nurture disciples like her. The open heaven realm masters of most ordinary sects had experienced a lot of hardship during their cultivation journey. Such masters were often the pillars of their sects who carried great burdens on their shoulders, so they didn't have the right to be innocent. But now," Yu Xiangdai shot him a glare, "this piece of white paper has been marked with your brand." An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, "Martial Aunt Yu, there was really nothing that happened between junior sister Tao and me. I only lent her a hand when she suffered from cultivation dissonance. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it." Yu Xiangdai slowly shook her head. "I know you're telling the truth. Nothing more than what you said happened between the 2 of you. The problem is that you assisted her in the first place." A speechless Yang Kai said, "Are you saying that I shouldn't have helped her? Should I have just watched her suffer and die?" "She wouldn't die. Even if you hadn't helped her, she would have stabilized her condition on her own. Moreover, This isn't the first time she has experienced such an incident. I also went through such episodes in the past. Yang Kai became dumbfounded for a while before asking, "Have you cultivated heartfelt Tao as well, martial ant?" Yu Xiangdai nodded gently. Although Yang Kai was still doubtful, he had somewhat figured out what had happened. Yu Xiangdai said that the white sheet had been left with his brand, and that Tao Lingwan would never fall in love with another man in her lifetime. He reckoned that it had something to do with the heartfelt Tao, and the fact that he had helped her when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance. After straightening his face, Yang Kai said, "Please enlighten me, martial ant." Yu Xiangdai was pleased with his attitude. After measuring her words, she replied, "The heartless Tao and heartfelt Tao are two major factions of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven that have been existent since time immemorial. Although there is some competition between the two, we generally coexist harmoniously. With that said, we obviously have different cultivation methods from each other. I'm sure Chuer has told you that she has cultivated the heartless Tao. Only by falling in love and then cutting off that love could she ascend to the open heaven realm." Yang Kai nodded his head as he was aware of this. After all, Chu Huashang didn't hide anything from him. As for the heartfelt Tao, we don't have to go to such lengths to make it to the open heaven realm. Cultivators of this Tao won't face any difficulty when ascending to the open heaven realm. The problem starts when we want to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. Cultivators of the heartfelt Tao have to look for suitable partners when they are in the 6th order open heaven realm, and obtain their Yin Qi or Yang Qi. Only when Yin and Yang are merged can they achieve completion and break through to the 7th order. At the same time, their small universes would also materialize. However, before that, the more powerful a cultivator of the heartfelt Tao is, the more hidden concerns she would be left with. I'm sure you understand that Yin or Yang cannot grow on their own, so these hidden concerns break out from time to time. Cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai finally understood what had happened. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Yes, cultivation dissonance, but different from ordinary cultivation dissonance. While the two look similar on the surface, even without any external aid, one who had cultivated the heartfelt Tao can overcome these episodes with enough focus and effort. That wasn't the first time Wanner suffered from cultivation dissonance, but no one ever helped her in the past. An embarrassed Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. I had no idea. She was suddenly struck with cultivation dissonance, so I just tried to. Yu Xiangdai sighed. It's not your fault. Any conscientious person wouldn't have turned a blind eye to it in that situation, but that was where you made a mistake. Did you feel anything strange when you were helping her? Yang Kai nodded. My strength perfectly merged with hers. That's the uniqueness of the heartfelt Tao, Yu Xiangdai explained. She can perfectly accept the first power from the opposite sex and merge with it, thus becoming the life companion of that man. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, "Martial ant, didn't you say a cultivator of heartfelt Tao has to look for a partner?" Yu Xiangdai replied, "There are two ways of selecting a partner. One of them is to fall in love. If Wanner had really fallen in love with anyone, that would be her choice. The other way is to merge her power with another party. This way is more forceful and dominating. One might fall out of love with their partner, but since their strength has already merged, it can never be untangled. Many disciples of heartfelt Tao are unable to bear the pain of the cultivation dissonance, so they look for their partners using this method." There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face. "Martial ant, are you saying that junior sister Tao and I?" With a solemn expression, Yu Xiangdai nodded. "You are now the only man she can have in her life. Just like what I've said, she has been left with your brand. Other than you, she will never love anyone else." "No way." Yang Kai quickly waved his hands. "You know what I came to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven for. I didn't have a choice when I helped junior sister Tao. Moreover, we know nothing about each other, so how can we suddenly become a couple?" "I'm afraid it's not up to you to decide." Yu Xiangdai slowly shook her head. Although Wanner is not a core disciple of the sect, she has the highest hope of ascending to the 7th order in the last hundreds of years. Without your help, her martial Tao would end at the peak of the 6th order. Martial Peak Chapter 48-12 Embarrassing Situation. Yang Kai had never expected that his attempt to help someone would end up causing such a big problem. He reckoned that the secret arts of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven were indeed abstruse, If it was just like what Yu Xiangdai had said, Tao Lingwan would never be able to accept another man's yang qi as her small universe had absorbed Yang Kai's strength. In that case, without Yang Kai's help, she would never be able to make it to the seventh order in her lifetime. It wasn't something those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wanted to see. A seventh order open heaven realm master was valuable to every cave heaven or paradise. Tao Lingwan had high hopes of ascending to the seventh order. If her future was ruined by Yang Kai, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wouldn't let him off. Yang Kai felt helpless while his mind was a mess. It had only been a short time since he and Tao Lingwan first met, and they had barely even spoken to each other. However, if her future was destroyed because of him, he would feel guilty. Nevertheless, he couldn't bring himself to simply accept her. He had come all the way to this place for Chu Huashang. It wasn't the right thing to do if he was tangled up with another woman while he hadn't even met Chu Huashang. Chen Xiao. Yang Kai suddenly cursed. He was puzzled previously, but upon hearing Yu Xiangdai's explanation, he seemed to have realized something. It was Chen Xiao's doing, right? Tao Lingwan was Chen Xiao's disciple, so he must be fully aware of her situation. Perhaps he knew that Tao Lingwan would be struck with cultivation dissonance soon at that time, so he insisted on making her serve Yang Kai. After that, he went missing for half a month. On the other hand, he never told Yang Kai anything. Chen Xiao knew that once Tao Lingwan suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai, the latter wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. The moment Yang Kai decided to help, he would fall into the trap. This probably wasn't a well-thought-out plan. After all, Chen Xiao had no idea when Yang Kai would visit Yinyang Cave Heaven, so he had most likely improvised it. When Yang Kai arrived, it just so happened that Tao Lingwan would be struck with cultivation dissonance soon. Yu Xiangdai parted her lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. You figured it out, after all. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, but why? Regardless, Tao Lingwan was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, who was also strikingly beautiful. If such a beautiful woman got together with Yang Kai, outsiders would think that he had found a partner that was out of his league. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out Chen Xiao's intention for doing this. It wasn't like he didn't know that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were engaged. The titles of Yang Kai, which included Star Boundary Great Emperor and Voidlands Lord, were probably not prestigious enough to make him sacrifice a legacy disciple just to establish a connection. It's for sure. Yu Xiangdai replied. What do you mean? Yang Kai became even more doubtful. Yu Xiangdai explained, 100 years ago, you won first place in the Tao Theory Assembly and became engaged with Chuer. Supposedly, you should have come to Yinyang Cave Heaven a few years ago. Yang Kai nodded. That was my plan, but I was held up by something. It was the chaotic debt territory, right? Yu Xiangdai asked. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? The ancestor who is responsible for monitoring the chaotic dead territory is from Luoshang Cave Heaven. When he saw that you entered the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god, he asked around to find out about your identity. That was how all cave heavens and paradises knew that you had entered the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai nodded gently. The appearance of a giant spirit god and someone entering the chaotic dead territory were both major events. Since the ancestor from Luoshang Cave Heaven had seen it, he would definitely inform everyone about it. The cave heavens and paradises naturally had channels to communicate with each other. Hence, it wasn't a secret that Yang Kai had barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god. The chaotic dead territory is a dangerous place. Even the 8th Order ancestor from Luoshang Cave Heaven could only stay in the periphery for a short moment before having to retreat. What do you think the outsiders would speculate when you had gone missing for decades? Yu Xiangdai stared at him and asked. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, they must have believed that I was dead. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Exactly. In fact, I just came back from the Star Boundary not long ago. I was also shocked when I heard that you had entered the chaotic dead territory back then. I too believe that you were killed. However, when I asked the head manager of High Heaven Pavilion, she firmly declared that you were fine. If I hadn't seen you with my bare eyes this time, I wouldn't have believed it. At that time, she was puzzled by Hua Qingxi's confidence. No one could survive after entering the chaotic dead territory, but Hua Qingxi told her to rest assured and said that her sect master must be fine. As for when he would leave the chaotic dead territory, she didn't have a clue either. Yu Xiangdai didn't probe her further. Since Hua Qingxi had said so, she chose to believe her. When she returned to Yinyang Cave Heaven, she really met Yang Kai. While Yu Xiangdai didn't understand the reason behind it, Yang Kai knew why Hua Qingxi was so certain. That was because he had the loyalty list which had 9 names written in it. The life or death of those 9 hinged on Yang Kai. If something happened to him, Mao Zhe and the others would instantly lose their lives as well. Since Mao Zhe and the others were still alive and kicking, it meant that Yang Kai was fine. But others wouldn't think of it this way. All the cave heavens and paradises believed that you were dead. This speculation was further verified since you didn't show up after the 100-year promise was due. Yang Kai appeared worried. Did senior sister Chu enter seclusion because of this? Yes. Yu Xiangdai nodded. If you were still alive and had come to this place on time, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wouldn't have gone back on their word. You would still be a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, since you were thought to be dead, the engagement became invalid as well. Chuer is one of the sect's core disciples who has a bright future after all. Given the uniqueness of the secret art she has cultivated, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven decided to look for a partner for her. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, what did senior sister Chu think about the idea? Yu Xiangdai shook her head. She naturally refused. It was because of this that she decided to cultivate in seclusion. Out of sight, out of mind. At the same time, she wanted to wait for you to appear. Yang Kai fell silent, thinking that he didn't deserve Chu Huashang's trust. If he had simply come on time, all this wouldn't have happened. Chuer's stance was firm. However, since she is a core disciple, the sect has the right to interfere in her affairs. She can't change anything on her own. If Brother Su were still around, he could have put in a word for her. However, since he's gone, Chuer was all by herself while I was far away in the star boundary. There was no one in the sect who could speak up for her. She had tried her best by choosing to cultivate in seclusion to avoid this problem. So, who is the partner that your noble sect has selected for senior sister Chu? Yu Xiangdai shot him a glance. Chuer is a core disciple who has the hope to ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm one day, and become an ancestor. There are not many people in the sect who are a match for her. First of all, his aptitude must be similar, and his seniority comes next. With that said, there is a suitable person. He is Chun Xiu's disciple as well as Tao Lingwan's junior brother, Feng Changxi. He was the most recent core disciple before Chuer, who had directly ascended to the 6th Order. Although he's much older than Chuer, they are of the same seniority. In fact, the sect's managers initially wanted Chuer and Feng Changxi to get together. However, since she had violated the taboo, they had no choice but to hold the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement. According to you, Feng Changxi is Chun Xiu's disciple, so why would he set me up to help junior sister Tao Lingwan resolve her cultivation dissonance? He wouldn't gain any benefits out of it, nor would it be beneficial to junior sister Tao. It would be terrible if they had to be tied up for life because of this, as it had only been a short time since they first met. It probably wasn't Tao Lingwan's intention either. She was just forced to obey her master. He wouldn't get any benefits out of it, but his plan could perfectly resolve the embarrassing situation that Yinyang Cave Heaven is facing, Yu Xiangdai explained. Although I don't agree with what he's done, and I think that he's too short-sighted, there's no doubt that he's doing it to protect the sect's interests. I hope you'll understand that he didn't have any ill intentions against you. Yang Kai nodded. Yu Xiangdai went on to say, those from the sect thought you were dead, so they had designated a partner for Chuer. However, with you being alive now, the sect would have to go back on their word. That's the embarrassing situation the sect is facing. Yang Kai could somewhat understand it. Following her explanation, he deduced, so Chun Xiu thought of a way to resolve this conundrum, which is to pair me with his disciple as a form of compensation. He would probably force me to give up the engagement as well. In that case, Yinyang Cave Heaven could get away with it, and outsiders couldn't blame your sect. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Yes, that's exactly his plan. Strictly speaking, Wanner is not bad. It's just that her aptitude is not comparable to Chuer's. If you're happy with her, it will be a win-win situation. Do not think that just anyone can make Chun Xiu sacrifice his legacy disciple. If not for your amazing achievements over the years, he wouldn't have the heart to use Wanner to set you up. Back then, Wanner directly ascended to the Fifth Order, and her cultivation journey has been smooth sailing over the years. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll make it to the Seventh Order within a few hundred years. You directly ascended to the Fifth Order as well, so outsiders would think that you and Wanner are a perfect match. On the other hand, Chuer would be out of your league. Yang Kai fell silent for a while before letting out a sigh. Junior sister Tao has sacrificed the most in this matter. Yu Xiangdai sighed. She must have thought of it when she decided to obey her master. Although she's innocent, she's not a fool. No fool can ever attain her achievements. Since she didn't reject it, it means that she's at least fond of you. Yang Kai shook his head. But it's different from becoming partners for life. It's indeed an embarrassing situation for Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and it's the same case for you. So I have to ask you seriously, are you willing to accept Tao Lingwan and give up on Chu Huashang? In that case, everyone will be happy. Everyone will be happy? Yang Kai snorted. I don't think so. Has anyone asked what senior sister Chu thinks about it? What is really on junior sister Tao's mind? What's my stance on this matter? No one has bothered to ask. Only those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven will be happy with this. Martial Peak Chapter 48:13 Difficult Challenge. Yu Xiangdai breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Those from the sect told me to ask you about it. Since that's what you think, you've given me an answer, and I have a reply to them. Although Brother Su is not around, I won't allow anyone to bully Chuer as I had watched her grow up. An idea suddenly flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he examined Yu Xiangdai. She had said that she had cultivated heartfelt Tao, and she had gone through the same experience as Tao Lingwan. Now, she was already in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, her crisis was resolved when she suffered from cultivation dissonance in the past, which allowed her to break free from her chains. That was why her small universe had materialized, and she had ascended to the Seventh Order. So, who was the partner she had selected back then? Involuntarily, the image of Su Linggong sprang into Yang Kai's mind. After Su Linggong left the star boundary in the past, Yu Xiangdai came over to be stationed there, and she had taken good care of Yang Kai. Now she seemed concerned about Chu Huashang. The average martial ant wouldn't have gone to such lengths. It seemed to suggest that Yu Xiangdai was very close to Su Linggong and his disciples. While Yang Kai was amazed by the revelation, he asked, "What do you plan on doing, martial ant?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head. "It's about what you have to do, not what I plan on doing." A humble Yang Kai asked, "Please enlighten me, martial ant." Yu Xiangdai replied, "The place where Chuer is cultivating in seclusion is special. It's a place in Yin Yang Cave Heaven where a cultivator's heart is trained. It's called the Samsara Pavilion. Those who enter it will experience a number of reincarnations, but remain unaware of it. Only when one finds her true love would she be able to break through the fog and retrieve her true heart." Yang Kai frowned as he didn't understand. Yu Xiangdai went on to say, "The Samsara Pavilion is where many female disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven would select their life partners. Any female disciple who enters the Samsara Pavilion will temporarily lose her memory. She will only remember the things in her current life after the reincarnation. During the rounds of reincarnation, she will come across many people and events while her heart is tempered. The male disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't lose their memories after initially entering. If two people are destined to be together, they will find each other in the Samsara Pavilion. Those from the sect insisted on getting Feng Chengxi to be Chuer's partner. She's on her own and powerless to resist it, and she couldn't dodge the problem with the usual way of cultivating in seclusion. The Samsara Pavilion was the only place she could go. If no one pulls her out of it, she will fall into oblivion for her entire life." When she finished her words, Yu Xiangdai appeared to be melancholic. The outsiders thought that the female disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven were loose women who would just bed any man. But they had no idea that these women were actually the most loyal partners of all. That was because almost every female disciple who had found a partner had to go through the tests of the Samsara Pavilion. Only by not giving up on each other through several reincarnations would they remain together forever. Since time immemorial, there had been countless female disciples who had fallen into oblivion in the Samsara pavilion, because they couldn't find their partners inside. Yu Xiangdai had a senior sister who was just like her real mother or elder sister. However, she had not appeared since entering the Samsara pavilion. It was certain that this senior sister wasn't dead, but she was still going through rounds of reincarnation in the Samsara pavilion, and would never see the outside world again in her lifetime. Has Feng Chengxi gone to that place? A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't hard to figure out. Since those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wanted these core disciples to get together, Feng Chengxi would definitely be the next to enter the Samsara pavilion after Chu Huashang. If he could pull her out of the Samsara pavilion, that would be the outcome those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wanted to see. Good, Yu Xiangdai nodded. He entered the place not long after Chuer started cultivating in seclusion. That means he's been inside for a few years already. Yang Kai let out a sigh, thinking that he was too late to join the race. Yu Xiangdai raised her hand to motion for him to calm down. Even though he entered the Samsara pavilion a few years earlier, it's not really an advantage. Only with a sincere heart would one find their partner in the Samsara pavilion. You are the one who occupies Chuer's heart, so that's your biggest advantage. Feng Chengxi is no match for you in this regard. Moreover, I suppose the heart barrier that Chuer set when she entered the Samsara pavilion wouldn't be easy to break. Feng Chengxi wouldn't achieve his goal in a short time. Heart barrier? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Yu Xiangdai explained. Every female disciple who wishes to enter the Samsara pavilion to wait for her partner will set a heart barrier before she loses her memory. Only by breaking this heart barrier can a male disciple bring back her memory and take her out of the Samsara pavilion. The lowest level of a heart barrier is 3 lives while the highest is 9 lives. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai asked, in other words, I have to find her through a minimum of 3 reincarnations to a maximum of 9 reincarnations and win her heart in order to break her heart barrier. Am I right? Exactly. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Chuer has temporarily lost her memory after entering the Samsara pavilion. Others might take advantage of it if the heart barrier is too easy. Yang Kai nodded. What level of heart barrier do you think senior sister Chu has set for herself, martial aunt? Yu Xiangdai replied. 3 lives would be too easy as others might take advantage of her while 9 lives would be too difficult. To be honest with you, the Samsara pavilion has been in existence for countless eons, but no disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven have ever broken a heart barrier of 9 lives before. That's because the more rounds of reincarnation there are, the more difficult it becomes to obtain the other party's acknowledgement and win her heart. Chuer is waiting for you, but she doesn't intend to make things difficult for you. Hence, the heart barrier she has chosen wouldn't be too easy or difficult. As for how many lives you must experience, you'll only find out after you find her. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai grinned and revealed his white teeth. That's a pretty difficult challenge. Yu Xiangdai snorted. I hope you'll still be confident when the time comes. I'll tell you this, if you can't bring Chuer out of there, you should just stay inside forever. Yang Kai bowed his head. Don't worry, martial aunt. I'll bring senior sister Chu out of the Samsara pavilion safely. However, as an outsider, do I have a right to enter the Samsara pavilion? I'm afraid Chan Xiu wouldn't agree to it. Yu Xiangdai scoffed. I'll handle it. That shameless old fart has used such a dirty trick. I'll let him know what it means to go for wool but come back shorn. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly appeared dejected. It's just that Wanner will have to suffer. Yang Kai remained silent as he felt helpless about this point as well. He had been dragged into an improvised plot while he was unsuspecting. Regardless of what the outcome would be, Tao Lingwan would be hurt. Yu Xiangdai soon left as she had to get prepared to help Yang Kai enter the Samsara pavilion. Not long after she was gone, Chan Xiu arrived with Tao Lingwan. Upon seeing Yang Kai, he sported a smile and took a seat. Nephew, it's thanks to you that my disciple wasn't harmed during cultivation dissonance. I initially wanted to thank you, but junior sister you brought you away in a rush. The only reason we've come all the way here this time is that Wanner wants to personally express her gratitude. I'm sure you're aware that she's pretty timid, so I have to come with her. Previously he called Yang Kai martial nephew, but it was nephew now. It seemed that he now regarded the young man to be his family member. Yang Kai remained calm as he nodded. Don't mention it, martial uncle. It was the least I could do. Chan Xiu waved his hand. It might be the least you could do, but you have saved Wanner's life. Wanner, you should express your gratitude to your senior brother now. After taking a step forward, Tao Lingwan saluted Yang Kai in an elegant manner and said in a hushed voice, "Many thanks for lending me a hand, senior brother Yang." Strictly speaking, Tao Lingwan was older than Yang Kai, and she had started cultivating much earlier. She was supposed to be his senior sister, but Chan Xiu told her to call him senior brother, so his intention was pretty conspicuous. Yang Kai gazed at her and replied gently, "You don't have to be overly polite with me, junior sister Wan." He then turned his head and stared at Chan Xiu. "Martial uncle, to be honest with you, I'm preparing to enter the Samsara Pavilion to look for senior sister Chu." Upon hearing that, Tao Lingwan shook a little while the smile on Chan Xiu's face froze. A moment later he nodded. "It seems that junior sister Yu has told you everything." Yes, Yang Kai didn't deny it. Chan Xiu grunted and ran his fingers through his beard. After giving it a thought, he said, "Nephew, this king didn't mean any harm by doing this. I had no other choice, so I hope you'll forgive me." Tao Lingwan was supposed to be the one to decide whether she would forgive Chan Xiu, not Yang Kai. Hence, he didn't respond to him. "However, Wanner's future now hinges on you. I don't object to you looking for martial niece Chu, but what about Wanner? Are you going to abandon her?" Yang Kai replied, "There's a solution to every problem in the world." He then turned to Tao Lingwan and spoke gently, "Junior sister, we didn't know each other in the past as we just met half a month ago. And you know nothing about me. Are you resigned to being tied to me forever just because of the secret art's influence?" Faced with his question, Tao Lingwan hung her head low. A while later, she replied in a small voice, "I'll obey my master." "Oh." Yang Kai felt sorry for her as he shook her head. "Junior sister, you're an adult who is in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so you're supposed to have your own opinions. To put it bluntly, there will come a day when Martial Uncle Chun passes away. If you only listen to him all the time, what will you do when that day comes? Will you be unable to keep on living?" Chan Xiu was infuriated upon hearing that. Although he was old, he still had many years to live as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai was practically cursing him and hoping he would die sooner. "This brat is so resentful of me, but he just doesn't show it on his face," Chan Xiu thought. Yang Kai then turned to look at Chan Xiu. "Martial uncle, you've raised your disciple wrongly, and you'll suffer a setback because of it sooner or later." Faced with a junior's criticism, an embarrassed Chan Xiu flicked his sleeve and rose from the chair. "I don't agree with what you've said, martial nephew. I do everything with a clear conscience." From his point of view, if Yang Kai could just follow along with his plan, not only would Inyang Cave Heaven be saved from the embarrassing situation, but he could also find a suitable partner for his disciple. Therefore, there wasn't a hint of guilt in his tone when he said that. Martial Peak Chapter 48-14 My Decision. After Chan Xiu left in a huff, Tao Lingwan followed him closely. Before that, she looked apologetically at Yang Kai, who put on a smile and waved his hand to motion for her not to mind it. For the next half a month, Yu Xiangdai was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until 20 days later that she appeared while looking fatigued. When she found Yang Kai, she said, "Everything is ready. I'll bring you to the Samsara Pavilion with me in 3 days." "Many thanks for your help, martial aunt." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. Although he was a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law on paper, he wasn't from the sect after all. Since the Samsara Pavilion was the place where the disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven train their hearts, it must be a top-secret restricted area. Only their disciples would be allowed to enter. It took Yu Xiangdai a long time to come back, so it was apparent that she had put in a lot of effort to persuade the sect's management to let Yang Kai enter the Samsara Pavilion. "However, there's one thing I have to make clear to you." Yu Xiangdai stared solemnly at him. "Although the higher-ups have agreed to let you enter the Samsara Pavilion, they have a condition." Yang Kai replied, "Please go ahead, martial aunt. It will all be fine if you're able to bring Chuer out, and your engagement will still be valid. However, if you fail, you have to get married to Wanner." Was this Chan Xiu's idea? Yang Kai arched his brow. Yu Xiangdai shook her head. It's the manager's idea. Tao Lingwan was most likely able to make it to the 7th order, but Yang Kai was an indispensable part of that. There was no way those from Yinyang Cave Heaven would give up on Tao Lingwan, so it was expected that they had come up with this condition. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. I won't fail. I'm glad that you're confident. Yu Xiangdai slightly set her mind at ease. There's something I need to ask you about though. What is the situation inside the Samsara Pavilion? Since senior sister Chu has set up a heart barrier and lost her memory, how should I find her? Would her appearance change? No one can be certain whether her appearance has changed. You'll only find out about the wonders of the Samsara Pavilion after entering it. As for how you'll find Chuer, you'll meet each other if you're fated to be together. If your destinies are not connected, you'll not recognize her even if she's right in front of you. There are no techniques you can use during the heart training session in the Samsara Pavilion. Sincerity is of utmost importance. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Although he could fully understand what she meant, sincerity was an elusive thing. It was too abstruse. With that said, he and Chu Huashang had experienced life and death moments together before. In the past, they were hunted down in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and they both helped each other to survive. That was when they developed feelings for each other. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai focused on cultivating in his own room as demanded by Yu Xiangdai. 3 days later, she brought him to the Samsara Pavilion. Yang Kai initially thought that the Samsara Pavilion was somewhere like a grand hall or a sealed world, but it wasn't until he arrived at this place that he realized it was very different from his imagination. It was a spirit province that was densely covered with huge trees. The world energy that flowed through the entire spirit province like a fog was rich and ample. Even from a bird's eye view, one was unable to make out what the spirit province looked like. It was an important place in Yinyang Cave Heaven, so it was expected that there was an open heaven realm master who guarded this place. Moreover, the person was a 7th order open heaven realm master. There was no doubt that this guard and Yu Xiangdai knew each other, and he was aware that she would bring Yang Kai to the Samsara Pavilion on this day. Therefore, after a bit of small talk with Yu Xiangdai, he allowed them to pass. Upon entering the spirit province, they arrived at the edge of the dense forest. Yang Kai could instantly see a large-scale shopping district where many disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven moved around together. Some of them were unwilling to part ways as they bid each other farewell with loving words. After that, the female disciples would steadfastly enter the forest and disappear while hoping that their partners would find them. The male disciples would wait for a moment before entering the forest as well. There were also some men and women who entered the forest on their own. On the other hand, there was a loving couple who just stepped out of the forest. The woman's smile was as sweet as honey while the man looked lovingly at her. It was as though she was the entire universe, and there was no one else in the world in his eyes. However, there were also some dejected men and women whose faces were covered in tears. Looking at the young disciples who entered and left the forest, Yu Xiangdai sighed. Many couples who think that their love for each other would never change are unable to pass the tests in the Samsara Pavilion, and they have to part ways as a result. This place is where the disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven look for their partners, but it's also the source of suffering for many of us. Yang Kai asked curiously, Martial Ant, didn't you say that a female disciple would fall into oblivion in the Samsara Pavilion if her heart barrier is not broken? Why do I see some female disciples leaving the forest while sobbing? I suppose their male partners didn't manage to break their heart barriers. Yu Xiangdai explained, a female disciple will indeed fall into oblivion if her heart barrier is not broken. However, if she has only set up a heart barrier of 3 lives for herself, she'll still be able to retrieve her memory after 3 reincarnations even if the male disciple is useless. However, this wouldn't happen if there are more than 3 incarnations. The more rounds of reincarnations there are in the Samsara Pavilion, the more difficult it would be for the female disciple to recognize herself. Yang Kai nodded, got it. Go in now. There's nothing you need to do. Just allow nature to take its course. Yes, Yang Kai replied and stepped forward, and his figure was soon engulfed by the fog. Yu Xiangdai stayed on the same spot for a while before deciding to leave. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw 2 people walking towards her. She frowned and looked doubtfully at them. What are you doing in the Samsara Pavilion, senior brother Chan? These two were none other than Chen Xiu and Tao Lingwan. While Chen Xiu was walking at the front, Tao Lingwan followed closely behind. Chen Xiu shot her a dispassionate glance and replied, "What else can we do here?" Yu Xiangdai took a glance at Tao Lingwan, who was behind him, and instantly realized what was going on. Her expression changed drastically as she snapped, "Are you out of your mind? Do you not care about her life or death just because you want to let your other disciple get all the benefits? Are you even human?" There was an impassive expression on Chen Xiu's face as he was unfazed by her accusation. He simply turned to Tao Lingwan and said, "Go in now. Be careful." Tao Lingwan nodded and stepped forward. All of a sudden, she turned around and fell on her knees before gently pressing her forehead against the ground 3 times in front of Chen Xiu. After she got to her feet in silence though, Yu Xiangdai blocked her way and persuaded her by saying, "Waner, don't be so foolish. Just tell me if anyone has forced you to do this. I'll stand up for you." Tao Lingwan hung her head low and shook her head. "Listen to me. Go back with me and we'll have a talk," Yu Xiangdai said and extended her hand. Nevertheless, Tao Lingwan dodged it and replied in a hushed voice, "Please let me go in, martial aunt." "No," Yu Xiangdai directly rejected her. "Even if the ancestors were here to persuade me, I'll not let you enter the Samsara Pavilion. That's not a place you should go." She then glowered at Chen Xiu. "You're really a good master to her, aren't you? What has Waner done to be unlucky enough to become your disciple?" Chen Xiu stared calmly at her without any intention to refute her. Just when Yu Xiangdai wanted to speak further, Tao Lingwan suddenly looked up and gazed at her. "Please don't blame my master, martial aunt. This is my decision." Yu Xiangdai sneered, "I'm fully aware of your temperament. There's no way this is your decision. It's obvious that this old fart has forced you to enter the Samsara Pavilion to achieve his goal." Faced with her fierce accusation, Chen Xiu never explained anything and just looked down. Tao Lingwan spoke in a firmer tone, "Martial aunt, this is the first decision I've made for myself after all these years. Please don't make things difficult for me." Yu Xiangdai frowned as she darted her gaze between Tao Lingwan and Chen Xiu. At that moment she doubted herself. Furthermore, she had never seen Tao Lingwan speaking in such a loud voice with a determined gaze before. She stared fixedly at Chen Xiu in an attempt to find the answer, but he only nodded in silence. At that instant Yu Xiangdai was in a dilemma. It took one a lot of courage to decide to enter the Samsara Pavilion. She initially thought that it was Chen Xiu's order, but it didn't seem to be the case now. After giving it a thought she said, "Waner, why do you want to enter the Samsara Pavilion? Young boy is looking for chore. Even if you go in, you might not be able to come out again. In that case, you'll be trapped inside forever." Tao Lingwan spoke in a small voice again, "I'll be careful." "No," Yu Xiangdai shook her head. "It's not like you'll be safe just by being careful. I can't let you go in. If you enter that place, you'll end up in a horrible state. Even if I can't go in today, I'll do it tomorrow. Even if I can't go in tomorrow, I'll do it the day after tomorrow, unless you can stay here forever." Tao Lingwan looked into her eyes without the intention to back down. Yu Xiangdai was lost for words. Every disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven had the right to enter the Samsara Pavilion. It wasn't like she could stay here forever to block her path. She wasn't supposed to stop her from entering the place to begin with. If she was doubtful just now, she was now 100% certain that Chen Xiu hadn't forced Tao Lingwan into this. It was indeed her own decision to enter the Samsara Pavilion. While she was in a dazed state, Tao Lingwan suddenly dashed forward. When Yu Xiangdai came to her senses, she quickly extended her hand. Chen Xiu instantly appeared in front of her and pushed out his palm. Both of them were sent flying away for several dozen meters. Yu Xiangdai glowered at him. "Do you want her to die?" Chen Xiu replied in a grim voice. "She wants to go in to find her own answer. Do you think I didn't intend to stop her? None of you actually know what she's like. Once she has made a decision, no one can change her mind. I took her on as a disciple when she was just a baby and raised her all by myself. She may be my disciple, but she's also like a daughter to me." Yu Xiangdai was rendered speechless. She now recalled that Chen Xiu had indeed always treated Tao Lingwan like a precious treasure. If not for him overly doting on her, She wouldn't have grown up to be such a timid and inexperienced person despite being a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Certainly, such a master who loved his disciple so much wouldn't sacrifice her one day for the sake of another disciple. Young Kai is a talented young man who is a good match for Wanner. She's an adult now, and it's impossible for me to stay by her side forever. Over the years, I found quite a few potential partners for her, but none of them were to my liking. Young Kai is not bad. It will be perfect if Wanner can marry him. However, it seems that I've done something wrong. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-15 Reincarnation. There were countless ancient trees in the Samsara Pavilion. Every tree was covered with leaves, and each was so huge that it would take several people to hug it. A white fog flowed through the entire forest. While walking through it, one might think that he was lost in a dream. Young Kai sauntered through the forest in silence. Millions of branches hung low from the ancient trees. Although there was no wind, they swayed gently as though they were welcoming the guests who visited this place. Most of the trunks were fully sealed. Only some of the trunks had gaps in them, which looked like tree caves that could accommodate people. There were two types of trees that corresponded to different genders. Other than the ancient trees with sealed trunks, some of the trees had gaps that were near the roots while some of the gaps were in the middle of the trunks. All of the disciples who entered this place had to enter a tree cave and stay inside the tree of their choice. With the help of the forest's mysterious power, they could enter the real Samsara Pavilion and go through reincarnations to train their hearts. Previously, Yuxiangdai had told Yang Kai about the things he had to take note of in the Samsara Pavilion. Hence, he knew that the gaps that appeared in the middle of the trunks were for the female disciples while the tree caves near the roots were for the male disciples. Although they appeared similar on the outside, they were starkly different inside. If one had selected the wrong tree cave, they were unable to enter the real Samsara Pavilion. The difficulty of the heart barriers that the female disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven set up had something to do with the locations of the ancient trees. The further they went, the more difficult the heart barrier they would be able to set up. Those who just wanted a heart barrier of 3 lives could just find an ancient tree in the periphery. They didn't have to go further into the forest. However, the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had established must be more than 3 lives, so Yang Kai reckoned that he should travel deeper. For the male disciples, the locations of the ancient trees didn't matter, but Yang Kai wanted to get closer to Chu Huashang, though he had no idea which ancient tree she was in. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the depths of the forest where he was blocked by a certain ancient tree. There was a gap near the roots of the ancient tree that had formed a tree cave that could accommodate a person. The branches that hung low kept swaying back and forth. Just when Yang Kai was ready to go further, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at his own shoulder. Above his shoulder, there was a curly branch that seemed to have turned into a petite hand and hooked his clothes at some point. Yang Kai decided to stop moving forward. Instead, he turned around and shuffled towards a nearby tree cave. The Samsara Pavilion was a place where hearts were trained, and sincerity was of utmost importance. Yuxiangdai had told him to let nature take its course, and he was ready to follow her advice. Upon entering the tree cave, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed. The tree cave was pretty big, so he didn't feel cramped while sitting inside. After he emptied his mind for a bit, the tree cave suddenly started squirming and closing until he was fully covered by it. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any traces that suggested there was once a tree cave here. Upon realizing that his thoughts were running wild, Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and stopped resisting. There came a moment when his soul seemed to have left his body as it passed through a colorful passage and reached for an unknown place. Everything was going just like what Yuxiangdai had described, so Yang Kai just waited patiently. A moment seemed to have passed, but it also felt as if millions of years had gone by. Finally, a glimmer of light came into sight at the end of the colorful passageway. The light rapidly expanded until Yang Kai could no longer see anything else. In the meantime, he realized that his soul finally landed on the ground, and he was equipped with a new body. He could hear the sounds of weapons clanging with each other. The place was bustling with noise, and the people around him were clearly cheering. Yang Kai looked around and realized that he was standing close to an arena. He was basically sandwiched among a group of people. On the stage, 2 figures were locked in an intense battle as they wielded their weapons. After a moment of observation, Yang Kai realized that even though their techniques appeared sophisticated, they were really just flashy without much power. With a frown, he examined himself and realized that there was a special power flowing through his meridians. This was not world energy, though it was similar. What he found unsatisfactory was that the power was far too weak, equivalent to maybe an initial element realm third stage cultivator. Before he could familiarize himself with the situation, the crowd was heard cheering again as there was a winner on the stage. This didn't seem to be a life or death battle. One person was obviously more powerful. While the loser cupped his fist and conceded defeat, the winner responded to him with respect. The atmosphere was harmonious. This was the real Samsara Pavilion, which could also be called the Samsara World. There were innumerable Samsara worlds in the Samsara Pavilion. The Samsara World every person entered could be different. Only two people whose hearts were connected had a chance to enter the same Samsara World and go through reincarnations together. From the looks of it, Yang Kai reckoned that the martial Tao of the Samsara World he had entered was quite low, but that didn't matter. The reason he was here was to look for Chu Huashang. Unlike his previous experience in the small source world where he had to rise to become an overlord of that world. Hence, the low martial Tao wasn't a big deal. He was certain that Chu Huashang was also in this Samsara world. As for where to look for her, he was clueless. Certainly, he wasn't interested in the battles on the stage. The most pressing issue at hand for him was to find out more about this world and look for Chu Huashang. Just when he turned around and was ready to leave, an old man with a goatee appeared on the stage with a piece of yellow silk cloth. After sweeping a glance over the people around the stage, he announced, "The next fight. Yang Kai versus Luo Guo." Yang Kai turned to look at the stage and arched his brows. A burly figure emerged from the crowd and walked up the stage in a few steps. His heavy build caused the stage to shake a little. The man, who looked like a bear, swept a condescending glance over the crowd and ripped his top apart, which revealed his hairy chest. He then demanded provokingly, "Where's Yang Kai? Come out so I can destroy you." Yang Kai put on a smile, thinking that this was what Yuxiang Dai meant by allowing nature to take its course. The way a cultivator was trained in the Samsara Pavilion was similar to that of the small source world. After he entered this Samsara world, he was given a new identity. It was just that his name was never changed as he was still Yang Kai. Just now he had no idea where to look for clues that would help him find Chu Huashang. Now it seemed that the fight on the stage might help him with it. He turned around and ambled towards the stage. The crowd took the initiative to separate to the sides. When he reached the stage that was around waist height, he pressed his hands against it and leaped up. Seeing that, the crowd broke into laughter. Everyone who went on stage would do their best to show off their prowess. The different skills and movements would elicit applause from the crowd. It was the first time they saw someone clumsily climb up onto the stage like what Yang Kai had done. On the stage, Luo Guo gaped at the frail Yang Kai, whose limbs seemed as thin as twigs, and put on a grin. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai placed his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He had just discovered that there was a sword hanging there. It was then he realized that he was supposed to be a swordsman in this Samsara world. As such, he decided to play along. Even though he had never cultivated the sword Tao before, with his vast experiences and high cultivation, he could just use any weapon fairly well. With his left hand on the sword, he put on a gentle smile and nodded yes. A ferocious glint flashed through Luo Guo's eyes as he bellowed, "I'll destroy you with just one move." The moment he started speaking, his burly figure dashed forward. By the time he finished his last word, his huge fist was already coming right at Yang Kai's face. It was the first time Yang Kai arrived in this Samsara world, so he knew nothing about this place. He had the intention to find out the difference between his own martial Tao and the other man's, so he didn't attempt to dodge the attack. To the onlookers, he seemed to be stunned and rooted to the spot. Following a loud boom, the entire stage shook a little. Luo Guo's devastating attack didn't destroy his opponent though. Faced with the fist that could kill a tiger, Yang Kai rapidly extended his fist and directly met the attack. As a result, Yang Kai couldn't help but stagger backward until he reached the edge of the stage. He quickly stomped his foot on the ground to stabilize himself. Upon impact, cracks started appearing on the wooden floor around his foot. On the other hand, Luo only staggered backwards for a bit before he managed to stabilize himself. He then gazed at Yang Kai with surprise. In the meantime, the onlookers broke out into a clamor. Those who laughed at Yang Kai earlier were staring at him in shock. The two people on the stage were starkly different when it came to their builds. The onlookers initially thought that the winner would be revealed with just one move, and the loser might even lose his life. Unexpectedly though, Yang Kai, who appeared thin and frail, managed to fend off Luoyang's attack. Although he appeared a bit discomfort, he had still managed to succeed. To the onlookers, only when two opponents were equally matched would the fight be interesting. It was boring to watch a battle where one could easily defeat the other party. Seeing that Yang Kai was defiant, they immediately cheered for him to keep him motivated. Luoyang frowned as he was embarrassed at the fact that he was unable to smash Yang Kai with only one move, just like what he had boasted. He then snorted, "You're indeed something, brat. You've successfully fended off my attack once. Let's see whether you'll be able to ward off my second and third attacks." The next moment, he dashed towards Yang Kai with his feet thudding on the ground. After the exchange of moves, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. There wasn't a huge gap between his power and Luoyang's. The only difference was that his physical strength was weaker than the other parties, which was why he suffered a setback just now. At that instant he was torn between laughter and tears. Over the years, he had never suffered a setback when it came to his raw physical strength. It was a new experience for him in this samsara world. He was already on the edge of the stage, so if he kept moving backwards he would fall off. Therefore, faced with Luoyang's strike, he bolted forward and met him head-on. With his left hand on the hilt, he unsheathed the sword as a glint flashed through the weapon and dazzled the onlookers. After the two figures brushed past each other, Yang Kai slowly sheathed his sword. Martial Peak Chapter 48-16 Ming Manor. The boisterous crowd abruptly fell silent as they looked dazedly at the two figures on the stage. Most of them didn't have a sharp vision, so they were unable to make out the abstrusity of the exchange of moves just now. Only a small number of the onlookers narrowed their eyes and gazed at Yang Kai with serious expressions. There was now a winner on the stage. There were no restrictions when it came to the battles today. It didn't matter whether one would like to use a weapon or fight with his bare hands as long as he could win the battle. Hence, Yang Kai didn't break the rules by using his sword. Luoyang didn't collapse, but when he touched his throat, he realized that it was wet. When he looked down, he saw that his hand was covered with blood. It wasn't until this moment that he felt a pain coming from his neck. A myriad of expressions came over him. He knew that the other party didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been beheaded instead of getting cut slightly. Despite that, this kind of outcome was still unacceptable for him. During the exchange of moves just now, he didn't even manage to make out how Yang Kai unsheathed his sword. He didn't have a chance to counterattack as the other party's attack was too fast for him to even perceive. The old man with the goatee seemed to have received an instruction as he quickly went on stage and announced, "The winner is Yang Kai." Following that, he told the two of them to leave the stage and spoke no further. For the next half a day, more people jumped on stage to fight. Some of them were weak cultivators with only flashy moves, while some of them were truly powerful. As Yang Kai observed it, he realized that there seemed to be a selection process going on here, though he wasn't sure what it was for. Fortunately, the people around him were talking among themselves, so he could deduce what was going on from the chatter. The Meng family ran one of the largest businesses in White Jade City, so it was expected that they were extremely wealthy. However, their wealth was coveted by many people as a result. Just a few days ago, the mountain bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak demanded that the Meng family give them 100,000 silver coins and 10 beautiful maidservants every month. Otherwise, they would destroy the Meng family. Hidden Treasure Peak was initially occupied by a small group of mountain bandits, and they didn't pose any real threat at all. Some time ago though, a lot of fugitives came over and joined Hidden Treasure Peak, which significantly strengthened their ranks. In order to make a name for themselves, these new members of Hidden Treasure Peak decided to target the wealthy Ming family in the nearby city. Although there was a city lord in White Jade City, who had his own soldiers, the Meng family wouldn't dare to entirely rely on others. Hence, they decided to set up an arena on this day, and offered attractive salaries to hire some powerful private guards to protect them. As Yang Kai listened to the people around him, he soon realized the situation he was in. Supposedly, he was there to apply for a job. Is senior sister Chu in the Meng family? Yang Kai couldn't help but have this speculation. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why he had to take part in a selection battle right after entering this samsara world. Considering all this, he started looking forward to what was ahead of him. It wasn't until evening that the competition ended. There were some powerful cultivators from the Meng family who were hidden from the crowd here to watch the battles on the stage and make their judgments. Those who were qualified would be brought back to the Meng family manor, while those who were not good enough would be given some money and told to go home. Yang Kai had performed pretty well, so at the end of the day, the old man with the goatee called out to him and announced that he had passed the test. Luo Ngua, who was defeated by Yang Kai, was also accepted. Although he had lost the battle, his power could not be underestimated. It was just that he had come across a stronger opponent named Yang Kai. The powerful cultivators from the Meng family had acute eyesight, so they didn't accept the candidates solely based on the results of the battles. Instead, they made their own judgments. Those who were knocked out didn't have any complaints as they were fully aware of their true strength. The reason they even took part in the competition was to get some money from the Meng family. Now that they had achieved their goal, they were more than thankful. There were many people left as there were 40 to 50 of them. With a servant clad in green clothes leading the way, they entered the Meng manor through a side door and arrived at a courtyard. They would receive some training in this place for half a month. The captain of the private guards would tell them where they could and could not go in the Meng manor. He would also tell them the rules they had to follow and the consequences of breaking them. On the first day, someone broke the rules. Perhaps he had lost his way while looking for the restroom, so he wandered into the nearby inner court. Seeing that, the personal bodyguards in that place immediately captured him. The captain had the intention of punishing this man to serve as a warning to everyone else. After this person was brought to him, he crippled him and threw him out of the manor right in front of everyone's eyes. The new batch of private guards were horrified. It wasn't until this moment that they realized it wasn't so easy to earn the attractive salaries the Meng family offered. In this place, rules were everything, and one would end up in a horrible state by not following them. The Meng family was wealthy, so it was expected that their manor was huge. However, Yang Kai and the others could only stay in the same courtyard. Since the incident on the first day, no one dared to walk about as they pleased. There was a test 3 days later, and more than 10 people were eliminated. After familiarizing himself with this place for 3 days, Yang Kai decided to take action. He wasn't interested in becoming a private guard in the Meng manor. Since he had speculated that Chu Huashang might be in the Meng family, he had to look for her. Chu Huashang was likely a female member of the Meng family. Although Yang Kai had no idea about her identity in the Meng manor, she must be living in the inner court as she was a woman. When darkness descended, he walked out in silence and headed to the inner court. There were many private guards who were hidden in different corners of Meng manor. However, Yang Kai could easily detect them and avoid getting caught. Just when he was ready to enter the inner court, he realized there was a problem. The security in the inner court was obviously much tighter. He could detect that there were many pairs of eyes in the periphery of the inner court that were paying close attention to the surroundings. It was impossible for him to sneak into the inner court without getting caught given his current power. He waited patiently for 2 hours but still couldn't find a chance, so eventually, he decided to take it slow and come up with a plan first. Just when he was preparing to leave, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past in the darkness. The person seemed to have the same intention as him. Since there was no chance for him to get into the inner court, he had no choice but to give up. However, this man gave up earlier than Yang Kai did, which was why Yang Kai noticed him. Although it was pitch black in this place, it still couldn't conceal his burly figure. Yang Kai frowned as he recognized this person and he wondered, what is he doing here? When did he come? Yang Kai was careful with every movement he made, so he was certain that this other intruder didn't notice him. After the person was gone, he silently left. When Yang Kai returned to his place, he jumped through the window and entered the room. His roommates were still sound asleep and no one realized that he had left and returned. In the morning they still had to receive training. The captain of the private guards became even more demanding. As a result, some of the arrogant candidates were beaten up and thrown out of Meng Manor. There were initially 40 to 50 people, but presently only about 30 were left. At night, Yang Kai pretended to be sound asleep as he waited patiently. Last night, regardless of what the intention of that person was, he hadn't achieved his goal, so he would definitely take action again tonight. As expected, in the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard a faint noise. If he hadn't paid close attention to the surroundings, he wouldn't have heard it. Upon making sure that his roommates were still fast asleep, Yang Kai got up in silence. After leaving the courtyard, he saw the burly figure dexterously navigating the darkness and heading straight to the inner court. Yang Kai followed him closely. However, he still couldn't figure out the person's intention tonight. Just like last night, the person remained hidden and observed the surroundings for 2 hours before leaving. For the next half a month, other than receiving training every day, Yang Kai couldn't discover anything. He hadn't even managed to sneak into the inner court. After this period of time, only 20 people remained, which was less than half of the initial number. On the other hand, the captain was pleased with that. Standing in front of these 20 people, he swept a stern glance over them and said, "Since all of you are still here, it means that you're pretty strong. Those who are weak have all been chased away. Moreover, we've looked into your backgrounds, and no problems have been found. Since you've passed the test, you are now members of the Meng Manor. As long as you're loyal to the Meng family, you'll not be mistreated. As private guards, we have to always be ready to protect the Meng family even if we have to lose our lives. Those who don't have the determination to do so can leave now. I won't blame you." Certainly no one left. Regardless of their reasons for wanting to become private guards, the salaries offered by Meng Manor were attractive. They couldn't get a better job elsewhere. As expected, the captain was satisfied while he nodded lightly. "It seems that none of you are willing to leave. Good. I have one last question. Does any one of you have any ill intentions against Meng Manor? Just be honest with me. I promise not to kill you." When the captain saw that no one responded to him a moment later, he went on to say with a smile, "It seems that you're not willing to admit it." He then turned his head and gazed at a stern-looking young man. "Lin Xiaoshan, how are the managers on the mountain doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the private guards, who were behind him, instantly surrounded Lin Xiaoshan. A sense of fluster flashed through Lin Xiaoshan's face as he stared at the captain. "What are you doing?" The captain replied impassively, "You know what we're doing." Lin Xiaoshan frowned, but he soon put on a relieved smile. "How did you find out?" The captain slowly shook his head. "We have our own ways." Lin Xiaoshan nodded. "It seems that the managers have underestimated the Meng Manor. Since you've found out about it, you can just kill me as you please." The captain replied, "I certainly hope to kill you and send your head to those on the mountain. However, Master doesn't like to shed blood unnecessarily, so he has ordered that you be allowed to leave this place alive. However, you have to pass on his words to the managers." "Go ahead," Lin Xiaoshan said in a calm and collected manner. The captain replied, "Master has said that the Meng Manor is a business entity, and he doesn't want to offend the people on the mountain. So let us be friends instead." Lin Xiaoshan grinned. "What can you offer then?" The captain clapped his hands. Then someone came over with a package. He took the package and tossed it at Lin Xiaoshan. "This is what the master can offer, and the same amount of money will be sent to you all every month." Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoshan opened the package and saw a lot of banknotes. After some calculations, he realized that they were worth about 20,000 silver coins. Martial Peak Chapter 48-17 Night Attack. After examining the banknotes in the package, Lin Xiaoshan frowned. "It's too little. The managers want 100,000 silver coins, and there's a lack of women on the mountain." The captain of the private guard shook his head. "This is what Meng Manor can offer. We won't give you any more or any less." Lin Xiaoshan stored the package. "Got it. I'll bring this back to the managers. However, as for what decision they'll make, I have no right to interfere." Upon finishing his words, he leaped onto the roof and stepped on the tiles in light steps. He soon left the place. The personal bodyguards of Meng Manor didn't intend to stop him as they watched him leave. In fact, Meng Manor had offered them a lot of money. Nevertheless, if those from Hidden Treasure Peak were not satisfied with it, the conflict would still be irresolvable. Therefore, they didn't dare to fire any more personal bodyguards. After half a month of training, new private guards that included Yang Kai were given some tasks. Yang Kai hoped to be stationed inside the inner court. In that case, it would be easier for him to gather information in the inner court and look for Chu Huashang. With that said, he knew that it was an unrealistic idea. Regardless of anything else, they were new private guards whose loyalty was not time-tested. They would be given some tasks, but they would not be stationed in important places. As expected, Yang Kai was told to watch over some courtyards in the outer court, and he had a veteran private guard named Yin Ji-yong as his partner. Another 4 people were going to work with them. There were 3 shifts in a day, and 2 of them would respectively guard the place for 8 hours. The task was neither difficult nor simple. They familiarized themselves with each other and came up with a passcode for changing shifts, after which Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong hid in a corner and monitored their surroundings to prevent any ill-intentioned people from barging in. It would be peaceful for the next 3 days. When they were not on duty, Yang Kai would buy some wine and food to share with Yin Ji-yong. Certainly, Yin Ji-yong was pleased with Yang Kai's tactfulness, so he became more amiable to him. Therefore, barely 3 days later, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong became good friends. One day Yang Kai brought back some wine and food again. They were seated across from each other while drinking and chatting. Thinking that it was about time, Yang Kai pretended to be drunk as he said, "Brother Yin, I know nothing about the Meng Manor since I'm new. You've been a private guard here for more than 10 years. Do you have any advice for me?" Yin Ji-yong stuffed some peanuts into his mouth and looked smilingly at him. "Of course I have a lot of advice for you, but it's not like I can say it all at once. Just stay here for a few more years and you'll get the hang of it. The Meng Manor is a good place. There's practically no risk we have to face as private guards, and the salaries are attractive. Countless people scramble to get in here every year." Yang Kai filled the cup with wine for him. "Just tell me anything, Brother Yin. I'm all ears. It's just between you and me." Over the past few days, Yang Kai had bought him a lot of delicious food and wine, so it was hard for Yin Ji-yong to turn him down. After giving it a thought, Yin Ji-yong decided to tell him some basic information. According to him, the Meng family started out as salt sellers, and they gradually branched out into different businesses. Their properties were all over the world, and their revenue was counted in the millions of silver coins every year. Presently, the Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi was 50 years old. He had more than 10 wives, 4 sons and 3 daughters. The family businesses were practically managed by the sons, while 2 out of 3 daughters were married to men who were equal matches in terms of their statuses. Only the eldest young lady has been giving the patriarch a headache. Yin Ji-yong frowned at the mention of the eldest young lady. A sensitive Yang Kai asked, "What's going on with the eldest young lady?" All of a sudden Yin Ji-yong looked around. Still feeling worried, he rose from the chair and opened the door. Upon making sure that no one else was around, he took a seat and said to Yang Kai in a small voice, "In the Meng Manor, the eldest young lady's affairs are a taboo. You must not mention it as you please." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Yin. I won't." Yin Ji-yong took a sip of the wine and said, "In the Meng Manor, the 4th young lady and the 5th young lady are married, but the eldest young lady is still single. Don't you think it's weird?" Appearing to be shocked, Yang Kai asked, "The eldest young lady is still single? How old is she now?" Yin Ji-yong shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I suppose she's 26 or 27 years old." 26 or 27 years old. A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He asked in a hushed voice, "Is no one interested in the eldest young lady because she's ugly?" A flabbergasted Yin Ji-yong quickly placed a finger on his own lips and anxiously looked around. "Are you sick of living? How dare you slander the eldest young lady? Don't drag me into this." Yang Kai hurriedly patted his own mouth. After pulling himself together, Yin Ji-yong went on to say, "I'm telling you, the eldest young lady is not ugly. Rather, she's incredibly beautiful." A curious Yang Kai asked, "How do you know, Brother Yin?" Yin Ji-yong replied with a smile, I've been a private guard in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, after all. When I was still a rookie here, the eldest young lady was just a teenager, and she was already beautiful at that time. There's no way she'd be ugly after maturing fully. Since many years ago, the eldest young lady has rarely stepped out of the inner court. Even when she does, she'd be wearing a veil and a hat. However, 3 years ago, yes, it was exactly 3 years ago when I caught a glimpse of the eldest young lady's face. She was truly stunning. This scene can be considered an experienced person, and I once spent a lot of money to bed the most beautiful woman in a famous brothel in this city. She could be considered alluring, but she was in no way comparable to the eldest young lady. Young Kai didn't seem to believe him. Are you serious, Brother Ian? It sounds unbelievable. In Ji-young seemed to be thinking back to that time with fondness when he heard what Young Kai said. He impatiently waved his hand and snapped, "It's fine even if you don't believe me. It's the truth regardless." He wasn't willing to keep talking about the eldest young lady's beauty, as though it would be blasphemy to do so. Young Kai thus took the initiative by asking, "Since the eldest young lady is so beautiful, why is she still single? Could it be that she had extremely high standards when it comes to men?" In Ji-young shook his head. Who knows? Maybe. In any case, the Meng Manor is wealthy, so even if she really was ugly, many men would still propose to her. Moreover, the patriarch has been looking for suitable men for her since she came of age. Over the years, he has found a lot of talented young men who are from wealthy families as well, but the eldest young lady wasn't interested in any of them. Young Kai nodded. She must be demanding when it comes to men then. In Ji-young chuckled. Rumor has it that the eldest young lady once told a maidservant the reason she's not married up until now isn't that she thinks those talented young men are not good enough. Instead, she's been waiting for a man who is destined to be with her. Destiny, what nonsense. Since he was tipsy, In Ji-young began spouting nonsense. He lamented that life was unfair to him. Despite being powerful, he wasn't given any important tasks. He had been loyal to the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, but he was still a mere guard. On the other hand, Young Kai's eyes lit up. It was very likely that the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor was Chu Huashang. In this samsara world, the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor was already 26 or 27 years old. The patriarch had been looking for potential partners for her since she came of age, which was about 10 years ago. Chu Huashang had entered the samsara pavilion at around the same time. Furthermore, she had been waiting for a man who was destined to be with her. After entering the samsara pavilion, Chu Huashang set up a heart barrier and reincarnated into this samsara world. Although she had lost her memory, the heart barrier was real. Under the influence of the heart barrier, she would do things that were true to her heart. Yang Kai reckoned that he had to go to the inner court and see the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. Only by doing so could he be certain whether she was the real Chu Huashang. While he was lost in his thoughts, a flustered voice was heard shouting from somewhere in the Meng Manor, "Fire! There's a fire!" Yang Kai looked out the window and indeed saw a tinge of redness. A shocked Yang Kai quickly got up and opened the door before leaping onto the roof. As he looked around intently, he saw that a particular place in the Meng Manor was on fire while everyone was flustered and in a panic. A lot of servants rushed over with buckets of water in an attempt to put out the blaze. A tipsy In Ji-young appeared beside him and frowned as he had a bad feeling. "Brother In." Young Kai turned to look at him. "Don't make any rash moves without orders." Although In Ji-young was slightly drunk, he was still clear-headed. As a person who had worked for the Meng Manor for a long time, he knew that it was a taboo to be absent from one's duties without permission during a crisis. The best way to deal with the situation was to stay where they were supposed to be. Just when Young Kai was about to nod his head though, he suddenly felt his chest tightening. When he turned his head, he saw that over 10 people had appeared on a higher roof with bows in their hands. Under the night sky, cold glints flashed off the arrows from the fire in the distance. Enemy attack. Young Kai growled and tackled In Ji-young down from the roof. The next moment, several arrows struck the place where they were standing just now. The violent force directly broke the roof. In Ji-young instantly sobered up as he got to his feet and nodded at Young Kai as a form of gratitude. Nevertheless, before they could compose themselves, they felt gusts of wind coming from both left and right sides. Instinctually, Yang Kai unsheathed his sword with his left hand and slashed it across the person behind him. A short shriek was heard as the attacker behind him was killed. Another sword brushed past his chest and cut his clothes open. An agile Yang Kai stepped forward and wielded his sword as shrieks were continuously heard. When he finally stopped, 6 people had already collapsed to the ground behind him. All of them were respectively killed with a single stroke. Blood could be seen dripping from the sword and dyeing the ground crimson. A dumbfounded In Ji-young gazed at Yang Kai. Just now, by the time he unsheathed his sword, the enemies had all fallen to the ground. A moment later he praised the young man by saying, "Little brother, you're incredible." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai came right at him with the sword as murderous intent was written all over his face. In Ji-young felt his legs trembling as he instinctively raised his sword. Yang Kai dodged it and pressed his hand against the older man's shoulder. Upon impact, In Ji-young was forced to whirl around. It just so happened that he dodged an arrow that was coming from behind as a result. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-18. Eldest young lady was captured. In Ji-young was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that Yang Kai had saved him once again. In just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had saved his life twice. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly raised his sword and fought against the enemies alongside Yang Kai. Since he had been a private guard in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, he was naturally strong. The experiences just now made him feel furious, so he was especially ruthless when dealing with the enemies. The attackers were mostly weak, but there were a lot of them and they had hidden themselves in darkness earlier. Now that they had been exposed, there was no way they could defeat the two of them. A moment later, all the attackers were either killed or running for their lives. Soon, the courtyard fell into silence. Despite that, they could hear the sounds of intense battles coming from other parts of the manor. Just then a high-pitched whistle was heard. The captain of the private guards was trying to gather his subordinates together. In Ji-young shouted at Yang Kai, "Come with me." With blood still dripping from his sword, he leaped over the wall and led Yang Kai to another courtyard. More than 30 private guards had gathered together in this place. All of them were covered in blood while some people were badly injured. Since they were in a perilous situation, the captain didn't have time to explain anything in detail as he said, "Those from Hidden Treasure Peak are here, and there are a lot of them. However, all of you don't have to worry. I'm sure those from the City Lord's mansion have gotten wind of this and will send some people to help soon. We just have to persevere for a while and we'll all be safe. Now we're on the same boat. If we can't fend off the enemies, all of us will be killed." He then started giving orders. Yang Kai and In Ji-young were still partners. They were told to guard a route that the attackers must pass through if they wanted to leave the Meng Manor. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak had snuck into the Meng Manor. Regardless of what their goal was, they definitely had to leave after achieving their objective. It was a chance to weaken the power of those from Hidden Treasure Peak, so the Meng Manor would never want to miss it. Other than fending off the enemies, they also wanted to work with the City Lord's mansion to destroy the bandits. The others were also given some tasks. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai and In Ji-young left the courtyard. On the roof of a tall building, they crouched down and waited patiently. They were like the shadows in the darkness. No one could detect their presence without taking a closer look. Some of the bandits passed by this place from time to time, but before they even realized it, they had already lost their lives. In Ji-young increasingly admired the strength that Yang Kai had showcased. The chaos in the Meng Manor continued. Yang Kai stared intently at the inner court. Noises of intense battles could be heard coming from over there, but they were all in the periphery. The core area of the inner court was serene, and all the lights were off. A moment later, a large group of bandits tried to escape out of the Meng Manor. The private guards, who had been waiting at the important routes, appeared and hacked them to death. The place Yang Kai and In Ji-young were in was especially bustling with noises. While Yang Kai was still fine, In Ji-young felt immensely pressured. His thigh was injured as it was now covered in blood. However, with Yang Kai around, he seemed able to easily ward off the attackers. As long as it wasn't dozens of bandits coming at him all at once, he could effortlessly kill 3 to 5 people at the same time. Presently, more than 20 corpses had been piled up on the roof. Meanwhile, The anxiety in Yang Kai's heart intensified as he felt that something was off. After killing another bandit, he suddenly realized what was amiss. When they had gathered together just now, he didn't see Luo Nguo's burly figure. Luo Nguo was also a new private guard. Unless he was already killed, he was supposed to have joined them earlier. Nevertheless, he was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai instantly looked at a particular spot in the inner court where Luo Nguo had been hiding for several nights in the past. As the fire flickered in the distance, he saw a burly figure leaping over the wall from the inner court and heading to a place where security was weak. There seemed to be some helpers over there, as they quickly left the place with the burly figure. Yang Kai immediately jumped off the roof. An astounded Yin Ji-yong called out in alarm. "Where are you going, little brother?" He didn't get any response from the young man. On the other hand, some bandits came at him from the side as they intended to flee. Yin Ji-yong couldn't help but shudder. His thigh was injured. Without Yang Kai working with him, he would be killed by those bandits. However, he would be considered to be absent from his duties if he left just like that. After the dust settled, he would be punished by those from the Meng Manor. Between death and punishment though, Yin Ji-yong steadfastly chose the latter. He quickly leaped off the roof and followed Yang Kai. At the front, Yang Kai ran after the burly figure on the roof and soon left the Meng Manor. A large group of people could be heard coming from behind. Supposedly, the support from the city lord's mansion had arrived. On the other hand, Yang Kai stared fixedly at the burly figure ahead. It wasn't until this moment that he realized there was something on the sturdy figure's shoulder. Despite that, it didn't affect his agility as the towering figure remained as dexterous as a rabbit. Around him, his companions were seen charging forward. Sensing that there was someone running after him, Luo Nguo turned his head to take a look without stopping in his tracks. Meanwhile, two of his companions turned around and dashed towards Yang Kai. Their gap soon shortened. Barely 30 meters away, those two people lifted their weapons and came at Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai directly brushed past the two of them as a glint flashed from his sword. When Yin Ji-yong arrived at this place, he saw two corpses lying on the roof. Although the gates of White Jade City were closed, it couldn't stop a powerful cultivator like Luo Nguo from fleeing as he was well prepared. With the help of a claw hook, he climbed up the wall and soon jumped off to the other side under the night sky. When Yang Kai arrived, two of Luo Nguo's companions were still climbing up the wall. He leaped into the air like a bird and hovered above the two of them for a moment before landing a kick on the one nearest to him. The person crashed into his companion as they fell to the ground together. Upon landing on the top of the wall, Yang Kai sported a dark expression, for he could hear the sound of a horse neighing. Looking down, he saw that Luo Nguo was mounting up. Luo Nguo looked up at Yang Kai and grinned. Then he made the horse turn around and gallop off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and leaped off the wall before rushing forward. However, even though he was fairly powerful in this samsara world with such low cultivation, he could never be as quick as a horse. Despite seeing that Luo Nguo was getting further away from him, Yang Kai didn't give up. Instead, he raced after him following the horse's hoof prints. About a cup of tea's time later, Luo Nguo was nowhere to be seen while Yang Kai was feeling extremely anxious. Just then, a horse could be heard galloping towards him from behind. He turned his head and saw Yin Ji-yong rushing towards him on horseback. The horse stopped in front of Yang Kai as Yin Ji-yong panted and said, "The eldest young lady was captured." When he saw Yang Kai leaving the Meng Manor to chase after someone just now, he still had no idea what was going on. But soon, the Meng Manor descended into chaos because while they were locked in an intense battle with the bandits, someone snuck into the inner court and abducted the eldest young lady. Yin Ji-yong immediately thought of the person that Yang Kai was running after. With no time to report the matter to the higher-ups, he took a horse from the stable and dashed off in the direction of Hidden Treasure Peak. He faced an obstacle when trying to pass through the city gates, for they were already closed. The people guarding the gates were from the city lord's mansion, and a mere private guard from the Meng Manor had no authority to make them open the gates. Fortunately, Yin Ji-yong was friends with the leader of the guards on duty, and he told him what was going on. He also promised a reward from the Meng family before he was allowed to pass through the gates. He believed that if his speculation was right, Yang Kai was just in front of him. Just as he had expected, He soon found Yang Kai. Following that, he leaped off the horse and said grimly, "Only you can save the eldest young lady, little brother. If you're able to do it, we won't have to worry about money ever again." He had seen Yang Kai's true strength just now, so he had confidence in him. Moreover, there was only one horse and he was injured. Therefore, he wasn't willing to follow him to slow him down. "Don't worry," Yang Kai nodded and jumped onto the horse. After clenching his thighs, he galloped off in a hurry. Yang Kai wasn't sure where Hidden Treasure Peak was exactly, but fortunately, Luo and Gua had left behind some traces while escaping. Furthermore, Luo and Gua was a burly man, and he had to carry the eldest young lady with him. Therefore, it was expected that Yang Kai could outpace him on his horse. At the break of dawn, Yang Kai had a feeling that he was getting closer to his target. After galloping a few more kilometers, he indeed saw Luo and Gu. The noise from behind alerted Luo and Gua, and when he turned his head and saw someone chasing after him, he was astounded. The distance between them was getting shorter. Luo and Gua turned his head several times and finally made out Yang Kai's face. Instantly, he burned with murderous intent. He could never forget about the humiliation inflicted upon him by Yang Kai, who defeated him with his sword on the selection stage. Nevertheless, he didn't show it on his face over the past few days. After all, he was on a mission in the Meng Manor, so he didn't have time to settle the score with Yang Kai. However, when he saw Yang Kai relentlessly pursuing him at this moment, he was infuriated. Since Yang Kai's horse could apparently run faster, there was no way he could flee. After giving it a thought, Luo and Gua slowed his horse down and turned around, choosing to wait on the same spot in silence. A moment later, Yang Kai stopped at a spot a few dozen meters away from him. As their eyes met, Luo and Gua put on a grin while Yang Kai remained calm and collected. "Brat, you're pretty bold. How did you have the gall to chase after me on your own?" Luo and Gua cracked his neck. Yang Kai took a glance at the horse and saw a black cloth bag. There seemed to be a person who was squirming in the cloth bag. Perhaps her mouth had been sealed, so she could only grunt. "Do you want to save the damsel in distress?" Luo and Gua sneered. "Release her." Yang Kai placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword with a cold expression. Luo and Gua scoffed. "You just joined the Meng Manor recently. Why are you pretending to be loyal? Brat, you're pretty strong. Why don't you follow me to the mountain? You can get all the money and women that you want. It's better than working as a private guard in the Meng family." "Release her." Yang Kai repeated his words dispassionately. The smile on Luo and Gua's face disappeared. "I wanted to offer you an opportunity since you're quite talented. However, since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rough with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air. The horse was unable to bear the impact as all its legs broke while it neighed in pain. While in midair, Luo and Gua bellowed, "Do you seriously think you're more powerful than me just because you beat me back then? I'll show you my true power." In the next instant, his fists turned into countless shadows that rained down on Yang Kai. Martial Peak Chapter 48-19 Liar. Like an eagle descending towards a rabbit, Luo and Gua came right at Yang Kai from above. His towering figure gave off immense pressure to his opponent. If a timid person was faced with such a violent attack, he would be scared out of his wits before even making a move. In that case, he wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they were equally matched. Nevertheless, Luo and Gua was surprised at the fact that Yang Kai remained calm and collected. Yang Kai leaped into the air and unsheathed his sword with his left hand as a glint flashed through his weapon. As the two figures brushed past each other, they landed on the ground with a thud and grunted. Luo and Gua widened his eyes and covered his neck with his hands. Blood could be seen spurting out through the gaps of his fingers. Disbelief was written all over his face. In the past, he had hidden his true power on the stage, so he was unresigned after he was defeated by Yang Kai with a sword. Therefore, when he saw Yang Kai racing after him just now, he intended to show his true power to the other man. Nevertheless, he never expected that this would be the outcome. Just like what had happened on the stage, he was defeated by Yang Kai with a single slash once more. However, the attack was even quicker this time, and he was completely unable to ward it off. The difference was that Yang Kai didn't intend to kill him on the stage back then, but this time he had sent him to hell. Luo and Gua still hadn't figured out how Yang Kai managed to defeat him. It was supposedly impossible for Yang Kai to unsheath his sword from that angle, and the timing at that moment was beyond a human's control. However, he really did it. As a result, Luo and Gua's blood was rapidly leaving him as he felt cold all over his body. He didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to be a private guard in the Meng Manor since the latter was such an expert in martial arts. Regardless of how hard he tried, Luo and Gua was unable to stop his blood from spurting out as he gasped in pain. Nevertheless, he wouldn't die so soon. He fell on one knee with a thud as he was engulfed in the fear and pain of death. Yang Kai put his sword back into the sheath and shuffled forward without sparing him a glance. However, after just taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He wasn't sure about the level of Luo and Gua's power according to the standards in this samsara world, but he reckoned that the latter couldn't be considered weak. In comparison, his current cultivation was weaker than that of Luo and Gua. The battle on the stage some time ago had proven it. A cultivator with Yang Kai's current strength, born and bred in this place, would undoubtedly be defeated by a powerful cultivator like Luo and Gua. Nonetheless, Yang Kai reincarnated into this world as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his skill and vision were far greater than the limits of this world. The chance that was impossible to grasp in Luo and Gua's eyes could easily be captured by Yang Kai. That was why he could defeat the other party despite being weaker. With that said, it wasn't without a price to pay. 3 of Yang Kai's ribs must have been broken after his chest was struck by Luo and Gua. He could even feel that his throat was filled with blood. Yang Kai forcefully choked down the sweet liquid and stabilized himself before walking up to Luo and Gua's horse. The horse's limbs were broken after it bore the impact of Luo and Gua leaping into the air. Presently it was lying on the ground and wailing. The person in the cloth bag was still squirming on the horseback as she groaned and grunted. Yang Kai opened the bag and revealed an alluring face that was covered in tears. The bumpy ride had caused her hair to become a mess and she must have cried for a long time as her eyes were all red, which could easily arouse a man's sympathy. Looking at this familiar face, Yang Kai smiled. "I've finally found you, Senior Sister Chu." Her current identity was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. The eldest young lady was originally flustered and horrified, but upon seeing the man's soothing smile, she instantly calmed down. She stared fixedly at Yang Kai while a sense of confusion flashed through her eyes. She found the man before her eyes familiar, but she was sure she had never seen him before. This feeling made her doubtful. Yang Kai took out the cloth from her mouth and drew a deep breath. "Don't be afraid, eldest young lady. I'm a private guard from the Meng Manor. I'm here to save you. The bandit who captured you is dead." It was only then that the eldest young lady saw the corpse kneeling on the ground up ahead. The puddle of blood horrified her as the color drained from her alluring face. She exclaimed and instinctively crashed into the oddly familiar guard's arms. Yang Kai grunted as blood leaked out of his mouth. Some of his ribs were broken to begin with, and this impact exacerbated his injuries. Upon hearing his groan, the eldest young lady looked up and saw that her rescuer seemed to be in pain, so she asked caringly, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai helped her up. "We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to get back to the Meng Manor as quickly as possible." The eldest young lady nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai led her to his own horse and helped her get on. Just when they were preparing to leave though, he heard some noises coming from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw some dust rising in the air. There seemed to be some horses coming right at them. Quickly making a decision, Yang Kai pointed in a particular direction and shouted, "Eldest young lady, ride in that direction. Don't ever stop." The eldest young lady looked down at him. "What about you?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "I'll get some rest before leaving." Upon finishing his words, he unsheathed his sword and slapped the horse's bottom with the back of the weapon. The horse then neighed and galloped off with the eldest young lady on its back. Following that, Yang Kai turned around and took the sword with his right hand as he waited in silence. Luo and Gua's helpers from Hidden Treasure Peak had arrived. The dust rising in the distance was surely caused by those bandits. Perhaps they had agreed to meet up in a particular place, But since Luo and Gua hadn't shown up after a long time, they decided to look for him. More than 100 horses came into Yang Kai's sight as he licked the blood around his mouth while feeling excited and high-spirited. In this place he couldn't rely on space principles or his powerful sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation. All he had was the powers given to him in this samsara world and his own experiences. Despite his profound skill, it was impossible for him to deal with more than 100 people in his current condition. Although he supposedly didn't have a chance to survive, it had ignited his fighting spirit and fierce nature. What would happen if he was killed in this samsara world? Yu Xiangdai never told him about it. However, Yang Kai knew that he must not die. Before the heart barrier of senior sister Chu was broken, she wouldn't be able to move into the next reincarnation. Just then, Yang Kai heard the sound of a horse galloping towards him from behind. With a frown, he turned around and saw that the eldest young lady had returned. Her beautiful face was pale as she was terrified to see that more than 100 horses were coming at them. Despite that, she still summoned her courage and didn't hesitate to come back. The eldest young lady apparently had some excellent riding skills as she accurately stopped the horse in front of Yang Kai. With a furious expression she snapped, "Liar!" This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he asked, "Why did you come back?" I don't know," the eldest young lady stammered. She had no idea why she decided to come back just now, but she instinctively turned around when she heard the noises from behind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and took the reins before leaping onto the horse. He said beside her ear, "Hold on tight." He then turned the horse around and rushed towards White Jade City. It was unrealistic to tell the eldest young lady to leave on her own now, for the other party had seen her already. If they separated to chase after her, she would be in a perilous situation. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to take matters into his own hands and protect her personally. On the horse, the eldest young lady hung her head low while blushing. She had never come into such close contact with a man before. The bumpy ride caused her back to rub against the man's chest from time to time. The panting she heard from the man made her feel flustered while she felt as if there were butterflies in her stomach. More than 100 horses arrived at the place where Luo and Gua was killed soon after. Someone examined the figure that was kneeling on the ground, and upon confirming that Luo and Gua was dead, all of them were agitated as they chased after Yang Kai and the eldest young lady. The reason Yang Kai was able to catch up to Luo and Gua earlier was that his horse could run faster. After all, Luo and Gua had a heavy build, and he had to bring the eldest young lady with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai was on his own. That was the reason he could reach Luo and Gua. Nevertheless, it was the opposite now. While Yang Kai had to bring the eldest young lady to safety on a single horse, more than 100 bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak riding down on them. The distance between them was shortening while the sounds of hooves thudding on the ground became louder. The eldest young lady was no longer in the mood to let her thoughts run wild. For a moment, a sense of anxiety flashed through her face. However, she seemed to recall something all of a sudden as she soon calmed herself down. Right then the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The distance between both parties was short enough, so an expert in archery among the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak shot an arrow at Yang Kai. However, he missed his target as the arrow landed on a spot that was 10 meters away from the left of Yang Kai. More arrows came from behind as the sounds of breaking through the air were continuously heard. Most of the arrows were not threatening at all, and for the ones that posed a risk, Yang Kai turned his head and accurately slashed across them. Behind him, a person with a hooked nose at the front of those bandits was dumbfounded by this sight, for he had never expected Yang Kai to be so strong and skillful. It was only then that he realized it wasn't just bad luck that Luo and Gua was killed. Yang Kai was apparently an expert in martial arts given his dexterity and eyesight. The hooked-nosed man had his interest piqued as he didn't know that there was such a powerful cultivator in the Meng Manor. Since Luo and Gua was dead, the losses could be made up for if they could make Yang Kai join them. The prerequisite was that they had to capture him alive. As the gap shortened, more arrows were seen flying. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to ward them off, his defense wasn't impenetrable. An arrow jabbed right into the horse's thigh and almost caused it to collapse, but a nimble Yang Kai quickly tightened the reins and used his force to help the horse stabilize. It was obvious that they were unable to flee. They couldn't run as fast as the other party to begin with, and the fact that the horse was injured exacerbated the situation. Nevertheless, it would still take them 4 to 5 hours before they could return to White Jade City. Yang Kai initially hoped that those from the Meng Manor or City Lord's mansion could send some people to help so that the two of them could stand a chance to survive, but they were still nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only save himself and the eldest young lady. He went through the route he had taken to reach this place in his mind in an attempt to find a useful place. The sounds of breaking through the air were heard again. Although Yang Kai warded off some of the arrows, one of them still jabbed into the horse's stomach. The horse that had helped Yang Kai flee for the entire night collapsed to the ground after running for another kilometer. The eldest young lady, who was seated at the front, exclaimed while Yang Kai promptly wrapped his arm around her waist and stomped his feet on the horseback. They leaped into the air and then stably landed on the ground. "Wrap your arms around me," Yang Kai ordered. A flustered eldest young lady nodded and quickly draped her arms around the young man's neck to stabilize herself. While holding his sword with one hand, Yang Kai placed his other hand on the eldest young lady's body to support her weight before rushing forward in a particular direction with all the speed he could muster. Martial Peak Chapter 48:20 Bloody Battle. The eldest young lady's vision shook. As she looked over the shoulder of this young private guard, she could see more than 100 horses chasing after them. The faces of the horsemen were hideous and gave off a horrifying feeling. Nevertheless, she had never been calmer than at this moment. The scene and the feeling were somehow familiar to her, as though she had experienced it before. However, she had always lived in the Meng Manor, and she had never stepped out of White Jade City before. When had she ever experienced getting hunted down while she was protected by a man? Did it happen in a dream? Was it an experience from her previous life? She was supposed to feel uncomfortable in such close contact with a man she didn't know, but at this moment she was drowned in happiness as she exerted more force with her arms around the young private guard's neck. It was as though she was trying to merge into his body. She knew that this man wouldn't abandon her even if he had to lose his life. When she saw more than 10 arrows coming right at them, she exclaimed, "Watch out!" Then her eyes were dazzled by the glint from a sword. Yang Kai didn't whirl around as the eldest young lady was in front of him. If he turned around, she would be struck by the arrows. Instead, he accurately slashed across the arrows without turning at all, as though there were eyes on the back of his head. Most of the arrows were warded off, but one of them pierced right into his shoulder. The eldest young lady stared fixedly at that arrow, which was about the length of an arm. While it was deep in the man's flesh, not much blood had streamed out. Nevertheless, she felt her chest tightening at the sight of it. She reckoned that the young private guard must be in pain, but he never even grunted. More arrows were coming at them while Yang Kai zigzagged to dodge them. The gap between both parties was shortening rapidly, and it was expected that they would be surrounded by their enemies in no time. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned left and rushed forward as there was a call over there. Perhaps he could make use of the terrain. Soon, he dashed past the call with the eldest young lady in his arms. It was a lucky day for him as he soon saw that there was a cave at the bottom of a mountain wall. The cave wasn't big as it could accommodate one person. Yang Kai rushed over and put the eldest young lady down. "Get inside now." The eldest young lady nodded and climbed into the cave on all fours and tried her best to curl up inside it. When she looked up, she saw the young private guard standing in front of her like a mountain that could fend off all storms. "What's your name?" she asked. "Yang Kai." He raised his hand to grab the arrow stuck in his shoulder and snapped the shaft off, leaving the tip inside his flesh. He then turned his head and flashed a smile at her. "My name is Yang Kai." The eldest young lady repeated it as though she was trying to imprint the name in the deepest part of her mind. She extended her hand to adjust her messy hair and put on a charming smile. "My name is Mengru." Yang Kai nodded his head. "A beautiful name." The sounds of hooves stepping on the ground were heard as more than 100 horses arrived at this place. The man with a hooked nose raised his hand, after which all of the horses stopped in their tracks. These bandits then stared fixedly at Yang Kai. As their eyes met, the man with a hooked nose could barely contain his admiration for Yang Kai as he sized him up. "Brat, did you kill Luo and Gua?" Yang Kai replied grimly, "Yes." With a gloomy expression, the man with a hooked nose said, Luo Nguo was the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. You've formed a grudge with us by killing him. He shouldn't have kidnapped the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor then. Yang Kai shook his head. Anyone who dares to harm her must die. The man with a hooked nose sneered. You're indeed loyal, but you're also extremely foolish. Luo Nguo was weaker than you, so he only had himself to blame for getting killed. However, he was still the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. Since you have killed him, I have to avenge his death as the head manager. How are you going to do that? Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man with a hooked nose grinned. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How do you think I'm going to avenge his death? Yang Kai replied impassively, if you want my life, you're welcome to try to take it. Let's see if you're capable of doing that. The man with a hooked nose scoffed. Compared to your life, I'm more interested in you. Why don't you give the woman behind you to us as a gesture of sincerity and follow me back to the mountain? Our grudges will be resolved then. Yang Kai frowned and lowered his gaze. After giving it a thought, he replied, I can follow you back to the mountain, but I can't pass the eldest young lady to you. Let her go back to White Jade City, and I will agree to your demand. The man with a hooked nose shook his head. No. We have spent a lot of effort to get her. Many of our brothers were killed, including the second manager. It was so hard for us to get this woman out of the Meng Manor, so how could we let her go? Don't worry. After you follow me back to the mountain, this woman will belong to you. Yang Kai said steadfastly, I only have one request. The eldest young lady must safely return to White Jade City. The expression of the man with a hooked nose darkened. He had paid Yang Kai due respect and expressed his willingness to let him join Hidden Treasure Peak, but the other party rudely turned him down. I'll go to the mountain. The voice of the eldest young lady Mengru was suddenly heard coming from behind. Don't speak nonsense. Yang Kai snapped. And Mengru obediently shrunk back into the hole. It seems that there's no room for discussion then. The hooked-nosed man found it to be a pity as he waved his hand and ordered, Kill. Upon realizing that he was unable to make Yang Kai join them, he immediately ordered his death. There was no doubt that he was a decisive person. More than 10 archers were already well prepared as they pulled the bows taut. The next moment, a dozen or so arrows came at Yang Kai from different angles. However, everyone soon became dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai wielded his sword and easily fended off all of the arrows. He didn't even seem to have moved as he stood in front of the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor like a wooden stake. The man with a hooked nose was stunned. He knew that Yang Kai was an expert in martial arts since the latter could kill Luo Nguo. Yang Kai's performance during their pursuit also confirmed his speculation. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that the head manager realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. If he were faced with the same situation, he could have warded off those arrows as well, but he could never have done it so effortlessly. It was also impossible for him not to move a single step. These archers were flushing as they felt embarrassed. Before the head manager even gave the order, they started shooting arrows at Yang Kai again. Just like before, Yang Kai easily fended off all the attacks. The archers became furious. Instead of shooting arrows at the same time, they did it intermittently so that they could find a chance to impale him. An incense stick later, these archers helplessly lowered their bows as their faces were all red. The mockery from their companions made them hang their heads low. There were more than 10 archers, but after 20 rounds of shooting at Yang Kai, the man still wasn't harmed one bit. On the other hand, they had no more arrows left. The head manager sported a gloomy expression as well. He reprimanded the people who were laughing and pointed at Yang Kai before giving the order, You guys over there, go kill him. The smiles of those who were ordered to kill Yang Kai froze as they sported bitter expressions. However, they could not disobey the head manager, so they had no choice but to drive their horses forward. At the very least, they knew that they had to work together. They separated and surrounded Yang Kai from different directions. As they exchanged glances, one of them suddenly charged towards Yang Kai and hacked at him with a sword while the others seized the chance and dashed forward. Yang Kai lowered his figure to dodge the attack and unsheathed his sword as a glint flashed across his weapon. The second person extended his sword while the third person, who had excellent riding skills, leaned far off his horse and swept his sword at Yang Kai's legs while brushing past him. The others showcased their skills and launched fatal attacks on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai as the center, several horses crisscrossed each other. However, many fell off their horses and collapsed to the ground, apparently dead. Only 2 of them survived, and when they turned their heads, their faces instantly paled. Yang Kai remained on the same spot. His top had been cut open as the flesh around his wounds rolled up. His figure was already covered in blood. Nevertheless, he didn't seem to care about it one bit. Blood dripped from his sword and made some pattering sounds on the blood puddle, which was piercing to the ears. The head manager had never been more embarrassed in his life as he growled, "Wastes. You can't even kill a single person. All of you go get him. You don't have to follow me back to the mountain if you can't kill him." The death of their companions left the others fuming with fury. Although Yang Kai appeared powerful, he was all alone after all. There was no way they were unable to kill him when there were more than 100 of them. They drew their weapons at the same time and drove the horses forward. They appeared as intimidating as a storm. Yang Kai tried his best to stabilize his breathing and pulled off his tattered top from his body. He then fastened it around his sword-holding hand so he wouldn't drop it. As soon as he was done with that, 100 or so horses came charging towards him from all directions and engulfed him. Following a guttural roar, Yang Kai slashed his sword as blood was seen spurting out from his enemies. Shrieks were continuously heard. There was an upside as well as a downside when he told the eldest young lady to hide inside the cave. The upside was that he didn't have to worry about her safety. As long as he stood steadfastly in front of her, he could ensure that she wouldn't be harmed. The downside was that he was unable to move around freely. Once he revealed the woman behind him, those from Hidden Treasure Peak might be able to capture her. Once that happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to save her despite being stronger than these bandits. It was the same case for those from Hidden Treasure Peak. While they were pleased to see that the eldest young lady was confined to a spot by Yang Kai, they were unable to freely deal with him in such a small place. Yang Kai only had to face 7 or 8 of them at the same time while the others could only circle around in the periphery. There was nothing they could do. As more people were killed, the spot in front of the cave began running red with blood. The smell of blood was nauseating. However, the eldest young lady, who was hiding in the hole, realized in shock that she wasn't afraid of such a situation. She couldn't figure out what was going on as it was the first time she saw dead people. Any other young lady would have passed out in this situation, but she remained clear-headed while she was still able to monitor the young private guard's condition. All of a sudden, a corpse collapsed in front of her. It was a bandit who tried to capture Mingru while Yang Kai wasn't paying attention. As soon as he reached this place though, Yang Kai directly killed him with his sword. It was apparent that the bandit was horrified before his death. Presently, the corpse was right in front of the eldest young lady. She shot a glance at the corpse before snatching the sword from his hand. While clenching the hilt with both hands, she pressed the tip against her chest. Martial Peak Chapter 48-21 Fate is a bitch. This young private guard named Yang Kai was indeed powerful. Despite being an ordinary person, the eldest young lady could see that. With that said, she was also aware that there was no way he could defeat so many enemies all on his own. She had no idea how much longer this young private guard could persevere, nor did she understand why he still steadfastly stood in front of her in the face of death. After all, they had never even met each other before today. There was one thing she knew though. If this young private guard collapsed, she would end up in a more horrible state than death. Therefore, she had to be prepared. The sharp tip of the sword pressed against her chest and formed a cut on her skin, which made her feel a slight tinge of pain. She stared fixedly at the young private guard from behind to monitor his condition. In the worst-case scenario, they would probably perish together here. While she was in her wild thoughts, she felt a sense of longing, as though she was almost looking forward to it. The head manager of Hidden Treasure Peak never stopped cursing. As more of his subordinates collapsed, his voice became louder while his saliva spouted out of his mouth. As the bandits were continuously reprimanded, they were furious while they became increasingly ruthless with their moves. Although their ruthlessness had inflicted a lot of injuries on this private guard from the Meng Manor, they could not make him fall. Presently, the private guard from the Meng Manor was covered in blood while his clothes were all tattered. There was a long cut on his forehead from which blood slid down his face and dyed his eyes scarlet, which made him look like a mad, ominous beast. His sword had become crooked from all the hacking and slashing, so he randomly took up the blade of a nearby dead bandit so he could wield two weapons at once. Nevertheless, the cutlass was also badly chipped, so there was no way it could last for a long time. About 20 to 30 corpses had been piled up in front of him. Blood streamed past his feet and made him look extremely terrifying. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were horrified. They knew that as long as they persevered, there would come a moment when this private guard from the Meng Manor collapsed to the ground, but before that, many of their lives would be sacrificed. They were afraid that they would be the ones who died uselessly here. The bandits, who were initially high-spirited following the order from the head manager, started becoming timid as they launched attacks less frequently. An infuriated head manager killed a bandit who was trying to flee. He then drove his horse forward as he apparently planned to enter the battlefield personally. Just then, the ground started shaking as the sounds of hooves could be heard rapidly approaching from a distance. The head manager felt his chest tightening. When he turned his head, he saw that the dust was rising in the distance as a lot of people were rushing towards them on horses. Reinforcements from White Jade City had arrived. Upon that realization, the bandits became flustered as they instinctively moved backwards. Many of them turned to the head manager and awaited his order. The head manager stared at the private guard from the Meng Manor, who had been standing resolutely in front of the cave all this time. After a moment of hesitation though, he shouted through clenched teeth, "Retreat!" A lot of soldiers from White Jade City were approaching, so there was no way their weakened group could ward them off. They might even lose their lives by staying here. It would be an unwise decision to do so just because they were not willing to give up their prize. The bandits were already frightened by Yang Kai's actions to begin with, so upon hearing the head manager's order, they turned their horses around and ran for their lives without hesitation. A moment later, more than 100 knights clad in sturdy armor arrived at this place with a young man leading the way. The young man looked in the direction the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were fleeing with narrowed eyes, but he didn't have the intention to chase after them. He turned his head and took a glance at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood. Despite being an experienced man, he was still astounded at the sight. The attention of the knights behind the young man was also attracted to Yang Kai. He was standing there like a statue, as though he was trying to protect something. His figure was covered in cuts of different sizes, and his clothes were in tatters. The corpses of the bandits had been piled up in front of him, and his feet were drenched in a puddle of blood. His murderous intent seemed to have materialized, and the horses beneath the knights were unable to bear it. They neighed and instinctively stepped backwards. None of them had seen such a sight before, but they could imagine how intense the situation had been. A lot of bandits must have continuously launched attacks on this young man in an attempt to defeat him. However, like a rock amidst the storm, he was still standing strong in the end. It was obvious that after his sword became bent, he picked up a cutlass that was also chipped. Even with such broken weapons, he wielded them to kill these bandits. "Is it him?" the young man asked. The person beside the young man was In Ji Yong, who was also a private guard from the Meng Manor. Upon hearing that, he quickly nodded, "Yes, it's him." After he finished speaking, he leaped off the horse and bolted towards Yang Kai, shouting, "Little brother! Little brother!" Before he could get close though, he saw a sword slashing at him. He exclaimed in fright and fell on his bottom, his soul almost leaving his body. When he came to his senses, he quickly examined himself. Upon confirming that he wasn't injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. While reeling from the shock, he called out, "Little brother, it's me, In Ji Yong. Don't you recognize me?" He had no idea why Yang Kai would suddenly hack at him. If he were killed just like that, he would have passed away full of grief. "He has already passed out," the leading young man suddenly said. In Ji Yong was dumbfounded. "He has?" How could Yang Kai still attack him when he was unconscious? Upon closer look though, In Ji Yong realized that there was indeed something off about Yang Kai. He was glowering at the front, but never batted his eyes. The blood from his forehead streamed down his face, which made him look horrifying. but his eyes seemed to have lost focus as he looked hollowly in no particular direction. Nevertheless, he remained unmoving with the weapons in his hands. "Don't go near him. He will only react on instinct now," the young man ordered. A dazed In Ji-young nodded. Despite his age, it was the first time he saw someone who was still able to react out of reflex while unconscious. How resolute must one be in order to achieve that? He's really something. The young man stared at Yang Kai with admiration written all over his face. He turned to In Ji-young. "What's his name?" In Ji-young quickly replied. "Young city lord. His name is Yang Kai. He's a new private guard in the Meng Manor." Yang Kai. The young city lord narrowed his eyes as his expression became conflicted. In Ji-young didn't notice it as he looked worriedly at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang is badly injured, young city lord. We can't go near him now, however, if we don't help stop his bleeding, he'll surely lose his life." The young city lord fell silent. Just then, some noises could be heard coming from behind Yang Kai. In Ji-young bellowed, "Who goes there?" After he finished speaking, he saw a curvy woman whose hair was a mess crawling out of the small cave behind Yang Kai. There was a sword in her hands as she appeared vigilant. "Eldest young lady." In Ji-young was flabbergasted. He only saw Yang Kai when he arrived at this place, and never paid attention to anything behind him. It wasn't until the eldest young lady crawled out that he realized that there even was a cave behind Yang Kai. All of them finally realized who the person was that Yang Kai was protecting. The young city lord became startled as he examined the eldest young lady's face. All of a sudden, he put on a wry smile. He thought that life was truly full of surprises. Over the past few years, he had been looking for a particular person, but he still hadn't managed to achieve his goal. Nevertheless, he had never expected to come across her today. Fate was really a strange thing in this samsara world. Despite having entered this world much earlier, he still hadn't gained any advantage. On the other hand, the one who came at a later time had a chance to get close to the person he had been looking for almost immediately. "Greetings, eldest young lady. My name is In Ji-young, a private guard from the Meng Manor." He cupped his fist, then quickly added, "Be careful. Please don't go near Yang Kai." The eldest young lady pressed her lips together and tossed the sword away. After making up her mind, despite the warning, she still shuffled towards Yang Kai. She had heard the conversation between In Ji-young and the young city lord while she was hiding inside the cave, so she was aware of Yang Kai's current condition. But so what? This man was willing to protect her with his very life. She didn't believe that he would harm her in any way. Upon seeing that, In Ji-young turned pale. Since the eldest young lady was fine, he and Yang Kai would be given handsome rewards after returning to the Meng Manor. However, if Yang Kai harmed her in any way, he would be doomed. Before In Ji-young could stop her, the eldest young lady was already standing in front of Yang Kai. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai didn't even try to harm her. Instead, his expression became more hideous, as though he was trying to suppress something. In Ji-young felt his heart leaping to his throat as he was worried that Yang Kai would hack his sword at her in the next instant. When that happened, the alluring eldest young lady would surely lose her life. Tears could be seen sliding down the eldest young lady's face. She covered her mouth with her hands as her shoulders uncontrollably trembled. The person in front of her didn't have any part of his skin intact. He was soaked in blood, and through his tattered clothes, she could see that he was covered in deep cuts with his flesh rolling up around his wounds. Every wound and every drop of his blood was proof that he had resolutely protected her from harm. While suppressing her tears, she extended her hands and took the weapons from Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't resist. Just now, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were unable to make him lose grip of his weapons no matter what they tried. But at this moment, the frail eldest young lady easily took them from his hands. She tossed the blood-covered weapons to the ground. When she looked up, she realized that his eyes had closed, and faint breathing could be heard coming from his nostrils. "Does anyone have medicine? Help treat him now." The eldest young lady turned her head and sought help from them. Given his injuries, he would surely journey to the Yellow Springs if he wasn't treated in time. Although the eldest young lady had rarely stepped out of the manor, she was aware of such common knowledge. The young city lord motioned to one of his subordinates. The subordinate quickly leaped off the horse and bolted towards Yang Kai. Upon making sure that the man posed no threat, he helped him lie down on the ground. In Ji-yong hurriedly came over to help out. Seeing that the eldest young lady was still standing nearby, he encouraged, "Please go somewhere else, eldest young lady. I'm worried that you'll feel nauseated at the sight." The eldest young lady nodded and stepped back. The young city lord walked up to her and examined her before saying, "Eldest young lady Meng. I am the young city lord of White Jade City, Feng Changxi. I just returned from my studies abroad. I'm sorry that I didn't manage to save you earlier." The eldest young lady shook her head. "I'm fine." Her eyes never looked away from Yang Kai, though, as she was apparently full of worry. When Feng Changxi saw that, he secretly cursed, thinking fate was really a bitch. Martial Peak Chapter 48-22 Unparalleled Gallantry. Those from Hidden Treasure Peak had launched a night attack on the Meng Manor. The second manager, Luo Ngua, personally made a move and kidnapped the eldest young lady of the Meng family amidst the chaos. A new private guard from the Meng Manor chased after him and intercepted him in a place that was over 100 kilometers from the city. He fought against the enemies on his own and killed many of them. Eventually, he successfully saved the eldest young lady. Everyone in White Jade City was shocked when the news spread. Rumor had it that the power of the new private guard from the Meng Manor was inscrutable. Faced with over 100 bandits, he never backed down as he beheaded them with a saber and a sword like he was cutting fruits or vegetables. It was also rumored that he was 10 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. The hearts of the bandits were dug out and eaten by him. By relying on his ferocity, he persevered until the young city lord of White Jade City arrived with the knights to end the calamity. They eventually destroyed the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak and returned victorious. While everyone who heard this news was shocked by the power of this private guard from the Meng Manor, they also admired him for his loyalty. Hidden Treasure Peak was a nest of bandits. Had someone like the eldest young lady from the Meng Manor been captured by them, everyone could imagine what would have happened to her. It was thanks to this loyal private guard that the eldest young lady's modesty was saved. They also found out this private guard was hired at the arena that the Meng family had set up some time ago. Many families secretly felt envious and thought that the Meng Manor had found a treasure. Nowadays, it was hard to find a loyal guard like him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still unconscious in the Meng Manor. He had exhausted himself from battling against the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak. If not for his determination to save the eldest young lady, he would have collapsed much earlier. Had the soldiers from City Lord's mansion come any later, he would not have been able to persevere. After In Ji-yong and the others treated his wounds, the young city lord, Feng Changxi, escorted the eldest young lady back to the Meng Manor. Yang Kai, who had made the biggest contribution in this matter, was given special care. Before he even regained consciousness, the patriarch of the Meng Manor had already rewarded him with a lot of money and his own private residence. There was also high-quality healing medicine that the maidservants would use to apply on his wounds every day. It was unprecedented that an outer court's private guard be given such rewards. The steward of the Meng Manor personally visited Yang Kai and told In Ji-yong to inform him as soon as Yang Kai awakened. Certainly, In Ji-yong directly agreed to it. Many private guards also came to visit Yang Kai. Although it had only been a short time since Yang Kai joined the Meng Manor, and they were not close to each other, he had risked his life to save the reputation of these private guards. After all, the eldest young lady was kidnapped on their watch. Had Yang Kai not promptly decided to chase after the bandits, these private guards would have been punished by the Meng Manor by now. Some of them might even have lost their lives. When everyone who visited Yang Kai saw his injuries, they fell silent. That was because he was horrendously wounded. There was no part of his body that was intact. His entire figure was covered in bandages, which had been dyed crimson by his blood. No one knew how he was still alive given his injuries. The crooked saber and the chipped sword were brought back by In Ji-yong following the eldest young lady's order. They were the best proof that Yang Kai had used these weapons to kill those bandits. Every day, the eldest young lady would send a maidservant named Qian Qian to visit Yang Kai. She would then go back and report to her on Yang Kai's condition. If possible, the eldest young lady was more than willing to personally visit him. However, she was an unmarried woman as well as the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. It would be inappropriate for her to visit Yang Kai given her status. Even though Yang Kai had made a significant contribution, the patriarch of the Meng Manor had never visited him. He only told his most trusted steward to come here once. After all, their statuses were too different, and it was the private guard's duty to risk their lives to protect the Meng family members. 7 days later, Yang Kai finally regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in excruciating pain. His entire figure was aching and his throat felt like it was burning. This was the first time he had been so horribly injured since he began cultivating. Although he was in a samsara world, everything felt so real. He darted his gaze around and saw In Ji-young sitting at the table. He was holding a maidservant's hand as he seemed to be reading her palm. The maidservant hung her head low with a flushing face. She wanted to retract her hand, but it seemed she didn't have the strength to do so, and she wouldn't dare to call for help. She was on the brink of breaking into tears. In Ji-young pretended to not see it as he spouted nonsense by saying that her life wouldn't be smooth sailing, but she would eventually meet a person who would extricate her from her suffering. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai knocked on the bedside. Hearing the noise, the maidservant became shocked and quickly retracted her hand. In Ji-young turned to look at Yang Kai and became elated. "You're finally awake, little brother Yang." He walked up to Yang Kai and asked caringly, "How are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Water," Yang Kai said as he felt his throat burning. "Oh, water. Water." In Ji-young quickly beckoned to the maidservant, who picked up a jug of water and took a seat beside the bed before helping Yang Kai drink it. After Yang Kai finished the water, he finally felt much better. In Ji-young said smilingly, "Did you know how worried I was? I was worried that you would never wake up." Yang Kai didn't think the older man looked worried at all. In Ji-young went on to say, "Since you're awake, you'll be fine. Just stay here and recuperate. I'm sure you'll enjoy plenty of good luck after surviving this disaster." "How is the eldest young lady?" Yang Kai asked in a hoarse voice. In fact, he was already muddle-headed at the last moments of protecting the eldest young lady. He faintly remembered that there seemed to be reinforcements approaching, and those from Hidden Treasure Peak were forced to flee. Supposedly, the eldest young lady was safe. In Ji-young replied, "The eldest young lady is well, just a bit frightened. She now sends someone to visit you every day. Since you're awake, I believe she'll set her mind at ease as well." He then said to the maidservant, "It's time to help little brother Yang reapply his medicine." The maidservant nodded in agreement and put down the jug before getting busy with a red face. In Ji-young then went on to talk to Yang Kai about the incident on that day, and expressed his admiration for him. If he were in the same situation, he would have surrendered and begged for mercy. It wasn't that he was disloyal to the Meng Manor. However, loyalty no longer mattered in the face of certain death. It was during a life-and-death moment that a person's temperament was put to the test. While the maidservant was busy, In Ji-young left the place to inform the steward of the Meng Manor. 1 hour later, the old man with a goatee, who appeared on the selection stage previously, stepped into the room and gave Yang Kai some words of praise. He said that the patriarch was pleased with his loyalty and had rewarded him with many good things, including his current residence and a lot of money. All the new private guards would go through a probation period of a few years. However, since Yang Kai had risked his life to save the eldest young lady, the probation ended earlier, and he was now an official private guard of the Meng Manor. The steward didn't stay for a long. After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Before that, he told Yang Kai to recuperate with peace of mind, saying that the Meng Manor wouldn't mistreat people who had made contributions. In Ji-young was also rewarded. In fact, he didn't spend much effort in the fight against the bandits. However, without him, Yang Kai wouldn't have successfully saved the eldest young lady. At that time, Yang Kai was chasing after Luo and Guo on foot. It was In Ji-young who sent him a horse and then ran back to White Jade City to inform the soldiers about what was going on. In the end, they arrived in time and forced the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak to retreat. While Yang Kai had made the most significant contribution in saving the eldest young lady, In Ji-young was the second greatest contributor. Therefore, he had also obtained a lot of rewards. The money that was given to him was enough to let him buy a lot of delicious food and wine for the next 3 years. With that said, he had no idea why he followed Yang Kai on a whim at that time, as it was no different from deserting his duties. However, it was thanks to this rash move that he made a contribution. From his perspective, Yang Kai was his lucky star. It had only been half a month since Yang Kai joined the Meng Manor, but Yin Ji-yong managed to get the attention and honor he had never enjoyed even after 10 years of service. These days, the captain of the private guards and some younger stewards had been amiable to him, which made him feel elated. Therefore, he was more than willing to take care of Yang Kai every day. The speed Yang Kai recuperated made Yin Ji-yong doubt whether the younger man was really human. He regained consciousness barely 7 days after he passed out, and was able to get out of the bed and start walking 3 days after that. Another 3 days later, he was clearly on the mend. It only took him 20 days to almost fully recover. While Yin Ji-yong was dumbfounded, he persuaded Yang Kai to lie on the bed for a few days more. That was because he was responsible for taking care of Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was still lying on the bed, he could get some rest for a few days more lest he was exposed to the sun or rain. Fortunately, the steward didn't immediately assign any tasks to them, so for the time being they had nothing else to do. Every day, Yin Ji-yong would pester the maidservant while Yang Kai refused to stay idle. He would practice martial arts in the courtyard and let his clothes soak in sweat. The martial Tao in this samsara world was very low, but he could still slowly get stronger. Strength would be necessary in this world, so he reckoned that he had to quickly get stronger. Yin Ji-yong had tried exchanging moves with him once, but he would never want to do that again, for it was utterly humiliating. There was an overwhelming difference between their powers, and it only took Yang Kai one move to defeat him. While cultivating, Yang Kai pondered on how to approach the eldest young lady. It was confirmed that Chu Huashang had reincarnated into this world as the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor, Mengru. Before she reincarnated, she had set up a heart barrier. Only by breaking this heart barrier would her memory be restored. In order to break the heart barrier, he had to win her heart. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't care about the difference between their statuses, as he was a private guard while she was the eldest young lady. However, he didn't know how to win a woman's heart. Although he had a lot of wives, he had rarely wooed a woman before. There was not much he could do when it came to pursuing a woman romantically. The most important thing for him now was to approach the eldest young lady so that they would familiarize themselves with each other. If he couldn't even get close to her, how was he going to break the heart barrier? Fortunately, the fact that he had saved her life must have left a good impression. The proof was that she would send her trusted maidservant, Qian Qian, to visit him every day. While Yang Kai was lost in his thoughts, a chance presented itself. Martial Peak Chapter 48-23 Personal Bodyguard. One day, Yang Kai was wielding a sword and a saber in the courtyard when the captain of the private guards entered the place. Upon hearing the noise, Yin Ji-yong quickly got out of the room and asked passionately, "Big Brother Chu, why are you here?" The captain was surnamed Chu, so the private guards would call him Big Brother Chu in private. Big Brother Chu replied with a smile, "What's wrong? Can't I visit you too without any important matter? Have you forgotten about us just because you've made some contributions now? Are you looking down on us?" Yin Ji-yong put on a bitter expression as he said, "What are you talking about, Big Brother Chu? It's thanks to your guidance over the years that I've had a chance to make a contribution. I would never dare to look down on you all." Big Brother Chu extended his hand and poked him. "You're such a smooth talker, aren't you?" All of a sudden, he put on a solemn expression and changed the topic. "Anyways, there's indeed an important matter now." Yin Ji-yong quickly said, "Please tell us right away, Big Brother Chu." Big Brother Chu turned to look at Yang Kai. "How are you feeling?" Yang Kai moved his shoulders a little. "I'm fine." "Good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to take on this task." Yin Ji-yong asked with concern, "What kind of task is that?" Big Brother Chu put on a mysterious smile. "It's not bad news. Something good awaits you. Come with me." After exchanging glances with Yin Ji-yong, Yang Kai sheathed his weapons as they followed the captain. As they navigated through the Meng Manor behind Big Brother Chu, they soon arrived at a grand hall. In front of the grand hall stood an old man with a goatee. He was the chief steward of the Meng Manor. Seeing Captain Chu, he nodded gently. In Ji-yong suddenly felt his legs trembling slightly, for he finally recognized this grand hall. Although he had been working in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, he had never had the right to come to such an important place as he was just an outer court's private guard. Captain? In Ji-yong looked inquisitively at the captain in the hope that he would be given a hint. Big Brother Chu muttered quietly, "Don't say anything unnecessary after going in." In Ji-yong nodded repeatedly. After having a small talk with Big Brother Chu, the steward with a goatee turned to Yang Kai and In Ji-yong. "Come with me." Upon finishing his words, he shuffled into the grand hall. In Ji-yong stuck close to Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Little brother, I believe we're going to meet the patriarch. You have to be cautious." The grand hall was where the patriarch dealt with his daily business. No one could go near this place without his permission. Yang Kai nodded gently to show that he understood. After entering the grand hall with the chief steward, Yang Kai looked up and saw a man who was going through some documents behind a desk. There was nothing special about the man, who was about 50 years old. Nevertheless, since he had taken good care of himself, he looked slightly younger than his age. He was supposed to be the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Deyi. The chief steward told the two of them to stop, then walked up to Meng Deyi in light steps and said, "Sir, I've brought them." Meng Deyi grunted and continued handling his business. Since he never said anything, Yang Kai and In Ji-yong could only remain standing there. About a cup of tea later, Meng Deyi put the documents aside and stamped them with a seal before falling into his thoughts with a frown. He seemed to have finally recalled the presence of these two private guards as he looked up at them. "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Yang Kai greets the patriarch." Oh. In Ji-yong saluted him as well. "Outer court guard In Ji-yong greets the patriarch." Meng Deyi stared fixedly at Yang Kai and said impassively, "I heard that you were badly injured." Yang Kai replied in a firm voice, "As a guard of the Meng Manor, it is my duty to ensure the eldest young lady's safety even if it costs me my life." Admiration was written all over In Ji-yong's face as he thought that Yang Kai was usually taciturn, but the latter could tactfully fawn over someone in power when it was necessary. Good. There was no doubt that Meng Deyi was pleased with his reply. Others might not be sincere when they said such a thing, but Yang Kai had proven his loyalty in the previous incident as he was willing to protect the eldest young lady even with his life on the line. Meng Deyi had heard others talk about the incident, so he knew that Yang Kai really almost died that day. Although he had no idea why this new private guard was so bold and loyal, he reckoned that no more tests were needed. The inner court is supposed to be the place where the security is the strictest in the Meng Manor, but Ruer was almost harmed this time. It's because of this incident that she doesn't trust the personal bodyguards in the inner court anymore. Meng Deyi didn't intend to beat around the bush, as it wasn't necessary to do so in front of his own private guards. Therefore, he directly told them the reason he had summoned them. "However, since you've saved Ruer's life, she has total trust in you. It could be said that she only trusts you of all the private guards in the Meng Manor." Yang Kai hung his head low. "It is my honor to have gained the eldest young lady's trust. I want you to go to Ruer's side and be her personal bodyguard. Are you willing to take on this task?" Meng Deyi asked. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before cupping his fist. "Rest assured, patriarch. I am willing to be punished if the eldest young lady loses even a single strand of hair." Meng Deyi nodded. "I have faith in your loyalty and capabilities. I'll not mistreat you if you work hard." He paused for a moment. "Do you have any requests?" He can even make a request. In Ji-yong was shocked, thinking that the patriarch truly regarded Yang Kai as important. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I want a good saber and sword." The sword previously given to him by those from the Meng Manor was mass-produced, so it couldn't be considered a good weapon. It soon became bent and chipped, making it all but unusable. The saber he randomly took from a dead bandit from Hidden Treasure Peak was just an ordinary weapon as well. In a world where the martial Tao was so low, one's power would be enhanced greatly by having a good weapon. If Yang Kai had an incredible weapon in his hands at that time, he wouldn't have become so battered. Meng Deyi nodded lightly. "You may leave now. Someone will get the weapons ready." "Many thanks, patriarch." To the side, The steward with the goatee saluted Meng Deyi before leading Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong to leave the hall. An elated Yin Ji-yong still had no idea what was going on. Just now, the patriarch told Yang Kai to be the personal bodyguard of the eldest young lady, but he never mentioned anything about Yin Ji-yong. If he didn't also become a personal bodyguard, why was he summoned to this place? While leading the way at the front, the steward with the goatee said, "Congratulations, both of you. Only the most powerful and loyal private guards have a right to enter the inner court of the Meng Manor. Most private guards are not allowed to even approach the inner court." Instantly, Yin Ji-yong became ecstatic as the steward's words suggested that he was also a part of the inner court now, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. It had been more than 10 years since he joined the Meng Manor, but he had always been an insignificant private guard in the outer court. Now that he could enter the inner court, he found it to be surreal while feeling excited. "Many thanks, steward." With a smile, Yin Ji-yong walked up to the steward and stuffed a money pouch into his hands. Fully aware of what was going on, the steward discreetly took it as he was pleased with Yin Ji-yong's gesture. Yin Ji-yong then asked, "Are there any taboos in the inner court, sir? Although I've been working in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, I've never stepped into the inner court before. Please grant us some instruction." The steward replied with a smile, "There's indeed some taboos, but the most important thing is that men and women understand their stations. Both of you are men after all, and most of the people living in the inner court are women. Hence, when you're in the inner court, don't listen to anything you shouldn't listen to, and don't look at things you're not supposed to see. Also, don't go to any places as you please without the patriarch's permission. You'll be fine as long as you fulfill your duties." Yes. Yin Ji-yong nodded repeatedly. "Little brother Yang and I will protect the eldest young lady regardless of what happens. We'll do whatever she tells us to do, and we won't make any mistakes." "I'm glad that's what you think, and you'd better remember what you've said. Although you've made significant contributions this time, the patriarch will not forgive you if you make any mistakes in the inner court." As they spoke, they finally arrived at the inner court. A maidservant with a bun was already waiting in front of the courtyard. Yin Ji-yong walked up to her and cupped his fist. "Lady Qian." She was none other than the maidservant who worked for the eldest young lady, Qian. When Yang Kai was recuperating in the past, the eldest young lady would send her to visit him every day. Hence, Yin Ji-yong recognized her. Qian seemed to be a timid woman. Although she had come into contact with Yin Ji-yong and Yang Kai many times before, she still started blushing at this moment. She couldn't help but take a step back and fall silent with her lips pressed together. The steward stepped forward and said, "Lead the way for them. The eldest young lady will make some arrangements." "Yes," Qian replied. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, she quickly hung her head low and turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong followed her closely. The inner court was vast and beautiful. A lot of small bridges, ponds and rockery gardens were built among the various courtyards. Yin Ji-yong looked around and tooted in amazement. It had been more than 10 years since he joined the Meng Manor, but it was the first time he came to the inner court, so he was curious about everything here. He was especially enamored of the pleasant fragrance that lingered in the air that reminded him of the times when he was on a woman's bed. When he came across any women in the inner court, he quickly hung his head low as he would never forget that he was just a guard. Of Meng Deyi's 3 daughters, 2 of them were already married. Only the eldest daughter, Meng Ru, was still single. The patriarch had more than 10 wives though, so there were a lot of women in the inner court. If Yin Ji-yong caught a glimpse of anything he was not supposed to see, his eyes would probably be dug out. After making many turns, they finally arrived at the eldest young lady's residence. Qian went inside to inform the eldest young lady about their arrival, while Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong waited outside the building. It was a building with 3 stories. Many busy servants continuously entered and left the place. Perhaps they had heard the news, so they would look curiously at Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong when passing them by. Seeing that these 2 men appeared anxious, they covered their mouths and giggled while whispering among themselves. A moment later, Qian stepped out and said to them gently, "Come in. The eldest young lady is waiting for you." Yin Ji-yong replied in a fawning manner, "Many thanks, Lady Qian." They entered and arrived at the lobby on the ground floor. It was supposed to be the place where the eldest young lady received her guests, as it was lavishly decorated. At this moment the eldest young lady, Mengru, was seated by a round table as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-24, Qian Qian. The eldest young lady appeared flustered when she saw the young private guard, who steadfastly stood in front of her to fend off all the danger for her previously. Although there was no part of his body that was left intact, he still never moved away. Behind her stood a pretty woman, who was supposed to be Mengru's maidservant. She looked curiously at Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong, though most of her attention was drawn to Yang Kai. Yin Ji-yong was older and not very handsome, so there was nothing worth seeing about him. "Greetings, eldest young lady." Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong saluted her at the same time. Mengru nodded and gazed at Yang Kai with concern. "How are you feeling? Did you use the healing medicine I told Chuer to send to you?" Yang Kai lowered his head and replied, "I am well. Many thanks for your concern, eldest young lady. It is thanks to your medicine that I have recovered sooner than expected." "That's good." Mengru put on a smile. "I didn't know what medicine would work for you, and they didn't allow me to visit you. I wish I could have done so." Yang Kai quickly said, "Eldest young lady, you are a noblewoman, so it is not appropriate for you to step into the outer court where the men live. Your reputation would be tarnished if word got out." Mengru sighed. That is what they all said. She appeared dejected. However, she soon put on a bright smile. "I can be at ease now since you're fine. I was frightened when I saw you looking so horrible. I thought you would die." Yang Kai lifted his head and flashed a smile at her. "Well, it is not so easy to kill me." Seeing that he was so impudent, the maidservant, who was standing behind Mengru, frowned with displeasure and shot him a glare. She interrupted their conversation by saying, "Since you two have made a contribution, the eldest young lady has asked the patriarch to transfer you to this place. You must fulfill your duties and ensure the eldest young lady's safety at all costs." "We will remember." Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong cupped their fists. The maidservant then whispered to Mengru, "Eldest young lady, it's getting late. You must take your medicine now." "Isn't it still being prepared?" "Just wait a while longer," Mengru replied. The maidservant shook her head. "The medicine is indeed being prepared, but you were quite frightened previously. The doctor has said that you must recuperate without being disturbed for the time being." A helpless eldest young lady let out a sigh. "Fine." With the help of the maidservant, she rose from the chair and spoke to Qian Qian, who had led Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong to this place. "Show them around the inner court and find a place for them to live." "Yes." Qian Qian saluted her in an elegant manner. The maidservant then helped the eldest young lady Mengru walk up the stairs while Qian Qian said to the two of them in a small voice, "Please come with me." Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong thanked her before taking a stroll around the surrounding area with Qian Qian leading the way. The place where the eldest young lady lived wasn't large, but there were still some places that they had to pay attention to lest they failed to discover some ill-intentioned people who hid there when the enemy struck again. While following the maidservant, Yang Kai looked around and memorized the terrain. Since he was now responsible for protecting Mengru in the inner court, he had to put in his best effort. Furthermore, he had to find a way to win the eldest young lady's heart in order to break the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had set up before this reincarnation. A moment later, Qian Qian brought them to a tile-roofed house. "This is where you will be living, as it is not far away from the eldest young lady's room. When you're not on duty, you can just remain here and be ready for any emergencies." "Many thanks, Lady Qian Qian." Yin Ji-yong thanked her and passed her a package as a gesture of friendliness. Qian Qian apparently had no idea what was going on as she took the package. When she realized what was inside, she quickly passed it back to him and waved her hands. "There's no need for that." Yin Ji-yong said with a smile, "We'll need your advice in many areas in the future. Please don't turn me down as it's just a small gift." "There's really no need for that." Qian Qian was flushing. I just joined the Meng Manor not long ago, so there's no advice I could give you." Yin Ji-yong was startled. "You just joined the Meng Manor not long ago?" "Yes." Qian Qian nodded repeatedly as she appeared uneasy. Yin Ji-yong's interest had been piqued. Supposedly, The maidservants by the eldest young lady's side must have passed a lot of tests and proven their loyalty to the Meng manor. The new servants didn't even have the right to enter the inner court, let alone serve the eldest young lady. When did you join? In Ji-yong asked curiously. About a month ago. Qian Qian replied in a small voice. In Ji-yong was dumbfounded as he gave her a thumbs up. You're truly lucky to have the right to serve the eldest young lady after only a month. Qian Qian hung her head low. I don't understand either. After the previous incident, I was told to send some medicine to the eldest young lady. When she saw me, she decided to make me stay. I see. In Ji-yong thought that she was extremely lucky. He was a private guard while Qian Qian was a maidservant. In the past over 10 years, he had always been an insignificant private guard in the outer court. If not for the contribution he had inadvertently made, he wouldn't have been transferred to the inner court. On the other hand, Qian Qian had only been working here for a month, but she could get into the inner court just because the eldest young lady was fond of her. In comparison, his journey was much tougher, which made him feel a bit bitter. With that said, Qian Qian was indeed beautiful and innocent looking, so it was no wonder that the eldest young lady was fond of her. Upon learning that Qian Qian wasn't a long-time maidservant of the eldest young lady, In Ji-yong became much more at ease. At the very least, he didn't have to fawn over her. Yang Kai, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, the woman beside the eldest young lady is named Chui'er. Qian Qian's figure shook a little, as though Yang Kai had scared her by talking suddenly. With a blushing face she replied, yes, she's big sister Chui'er. She has been serving the eldest young lady since she was a child. They grew up together. Yang Kai nodded his head then fell silent. A short while later Qian Qian left. In Ji-yong closed the door and asked in a small voice, little brother Yang, is there anything wrong? The eldest young lady's maidservant Chui'er? He thought that Yang Kai had discovered something when the latter asked that question suddenly. He couldn't help but speculate that Chui'er might be a mole sent to this place by those from Hidden Treasure Peak. Would they make another contribution not long after coming to the inner court? There's nothing wrong with her. Yang Kai didn't know what was on his mind. It's just that the eldest young lady said she had told Chui'er to send some healing medicine to me. After giving it a thought, In Ji-yong replied, yes, that's what she said. Had you ever met Chui'er before that? Yang Kai asked. In Ji-yong shook his head, no. He suddenly realized something. You've saved the eldest young lady, and judging from her reaction today, there's no doubt that she's grateful to you. In that case, she would definitely send the most important maidservant to visit you. However, it was Lady Qian Qian who had been visiting you every day when you were recuperating. He initially thought that Qian Qian was someone important to the eldest young lady, but it was apparently not the case. It had only been a month since she joined the Meng manor, and she had only begun serving the eldest young lady's side after the incident. The most important maidservant to the eldest young lady should be Chui'er, who grew up with her. Why was that? In Ji-yong was puzzled. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I suppose Lady Chui'er received the eldest young lady's order, but she was too lazy or frightened to visit a person who was horribly injured, so she told Lady Qian Qian to visit me instead. After Lady Qian Qian reported everything to her, she would then report to the eldest young lady. Upon learning what had happened, In Ji-yong gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. You're indeed clever since you're able to figure out so many things from what the eldest young lady had said. It was no wonder that you decisively ran after the bandits that night. To be honest, when I saw you leaving, I thought that you were escaping. Yang Kai put on a smile without responding to him. In Ji-yong asked curiously, little brother, how did you know that the eldest young lady was kidnapped? Yang Kai replied, I didn't know. I just speculated that someone was taken away from the inner court. I had no idea she was the eldest young lady. That's incredible enough. Admiration was written all over In Ji-yong's face as he chuckled. I am incredible as well. I followed you as soon as I saw you running after the bandits. In fact, he didn't have the confidence to ward off the enemies on his own after Yang Kai left the place, so he had no choice but to follow him. With a frown though, he said, this incident shows us that it's not easy to deal with Lady Chui'er. We'd better be cautious so that she won't be able to find fault with us. Yang Kai nodded. He had a feeling that if he wanted to win the eldest young lady's heart, Chuyer would be an obstacle. Certainly, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were not the only private guards in the inner court. In fact, there were a lot of private guards, and they were significantly more powerful than the ones in the outer court. After the previous incident, the eldest young lady no longer trusted the personal bodyguards in the inner court though. It wasn't that she was willful, but she was taken away by the bandit under the watch of so many personal bodyguards, so trust had indeed been lost. That was the reason she wanted Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong by her side. Patriarch Meng doted on his eldest daughter, so he directly agreed to this request. Despite that, he had still told some personal bodyguards to hide around the eldest young lady's residence. All of them had profound auras, however, the eldest young lady and the maidservants were unaware of their presence as they had never cultivated before. When Yang Kai came over from the building earlier, he detected some people who secretly examined him. Of course, he didn't react despite knowing what was going on. When Yang Kai agreed to become the eldest young lady's personal bodyguard, he also made a request to the patriarch, and it seemed the Meng family was as efficient as they were wealthy. They entered the inner court in the morning, and by the afternoon a sword and a saber were presented to Yang Kai. The saber was similar to the ones given to the private guards in the Meng manor. The characters "stirring clouds" were engraved on the hilt. When he pulled out the weapon, a dazzling glint flashed through the blade. The simple-looking sword was about 1 meter long, but the blade was shiny and sharp. When he flicked at the blade, a sword cry rang out for quite some time. The characters "covering rain" were engraved on its hilt. Yin Ji-yong was dumbstruck when he saw these two blades. Martial Peak Chapter 48-25 Learning Martial Arts. The Stirring Clouds saber and Covering Rain sword are real treasures. They're said to have been left behind by a powerful cultivator several hundred years ago. They last appeared 30 years ago when they were obtained by a rogue cultivator. I didn't expect that they were in the Meng manor. With a fervent expression, Yin Ji-yong fiddled with the saber and sword. He was also a cultivator, so he loved treasures like these. The average cultivator would see his power increase by 30% by wielding these exquisite weapons, not to mention that Yang Kai was a very powerful cultivator. Moreover, given Yin Ji-yong's eyesight, he was certain that the Stirring Cloud saber and Covering Rain sword before his eyes were genuine, not counterfeits one could easily find on the streets. He reluctantly put the weapons back into their sheaths and said with envy, "Little brother Yang, the patriarch must regard you highly if he gave you such treasures. I suppose only someone like you deserves such an incredible sword and saber though." In the battle to protect the eldest young lady Mengru, Yang Kai did not only prove his loyalty, but also his incredible strength and skill. In fact, Meng Deyi had sent his trusted aide to examine the battlefield, and the conclusion was that there were fewer than 10 people in the world who could fight against 100 bandits on their own and cause such casualties. Since Yang Kai was both loyal and powerful, it was expected that Meng Deyi regarded him highly. Yang Kai's power would increase significantly as he now possessed the Stirring Cloud saber and Covering Rain sword. It was not tiring to work in the inner court because Mengru stayed in her residence most of the time. She would rarely step out of the building. It wasn't certain whether it was because she loved staying indoors, or she was still frightened following the previous incident. Therefore, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong just had to remain hidden when they were on duty and paid close attention to her to prevent any accidents from happening. With that said, rarely would any accidents happen in the inner court. Other than the two of them, there were a lot of personal bodyguards hiding in different places. Those who were untrustworthy would never be allowed to enter the inner court. Nevertheless, Yang Kai now faced a conundrum as he was unable to get into any close contact with the eldest young lady. This was giving him a headache. There was no doubt that he had left a lasting impression on her, and he was now lucky enough to become her personal bodyguard in the inner court. However, if he was unable to strike while the iron was hot, his efforts might all go to waste. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was just a personal bodyguard in the inner court while Mengru was the eldest young lady of the Meng manor. There was a huge difference between their statuses. If he crossed the line, he would only invite trouble to himself. Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a plan to get closer to the eldest young lady. One day, Mengru was in a good mood as she led her two maidservants to take a stroll around the garden. Although it had only been a short time since Chen Qian entered the inner court, She had gained the eldest young lady's favor for some reason. Only 1 month had passed, but she was now one of her trusted maidservants. Despite the fact that she was on an equal footing with Chuer, she wasn't as close to the eldest young lady as the latter. After all, Chuer and the eldest young lady grew up together. Having said that, many of the maidservants in the inner court were envious of Qian Qian's luck. No one knew why the eldest young lady was fond of this new maidservant. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong followed them without revealing themselves. The eldest young lady and the maidservants had no idea where they were. However, Meng Ru knew that Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were not far away from her in order to prevent any accidents from happening. That was because she had given it a try before. Regardless of where she was, she just had to call out to Yang Kai, and he would appear from a random corner and stand in front of her, as though he was her shadow. For a few days she never got tired of this little game. As soon as she found a reason, she would call out to Yang Kai. As a result, Chuer's displeasure with Yang Kai increasingly intensified whenever she saw him. On this day, the eldest young lady was in a jovial mood. In fact, she had been cheerful recently as she was no longer traumatized by the kidnapping incident. She would always keep an alluring smile on her face. Nevertheless, she was just a young woman who rarely stepped out of her residence, so after about 2 hours she started panting and declared, "I'm tired." Chuer said, "In that case we should go back and get some rest. It's pretty windy here, so you might catch a cold if you stay here any longer." The eldest young lady tilted her head and fell into her thoughts. Suddenly thinking of something, she giggled and called out, "Guard Yang." The next moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. Yang Kai appeared like a phantom and stopped in his tracks in a spot that was 10 paces away from Meng Ru before cupping his fist. "Eldest young lady." "Oh, you're here." Meng Ru turned around and pouted with disappointment. "I thought you would appear from over there. I didn't expect that you were behind me." When Chuer saw that the eldest young lady was acting so happily, she asked gently, "Eldest young lady, why did you call out to guard Yang again? He has to stay hidden to protect you." She then glowered at Yang Kai. "You may go now." The eldest young lady, however, interjected, "There's not really any danger in the inner court. Moreover, guard Yang is strong. Even if there's any danger, he can protect me regardless of whether he is hidden or not. Am I right, guard Yang?" Yang Kai hung his head low. "It's my duty to protect you, eldest young lady." "All right, the eldest young lady knows that you're loyal. You may go." Chuer waved her hand. Instead of leaving though, Yang Kai asked, "Do you have anything to tell me, eldest young lady?" "Yes." Meng Ru nodded happily. "I want to learn martial arts. Why don't you teach me?" Chuer was astounded and asked, "You want to learn martial arts, eldest young lady? You've never been interested in them since you were a child." Meng Ru replied with a smile, "That was in the past. Preferences can change over time." Chuer dissuaded her by saying, "I'm worried that it's too late for you to start learning martial arts. You won't become a powerful cultivator. Furthermore." Meng Ru cut her off by saying, "It's not like I want to become a powerful cultivator. I just want to strengthen my body. Isn't that one of the benefits of learning martial arts? I feel tired after just walking for a short time, which must be because I'm weak. Moreover, I found it difficult to hold a sword previously as I almost couldn't lift it. If I had learned martial arts, that wouldn't have happened. Even if I come across any danger again, I'll have the strength to protect myself." Seeing that the eldest young lady was insistent, Chuer wouldn't dare to refute her. After giving it a thought, she offered a suggestion. "If you want to learn martial arts, you can ask a martial arts instructor in the manor to teach you. Guard Yang has his own duties, so it might not be convenient for him." Meng Ru snorted. "The martial arts instructors in the manor are not as strong as guard Yang. You have no idea how bold he was. At that time he easily killed those bandits with the sword and saber in his hands. The blood formed into a puddle and dyed my shoes red." Chuer had never heard of anything so ruthless before, so she turned pale in an instant and wouldn't dare to say anything. Meng Ru then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Will you teach me, guard Yang?" Certainly, Yang Kai was more than willing to do that, as he would have a chance to come into close contact with the eldest young lady repeatedly, so after pretending to ponder for a moment, he nodded. "I am your subordinate, so I will definitely obey your orders." Mengru clapped her hands with joy. Let's start now then. Here, Yang Kai asked. Oh, and let's go back first. Mengru came to her senses and shuffled forward. Yang Kai followed her closely. Chuer snapped back to reality and frowned. After telling Qian Qian something, she pulled up her dress and dashed out of the inner court. The eldest young lady wanted to learn martial arts, and she insisted that Yang Kai had to teach her. This matter had to be reported to the patriarch. Since Chuer was powerless to stop her, she reckoned that she would ask the patriarch to intervene. Upon leaving the inner court, Chuer arrived at the grand hall where the patriarch dealt with his daily business. After waiting for a bit, she was allowed to see him. Chuer quickly told him what was going on. With his back leaning against his chair, Meng Deyi placed his hands on his belly and gave it a thought. If Ruer wants to learn martial arts, just let her be. I suppose she just wants to learn it for fun. She won't persevere for long. Tell Yang Kai that he must not let Ruer get injured. If she loses a strand of hair, I'll not spare him. Chuer had never expected that the patriarch would agree to it. Although it was obvious to everyone that he had been doting on the eldest young lady over the years, she thought he would stop her this time. She had the urge to say that after the previous incident, there was something wrong with the way the eldest young lady looked at Yang Kai. She had been by her side for many years, but she had never seen Mengru looking at a man with such a gaze before. That was a gaze with a sense of longing. However, she wouldn't dare to say such a thing out loud. First of all, she was worried that she was mistaken. Secondly, it might ruin the eldest young lady's reputation. You may leave now. Meng Deyi waved his hand. Left with no choice, Chuer left the hall. Upon returning to the inner court, she realized that the eldest young lady had changed into some tight-fitting clothes. There was a wooden sword in her hand as she wielded it following Yang Kai's instructions. The move was monotonous, but the eldest young lady seemed joyful and serious as she kept asking Yang Kai whether she was doing it right. Yang Kai was just standing in a spot not far away from her as he gave her instructions from time to time. Meanwhile, Qian Qian was standing silently to the side. Chuer walked up to her and complained, "Why didn't you stop her?" A flustered Qian Qian lowered her head and remained silent. Chuer snapped, "You're so useless. I'll chase you out of here sooner or later." Qian Qian hung her head even lower. Just a quarter-hour later, the eldest young lady was drenched in sweat. A well-prepared Chuer walked up to her with a wet towel and helped her wipe herself off. With a hopeful gaze, Mengru asked, "How was I doing, Guard Yang?" Yang Kai nodded his head. "As a beginner, you are doing very well. You have the talent to learn martial arts." That was to be expected. After all, she was Chu Huashang's reincarnation. Although she had lost her memory, her instincts were ingrained in the deepest part of her soul. It wasn't surprising that she had shown exceptional aptitude in learning martial arts. Mengru was elated. "Really? You'd better not lie to me. If you do, I'll..." As she spoke, she balled up her fist and shook it as though she was going to punch him. However, she soon realized that she was acting rather coquettishly, so she quickly retracted her hand and wiped her face to conceal her embarrassment. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "I would never dare to lie to you. It's the truth." Upon hearing that, Mengru put on a bright smile. Chuer pressed her lips together. "You'd better be cautious, eldest young lady. Men's words cannot be trusted." "What are you talking about? It's not like you've had a man before." Mengru pinched the other woman's nose. A blushing Chuer stomped her foot on the ground. "How could you even say such a thing? I have to tell the patriarch about it." "No, don't do that. I'll keep my mouth shut, Chuer." Mengru quickly pleaded with her. Martial Peak Chapter 48-26, Young City Lord. Everyone thought that Mengru was just learning martial arts for fun, which was why she pestered her personal bodyguard to teach her. After she became exhausted and lost interest in it, she would give it up. Therefore, after she persevered for a few days, the women in the inner court were shocked, including her maidservant Chuer. Every day, the eldest young lady would get out of her bed before the sky turned bright. Unlike in the past when she would dress up patiently, she just had to tie up her hair and put on some tight-fitting clothes now before heading to the courtyard with a wooden sword. Yang Kai would always be waiting for her there. She would be soaked in sweat every day, but she was still high-spirited. Even just by monotonously wielding her sword, she increasingly became better with the movements. The two maidservants were asked to learn martial arts as well. The main reason was that the eldest young lady was annoyed by Chuer, who always tried to stop her from practicing. If Chuer could learn with her, perhaps she would keep her mouth shut. However, not everyone had the eldest young lady's perseverance. Chuer gave it up barely 2 days later. Other than the fact that the moves were monotonous, her entire figure would ache every day. Although she was a maidservant, she grew up with the eldest young lady and enjoyed the finer things in life. She had never gone through such hardship before. With that said, after she gave it up, she rarely dissuaded the eldest young lady from learning martial arts again. Perhaps she no longer had the nerve to do so. On the other hand, even though Qian Qian appeared timid, she had impressive willpower. Moreover, Yang Kai discovered that she was just as talented as the eldest young lady when it came to learning martial arts. Time went by quickly as he taught martial arts with an ulterior motive while the two women learned attentively. 2 months had passed. Yang Kai and the eldest young lady had become much closer to each other through their contact every day. He could clearly notice that whenever the eldest young lady looked at him, her gaze was filled with a sense of longing. Only when a woman was in love with a man would she gaze at him in such a way. Back then, after he risked his life to save her, she started treating him favorably. The contact and guidance over the past few months had just pulled them closer to one another. Yang Kai had a feeling that he was close to breaking senior sister Chu's heart barrier, but he had no idea how much more he had to do before he could succeed. He could only play it by ear now. After all, he didn't have similar experiences that he could refer to. This samsara world had its own rules. One day, after Yang Kai was done teaching the eldest young lady, Chuer came over with a wet towel and helped wipe her face. All of a sudden, the eldest young lady said, "Guard Yang, I'm leaving the city tomorrow. Please come with me." Yang Kai became startled for a moment before nodding. Yes? He had no idea why the eldest young lady was leaving the city. Since she returned to the Meng Manor some time ago, she had never left her residence. She would only take a stroll in the garden at most. She must have a matter to attend to for leaving the city. However, as a private guard, he wasn't in a position to ask her anything. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked. "No, you just have to follow me." The eldest young lady forced a smile. "I'm a little tired now, so I'll get some rest. Please rest early as well, Guard Yang." Yang Kai nodded his head and stepped back into the darkness. The next day, the eldest young lady was dressed in some simple clothes. A carriage was ready outside the Ming Manor. Besides that, there were a group of personal bodyguards with sabers who would escort her. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were on either side of the carriage. Beside Yang Kai was Qian Qian while Chuer was leading the way at the front. With his left hand on his hilt, Yang Kai looked around to prevent any ill-intentioned people from coming near. Although the crisis caused by the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak had been resolved previously, he had no idea whether the Meng Manor had dealt with those from Hidden Treasure Peak in any way recently. He had to be ready for a fight at any moment. There was one time when he turned his head. He realized that Qian Qian was looking at him. He nodded at her and put on a smile. In an instant, Qian Qian started blushing and hung her head low. She lost her balance and almost stumbled over. A dexterous Yang Kai quickly took her arm. "Watch out." A flustered Qian Qian retracted her arm and said in a small voice, "Thanks." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. He was pleased with this maidservant who was timid but hard-working. She was unlike the annoying Chuer, who loved to boss others around just because she was the eldest young lady's trusted maidservant. What happened? The eldest young lady lifted the curtain and revealed her alluring face. She must have heard the noise just now. "Nothing," Yang Kai shook his head. The eldest young lady shot him a doubtful look and gazed at the blushing Qian Qian before snorting. "Don't bully Qian Qian. If you do, I won't let you off." "I would never dare to." Yang Kai secretly smiled in a helpless manner, thinking that the eldest young lady was the one he wanted to bully. However, he couldn't say such a thing for the time being as he was just a personal bodyguard. The eldest young lady pretended to be fierce and showed him her fist before letting the curtain down. A moment later, she was heard saying in a melancholic voice, It's the anniversary of my mother's death. I visit the gratitude shrine to pray for her every year." It was only then that Yang Kai found out why the eldest young lady was leaving the city. Gratitude Shrine was more than a dozen kilometers away from the city where a lot of believers would pray to the heavens. Shrines were rarely seen in the 3,000 worlds. There were no shrines in the universe worlds where Yang Kai had stayed before. With that said, he was aware of such places. It had something to do with a kind of faith. Furthermore, over the past couple of months, Yin Ji-yong had given Yang Kai some information about the Meng Manor. Although Meng Ru was the eldest young lady, she wasn't a legitimate child. Her mother wasn't Meng Deye's wife. Instead, the two apparently got to know each other when they were still very young. Even though Meng Deye had many wives, he loved this woman, who had started following him since childhood and would never leave him, the most. Unfortunately, she didn't enjoy a long life. She passed away when the eldest young lady was still a young child. Perhaps Meng Deye felt guilty as well as a sense of longing, so he doted on Meng Ru the most out of all his children. Despite the fact that she was pretty mature now, he had never forced her to marry anyone. In this samsara world, women who were still not married by the age of 26 or 27 would be treated like jinxes. However, the eldest young lady was still doing perfectly well in the Meng Manor, which was a wealthy family to begin with. Despite the fact that she was a noble lady, Meng Deye still allowed her to learn martial arts. Gratitude Shrine was more than a dozen kilometers away from White Jade City where there were a lot of believers. While going up the mountain, they saw a lot of people walking along the path. Seeing the formation of the Meng Manor, these people would move to the sides. The ordinary people would never dare to offend those from the Meng Manor. 1 hour later they arrived at the peak. Yang Kai looked up and saw a magnificent shrine. In front of them stood an old monk with a scar on his head who was clad in a simple robe. Apparently, he had been informed in advance that the eldest young lady from the Meng Manor was coming over. Meng Ru and the old monk obviously knew one another. After all, she would visit Gratitude Shrine once every year. After getting out of the carriage, she saluted the old monk and followed him to enter the shrine. The personal bodyguards followed her closely. After exchanging glances with Yin Ji-yong, Yang Kai hid among the crowd. While one of them was conspicuous, the other was hidden. Moreover, with the protection of other personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor, there were no worries about Meng Ru's safety. After following the old monk to an altar where ceremonial lamps were placed, Meng Ru poured some oil into it for her mother and headed to another grand hall where she would light some incense sticks, pray, and perform divination with sticks. Suddenly thinking of something, Meng Ru cheered up instantly and put on a smile. After walking around for a bit, she was a little tired, so she found a stone pavilion and had a seat. Chuer quickly fished out the cakes and tea she had prepared earlier while the personal bodyguards dispersed and guarded the stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Ru was having a joyous chat with the maidservant while looking around. She was a little disappointed when she didn't see the person she had been longing for. However, when she thought of the fact he would protect her at any moment, she became at ease. Right then, a young man clad in white clothes was sauntering towards them. He was followed by a servant who had a sword in his hand. He was a tall and handsome young man who sported a harmless smile. There was no doubt that he was a gentle and good-looking nobleman. When Chuer caught a glimpse of the young man, she could not move her eyes away from him again. "Stop right there. The eldest young lady of the Meng Manor is resting here." The responsible personal bodyguards tried to stop them from coming closer. Despite the fact that the young man was a noble, he wasn't infuriated at their rudeness. He just cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Please tell the eldest young lady that Feng Changxi of the Feng family would like to see her." The personal bodyguards were shocked as they finally recognized this young man, and they quickly put away their arrogance. Despite his gentle voice, Meng Ru could hear him as she wasn't far from him to begin with. When she heard the name Feng Changxi, she turned her head and appeared surprised. Then she beckoned to Chuer and spoke to her in a small voice. Chuer nodded and walked up to Feng Changxi before saluting him in an elegant manner. "Young city lord, our young lady would like to see you." "Oh." Feng Changxi smiled and nodded his head. "Many thanks." Chuer stole a glance at him and hung her head low with a blushing face. After leading him to the stone pavilion, she stood behind Meng Ru. Meng Ru examined Feng Changxi and put on a smile. "It's really you, young city lord. Why are you here? It wasn't the first time they met each other. Previously, when she was in danger, it was Yang Kai who stood in front of her and became exhausted from fending off all the enemies, while in the end, Feng Changxi came to the rescue with the soldiers from White Jade City. Nevertheless, Meng Ru was concerned about Yang Kai on the way home, so she wasn't in the mood to talk to Feng Changxi. Feng Changxi replied with a smile, "The weather is lovely today, so I decided to leave home for a walk. I didn't expect to see you here, little sister Ru. What a coincidence." Meng Ru reckoned that he was older than she was, and he had done her a favor previously, so she only felt awkward but not disgusted by the fact that he called her little sister Ru. With a smile she said, "I should have personally thanked you for helping to save me previously, but I haven't had a chance to do so. Please don't take offense, young city lord."